Mu Qingyun, Luo Ning, Luo Bing, and Bai Xiaola all stared at Cross with a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Cross glanced at them and asked, "What?" They just shook their heads. He sniffed and looked away. Meanwhile, a man turned his attention to Long Chun. "Don't think I've forgotten about you. You're not qualified to chase after Bai Shi. Long Chun blinked. "What? Is your brain undercooked? I'm in a good mood today. Don't make me end you." The man smirked. "Let's fight. If I lose, Bai Shi is yours." Long Chun scoffed. "What is she? A toy on a shelf. Win, and you get a turn?" He shook his head, disgusted. A sharp snort cut through the air. Everyone turned to see Bai Shi walking over. Cross chuckled. "Right, Little Rock. How do you feel about all this?" "Little Rock," she repeated through clenched teeth. Cross nodded seriously. "Sure means rock, doesn't it? So you're Little Rock." Bai Xiaola burst into laughter while Bai Shi's face trembled with rage. "I wouldn't recommend it," Cross added casually. "I can spank you into next week." Your father, don't play games." A new voice interrupted. "You're her father?" Cross turned to see Bai Zhantong approaching. Cross summoned his guandao and spun it expertly. "You want a taste, old man? I'll give you a bump right here in front of the whole academy." Bai Zhantong's face darkened, clearly struggling to keep calm. Bai Shi's mother gracefully intervened, calling out, "Let's go." Cross grinned and stood tall beside his towering guandao. At 6 feet 2 inches, he still looked small next to the weapon. The visual alone was intimidating. Bai Zhantong huffed and waved him off. Cross put away the weapon with a proud grin, earning a laugh from Bai Shi's mother. Turning to his group, Cross's tone turned serious. "Everyone, stay here and focus on cultivation. Luna, Jasmine, Feng Shui'er, Jie Yuan. You four aim for the Four Extremes realm. The rest of you, stay at the peak of the Divine Flame realm. I'll watch over your tribulations when I return." Lily frowned. "What?" Cross grinned. "You know Daddy's thunderclouds? Yours are just drizzle compared to mine." The kids froze. Jasmine asked, "And us?" Cross looked at them tenderly. "You're precious. Look at these little troublemakers. If we lose one, we can make another. But you? Can I make another Jasmine?" "I don't think so." The children choked in embarrassment while the wives giggled. Of course, he was joking. His children meant the world to him. He looked around and added, "If things get complicated, leave Yuan with Bai Zhantong or his wife." Jie Yuan scowled. "Really?" Cross nodded. "We may bicker like enemies, but he's not a bad man. The cranes are too unpredictable, and Yuan is only 4. She's special. Just keep her safe. I love you all." He kissed each of them and boarded the chariot alone. He sat near a window, hands clenched in quiet frustration. The inner world wasn't stable yet. Only beasts resided within, sealed away in the castle. Bringing his family would be dangerous. He could take on the heavens, mock the gods, and shoulder the sky. But losing his family? That was the one thing he couldn't bear. As the chariot lifted into the sky, Cross remained silent, staring at the receding silhouette of Lingxiao Academy. Long Chun sat opposite him. The girls had gathered at another table. Bai Xiaola had retreated to a bedroom. Bai Shi sat alone, quietly distant. Bai Shi's mother sat beside Cross and smiled warmly. "You two really are something else." Long Chun gave a modest smile. Cross kept his gaze on the shrinking landscape. Mu Qingyun offered tea, which Bai Shi's mother accepted graciously. "So, Long Chun," she asked, "is there anyone on this chariot you like?" Long Chun coughed. I'm not worthy. I've watched too many people I care about die. That kind of man doesn't deserve love." A heavy silence followed. Cross glanced at him briefly, but didn't speak. Bai Shi's mother moved on to discussing the powerful figures they'd encounter at the convention. Cross finally spoke. "Does it matter what they are or what they can do?" Everyone looked at him. "If one punch isn't enough," he continued, "then punch again. Poison bodies, flames, weird tricks, doesn't matter. All garbage before true strength." He snorted. "Even those idiots from Imputa's Murder Club, or whatever it's called, would kneel before Daddy's fists." Bai Shi's mother chuckled. "Then why are you even going?" Cross shrugged. "I'm bored. Lingxiao needs to make some noise. I'm just here to make waves. Anyone in the way gets drowned. Simple." Long Chun laughed. By Shursher's mother just smiled, unsure what Cross truly meant. Later, they arrived. Cross stood beside Long Chun, gazing at the sneering disciples nearby. He smiled. Suddenly, their vision twisted. Flashes of apocalyptic ruin filled their minds. Several disciples fainted. Cross chuckled. An old man approached with a walking stick, clearly someone important. Before he could speak, Cross casually slapped him across the city. You jokers want some too? Come on. Lord Fifth is doing a city cleanup today. The others rushed to chase the old man, shouting, "Watch her," only to be sent flying one after another by Cross or Long Chun. A bunch of weaklings, Cross sneered. What are you going to do, Cry? Keep staring, and I'll take your eyes. They finally reached the city gate after dealing with wave after wave of arrogant challengers. The gatekeeper looked gloomy. Cross laughed and clapped his shoulder. Tired of babysitting? Here, a gift. He handed the man a book. Long Chun raised a brow. You giving gifts now? I wrote it, Cross replied. It's about a brave young man, really deep. Long Chun raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. The gatekeeper opened it. Thanks. Cross gave a thumbs up. If you like it, I'll write a sequel. They entered the city. At Ling Xiao's designated residence, Bai Shursher's mother fumed. This is outrageous. The place was a ruin. Cross chuckled. So sad. He stomped the ground. A tornado swept up the debris, launching it into another sex courtyard. Then he clasped his hands, glowing green, and spread them wide. Trees erupted from the earth, forming a beautiful, vibrant estate. Mist drifted gently through blooming flowers. The area was reborn. Cross walked inside with a hum, leaves lifting him into the trees like a lazy king. He yawned, lay on a thick branch, and passed out. 3 days later, Cross was shaken awake by Shursher's voice. Enjoying yourself? He sat up lazily with Luo Ning still asleep on his back. What? Long Chen's sermon. Let's go. Cross carried Luo Ning with a yawn as they walked. She woke up midway, blushed, then slid down and pinched his waist. He poked her nose. Boop. They reached the arena and sat down. Cross leaned back, relaxed. Bai Shursher frowned. Some brother you are. He's going to crush them anyway. I don't need to watch to know that my brother, and your husband, is amazing. Bai Shursher's ears turned pink. Say that again. Cross yawned. Ms. I don't need a man. You do realize men are needed to make babies, right? Biology 101. You. I see those glances you sneak at Long Chun. Shanao, or I'll tell him. I hate you, she growled. I love you too. Cross settled in, ready to enjoy the chaos. This was going to be fun. Time passed, and the competition began. Long Chun accidentally triggered his pillar. It began to shrink beneath him. The challenge was simple. Answer the questions correctly or be eliminated as your pillar descended to the ground. The crowd erupted with laughter, and one of the elder teachers sneered, pointing. This is a teacher? He's just a boy playing dress-up. Before Long Chun could react, Cross leapt to his feet. Oi, you old fossil. Come down here, and I'll teach you what real education looks like. With 1 foot in the grave already, who'd even be able to focus in your class? I'd be too busy placing bets on when you'd keel over. The crowd exploded in laughter. The old man looked like he was about to have a stroke. Aya, Cross added dramatically. Don't spit blood, old man. You might really die. As if on cue, the elder coughed up a mouthful of blood, sending the arena into hysterics. Bai Shursher's mother covered her mouth to hide a smile. Mu Qinyan whispered, Fifth brother, everyone's staring. Cross straightened up proudly. If I'm scared of a few glances, how would I ever find the courage to curse the heavens? A voice boomed through the arena. Enough. Be silent. Boy, hold your tongue. Cross plopped back into his seat. Oomph. I'll speak when I want. Thanks for the suggestion, though. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Even a voice in the sky sounded like it choked. The sermon continued. Long Chun, regaining his rhythm, began answering flawlessly. He cut through the competition like a blade through butter. The crowd roared in support. Seeing the excitement, Cross stood up, arms raised. All right, everyone. When I go up, you go up. Then we all go down together. Like a wave. Let's go. The arena started doing the wave under Cross command. The energy surging with joy. He laughed heartily. Beautiful. Too handsome. Even Bai Shir was stunned. This works? Soon after, Long Chun was crowned champion, even earning a reward from the altar itself. The event continued with Long Chun fielding questions from the audience before quickly making his exit. Cross returned to the residence and climbed into his favorite tree. Nestled among the branches, he pulled out something unusual, a guitar. Not a zither, but a proper acoustic guitar he crafted himself. He propped himself against the trunk, one leg hanging off, the other resting bent on the branch, and began tuning the strings. A soft, melodic tune filled the air. Then came his voice, magnetic, emotional, pure. The streets outside the Lingxiao residence filled with curious onlookers. Women gathered first, drawn in by the music. Then more and more people joined, enchanted by the scene. Bai Shir arrived with a companion, who gasped. "Who is that?" Bai Shir sighed. "A giant pain in the ass." Her friend's eyes sparkled. "I love him already." Inside, Luo Bing and the others watched in disbelief. "Is there anything third and fifth brother can't do?" Bai Shala jumped up. "Nope. My bosses are the best in the world." Cross finished the song and blinked. "Wait, why are there so many people? Did I accidentally start a concert?" "Encore," the crowd chanted. Cross scratched his head. All right, something different this time." He placed the acoustic guitar aside and brought out something foreign to this world. A sleek metal case, wires, and another guitar. "What is that?" Bai Shir asked. "Electric guitar," Cross grinned. "Get ready, Little Rock." He plugged it into a handmade amp and let out a wailing riff. Wow, the crowd flinched in awe. With a wicked grin, Cross launched into a fast-paced solo. The beat was infectious, his fingers dancing across the strings like lightning. The arena had never heard anything like this, raw, loud, alive. Long Chun came out, chuckling as Cross lost himself in the rhythm. Suddenly, holographic numbers appeared above certain hecklers' heads as they burst into golden coin-like particles. Cross's music literally made critics explode. +100, +1,000. He smirked. "Told you. Music's a weapon, too." He whistled. Clones of himself appeared with full instruments, drums, bass mics. Spotlights flashed. Smoke billowed. It was no longer just a performance. It was a concert. Then he grabbed Bai Shir's cousin, Lu Mingxian, and placed her on stage, transferring the lyrics to her telepathically. She caught on immediately. "Hello again, friend of a friend. I knew you well." Her sultry voice and graceful movements mesmerized the crowd. She danced across the stage, circling Cross while he shredded his guitar like a rock god. Bai Shir's face turned dark. Long Chun burst out laughing. When the performance ended, Cross waved to the crowd and vanished into the residence. Lu Mingxian skipped in after him, flushed with joy. Bai Shir stormed in seconds later, only to catch them mid-kiss. 3 days later, the group stood together again, this time at the site of the real competition. Bai Shir now stood firmly between Cross and Lu Mingxian like an angry guardian, having not let them out of her sight since that moment. Cross looked amused. He liked Lu Mingxian. She had spirit. And after their duet, well, he'd already decided. She wasn't going anywhere. He winked at her. She blew him a kiss. Bai Shir caught the kiss midair and shredded it in her hand. Then an unpleasant smell wafted through the air. Lu Mingxian wrinkled her nose. "Ugh, not this guy again." "Who?" Long Chun asked. "Jiang Wuji," she replied. "Grandson of the Huadai sect's leader. All their resources go to him. We met on the way here, and he tried to impress me. It didn't go well." Cross snorted. "Another pretty boy." Jiang Wuji strolled over, surrounded by overdone women. "Miss Lu," he smiled. "When we last met, I thought fate had tied us together. But now, such beauty. Truly, child Wuji is blessed." Cross muttered. Did he just refer to himself in third person? Long Chun nodded. "Yup, it's worse than we thought." Lu Mingxian stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Cross's and pressing close. "This is my man. Compared to him, you're nothing." Jiang Wuji scowled. "He doesn't even look strong." "He's strong enough to go 100 rounds without breaking a sweat," Lu Mingxian teased. A girl beside Jiang Wuji giggled. Only 100? That's disappointing. Cross's smile vanished. He shook off Lu Mingxian gently, then fixed his gaze on the girl. Say that again. I dare you. She opened her mouth, but he was faster. One slap, and she vanished into a blood mist. Gasps echoed. Cross grabbed Jiang Wuji by the neck. You see these women? Gone. One punch. Every one of Jiang Wuji's entourage exploded, staining the ground red. Cross wiped his hand on Jiang Wuji's robe. Next time, I'll add you to the list. He tossed him like trash. An elder rushed over. What's going on here? Just a gigolo convention, Cross said calmly. They tried to recruit me. Disgusting. If this is what Kyushu considers elite, I'll take my leave. The elder's face darkened as he pointed at the blood. Cross waved him off. Ah, sorry. My wife's time of the month. Forgot her pads. Lu Mingxian turned crimson and pinched his waist hard. The elder coughed, speechless. Do you have any? Cross asked seriously. I just don't want her bleeding like this again. Each drop makes my heart ache. And if my heart aches too much, people die. A real tragedy. The elder bolted. Cross dusted his hands and looked at Lu Mingxian. Ready for round 2? She slapped him gently. He grinned wider.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Lu Mingxian beat on Cross' chest and said, Whose time of the month is it? Who's your wife? Cross smirked and said, I don't remember saying it was you. Are you admitting that you're my wife? Lu Mingxian pointed at Cross with her mouth open like an O. Cross chuckled and pulled her in as he said, How did you know I could go for 100 rounds? Do you want to test it? My tongue isn't just sharp, you know. Lu Mingxian was flustered. This guy was even dirtier than her. Longchen laughed, and by sure wanted to chop Cross to death. He let Lu Mingxian go and slapped her ass with a grin. She jumped and shot back. Harder, Daddy. By sure almost spit out blood and dragged Lu Mingxian away. Luo Ning pouted at Cross, who patted her head and smiled at her. Luo Ning huffed and muttered Vixen. Long Chun chuckled, and they went to their designated area. By sure glared at Cross, who smiled and suddenly disappeared. He appeared in an arena and was attacked right away. Cross instinctively punched. The guy popped like a balloon and exploded. Cross was sent out, and everybody looked at him angrily. He was confused and said, What? Luo Ning said, You just kill that guy. Cross was stunned before saying, I had no idea I was going to be sent somewhere else. Plus, this guy attacked me right away. I reacted on instinct and punched him. I really didn't mean to kill him. Everybody was startled, and it seemed to be the case. Cross said in a bad mood, Who attacked someone right away? He didn't even speak before attacking me. A moment later, the second round was ready. Cross flashed into an arena and saw a man across from him. The man said, Hi, you're going to die in here. Cross nodded and said, Oh. He walked over and the man slashed at him with a big knife. Cross caught the knife with 2 fingers before flicking the man in the head and blowing it right off his shoulders. Cross was sent out and saw everyone else. Lu Mingxian and Luo Ning said, So long, before looking at each other and sneering. Cross shrugged and said, The guy decided to talk this time, but then I killed him. It's very easy here. Long Chen nodded, feeling the same. The third round came and Cross flicked from afar, blasting the person to dust before going back. These flies were getting annoying. He appeared with the rest, and one of the disciples from the War God Temple came back, collapsed to the ground with a knife in his forehead that said Chew. Cross frowned and looked into the crowd, his eyes extremely dark. He disappeared into the arena, and Soul searched the opponent before killing him. He continued for another round until he found the people. He returned back to the group and said, The Chu disciples go back to the area when they lose, right? Long Chun nodded and Cross grinned. His grin was truly malicious and chilly. Nobody else spoke. Cross disappeared and looked at the man. He smirked and said, You're from the Chu clan, right? You were sitting in their area. The man sneered and said, Scared? Cross chuckled and disappeared, arriving behind the man and clamping his neck as he said, Not at all. Happy, actually. He spun the man around and pushed on the man's forehead. A black lotus appeared and Cross knocked him out. They both disappeared and Cross had a happy smile on his face. Long Chun said, "What hap dash?" Boom! The Chu area exploded into black flames. Cross smiled happily, and the rest felt a chill run down their spines. Long Chun said, "You did that." Cross looked confused and said, "What are you talking about?" Long Chun blinked before laughing and shaking his head. Cross smiled, and a loud bell rang with a voice saying, "Congratulations for making it to the top 10,000. Cross yawned and walked to the exit with the group, going back to the residence. He didn't go inside, but sat on the branch he was sitting on before and leaned back with his hands behind his head, looking up to the sky as he hummed to himself. Many thoughts came to his mind. What is beyond the heavens? Is it space? Could it be like Earth where it's just a planet? A speck of dust in an infinitely large place? How strong was he in the grand scheme of the world? Maybe even the strongest expert in the immortal world was just an ant in front of someone else? This begged another question. If he was still an ant at that time, what was life truly about? What did it mean to live? To become a god? After that, what he thought was a god a long time ago happened to be just the beginning of another method to get stronger. Then he was fooled once again. He was still just a puppy in front of a lion here. So when he became a god here, would he just be a bigger puppy? Would he once again be brought into another place where he's the weakest existence? Where's the end? He blinked. There was no end. The so-called end was just another beginning. He sat up and frowned. Is life just an endless cycle? If he lives forever, how strong would he become in the end? Would he create his own world? What's the point of life in an endless cycle? He looked up at the sky in a daze. He sat there for a while, and his eyes flashed in and out of their dazed state before he muttered, "There is no end, and there is no beginning. Only destruction and creation from nothing to nothing into something." The dragon on Cross' back flashed and squirmed around. Cross felt his cultivation expanding, but he quickly suppressed it. Are you kidding? The entire city would be destroyed. Also, he had an idea for his next breakthrough. He was waiting until he got back to the academy to do it. Inside Cross' body, all the colorful dots in his blood all gathered together, flowing into the divine dragon in his back, returning his blood to a golden red state. The dragon calmed down and went to sleep. Cross's soul underwent a change, however, and it became golden black with a swirling pattern on it. Cross closed his eyes and took steady breaths. His body, chi, and soul were in harmony, but there was a final piece missing. Cross opened his eyes and let out a breath, feeling that his next breakthrough will be extraordinary. He let out a breath and leaned back on the tree. He looked down and saw a guy with a long knife on his back. He tilted his head, and the guy said, "Do you know if Longchun is here?" Cross said, "You're a Dragon Blood Legion warrior?" The man was startled, but his face soon became joyful as he said, "You know the boss? Are you in the Dragon Blood Legion too?" Cross spat and said he wishes. "Little bro." Longchun came out and said, "W. Chin Fong." Chin Fong jumped and hugged Long Chun, shouting, "Boss." The two started crying and cross-eyed before jumping from the tree and walking away. He didn't need to be reminded of Ling Jie and the people he left behind. He drank wine from his gourd as he roamed the streets. He sighed at the sour-tasting wine. Mood really does impact the taste. He put it away and looked up to see that he was standing in front of a gate. The gate said Wine God's Hall. He looked at his own gourd and drank the rest before walking inside with an empty gourd. He came in to see a statue of a fat man with a gourd of wine. He had a kind face. There were incense sticks to light in respect, but Cross ignored them, and the statue, as he walked into the building, all he wanted was wine. Longchun had told him he couldn't buy wine here. Only get it gifted to him. He didn't understand. He drank a lot, so he won a lot. There was enough in his gourd to fill up a lake before a single gourd wouldn't satisfy him. He wandered into an area with a man sitting at a table silently. Cross looked at the man and nodded before leaving. The man said, "Not going to stay?" Cross said, "I came to drink, not talk about the Tao plus the amount of wine I need. You can't fill it." The man shook his head and said, "You're too naive. You didn't pay respect to the wine god, and you want wine. It's a dream." Cross replied, "Nobody can take my respects. Even lighting a stick of incense won't happen. No matter if it's the wine god, the flame god or the god of heaven? If I have to pay respects for some wine, then that's truly a pity. He sighed and turned around to leave the whole place, saying, "What a joke." The man said, "What's a joke? Do you think you are above the gods?" Cross looked at him and said, "I am me. They are them. They aren't my ancestors. I don't have faith in so-called gods. To you, they're gods. They stand at the peak of this world, but what about beyond that?" Cross pointed to the sky and said, "What about beyond this world? The gods become ants to people with unfathomable power. When I was in the lower realms, I believed I was a god twice, only to be proven wrong twice. The term God is only the starting point of a child in a higher plane of existence." He shook his head and said, "How many people have I killed to be where I am? How many experts did I have to trample to ascend? In the end, a child is the same realm as me, cultivating without hardships for just a few years." Cross looked at the dazed man and said, "So to answer your question, no. I don't think I'm above the gods. There is no above and below. There is no beginning or end. We're all dust that floats in a bigger world. Frogs in a well, only to jump out and find out we're in a bigger well. We're all equal. It's our wills that make us different from the rest." He turned around and walked out of the wine god's hall with a disappointed look on his face. He didn't manage to get any wine in the end. The man who was in a daze suddenly achieved enlightenment, and his wine, Tao, progressed by leaps and bounds. Who would have thought he would be so lucky today? He came out of his enlightenment hours later, but didn't find a trace of Cross anywhere. He was depressed. He wanted to thank him and give him wine, but he had already left. He was determined to find him, but first he needed to make the best wine he had ever made in his life. Cross returned to the residence and laid down on the tree branch, looking up at the stars, slowly falling asleep. The next morning, he woke up to a heavy feeling. He opened his eyes and saw Lu Mingxian on his chest, drooling with a blush on her face. He was amused, this girl. What's she dreaming about? He shook his head and got up, holding Lu Mingxian in his arms in a princess carry. She still didn't wake up, purring in his embrace like a little cat. Cross smiled and joined the rest. Bai Shishir looked at Lu Mingxian and almost chopped Cross to death. Qin Feng gave him a big thumbs up, and Long Chen laughed as he said, "Let's go." Cross smiled and said, "I'm not going to carry you all the way there." Lu Mingxian jumped out of his arms and giggled, hiding behind him from Bai Shishir, who sighed. Luo Ning glared at Lu Mingxian, who stuck out her pink tongue, and the group left, going to the stadium for the second day of the convention. They walked into a waiting room. Cross sat down at a table and filled a plate with cakes and filled his cup with wine. Long Chun, Qin Feng, and Bai Shaola sat at the table, while the girls sat together at a nearby table. Cross ate the cakes and drank the wine, seemingly in his own thoughts. There were beautiful made with qi everywhere offering to relax their meridians. Cross and Long Chen refused, and the rest got the treatment. Lu Mingxian teased, "If it's too comfortable, will you respond?" Cross replied, "I'll make your whole body relax with a single pump. Do you believe it?" Lu Mingxian was once again thwarted by Cross' dirty mouth and didn't reply, only blushing in response. Long Chen chuckled and said nothing. A while later, an old man appeared and announced the rules, saying that they were fighting in batches now and that their moves were visible to everyone. Nobody from Cross and Long Chen's group was called up, except for Qin Feng, who was sent to the 573rd arena. Everybody looked at the 573rd arena, and Bai Shishir said, "Oh, it's the second strongest from the Jiuhua sect." Long Chun said strong. Bai Shishir nodded and answered, "But he hasn't awakened his blood." Long Chun said, "Oh." Qin Feng appeared in the arena, and with 3 chops the enemy's head flew into the air. Qin Feng came back and said nothing, sitting back down as if he had just done a trivial thing. Long Chun then disappeared, and Luo Bing's cousin, Luo Shui, said nervously, "It's the blood-killing hall. Long Chun might suffer a loss here." Cross snorted and said, "You're underestimating Long Chun. He hasn't even been serious the entire time." Qin Feng added, "The Blood Clown Circus is worthless in front of the boss." Sure enough, Long Chun made the killer look like a clown and taught everyone how to beat them easily before slapping him to death and coming back. The spectators showed up, and to Cross' surprise and part anger, His family came along as well. He sighed and his token flashed. He disappeared into the arena and looked at the light curtain in front of him. On the other side, there was a man with triangle eyes and a face full of craters and scars. He was really ugly. The man see that you white face. I'll kill you today. Cross-eyed and said, You came out of your cave like this? Aren't you afraid of disgusting people to death? The man became angrier than before, and the light curtain disappeared. The man shot forward and slashed out with his sword, shouting, Die. Cross looked at him and caught the sword, saying, You're weak and ugly. How are you going to find a wife in the future? I forgot. You don't have to worry about it, after all. He crushed the sword in his hands and flicked the man in the forehead. The man stopped moving and slowly turned to dust. Cross was ejected from the arena and reappeared in the room, going back to eating and drinking. The second round passed, and the third came. There were only 2,500 people now. Cross and Long Chun got some random people and finished easily. Chin Feng went up and broke his sword on some ugly guy's neck before admitting defeat. Then it was Bai Shirshi's turn. She scared off the opponent with a single move, but didn't kill him. She came back, and everybody, except Cross, congratulated her. The rest went through their fights, some won, some lost, but they weren't Cross, so they really didn't matter. Another round passed, and Long Chun beat a Chu fellow. Cross was next against a Chu Jun named Fellow. Cross muttered, I wonder if they can save him. Long Chun said, Maybe, if they're fast enough. Cross shook his head and said, I'm not a bad guy like you. You drag the fight out for so long and make me wait here longer instead of blasting them to death. Wait here, 10 breaths, I'll be back. Long Chun had a wry smile, and Cross disappeared. He reappeared in the arena and said, Oi, can you take down the curtain faster? I'm in a hurry. Chu Zhan on the other side sneered, In a hurry to die? Cross shook his head and said, I forgot to go piss before. I still need to go. Everybody's faces turned black. Long Chun chuckled, and Chin Feng said, I see why he's boss, brother. I bet lady bosses will be happy to see you like this, boss. Long Chun smiled. Chu Zhan was infuriated, and Cross added, If you could admit defeat, that would be great. Chu Zhan sneered and said, Not until you die. Cross sighed and said, Looks like I'll have to send you on your way then. I'm at Ba. If I don't enter hell, who will? Long Chun spat out his tea and burst out laughing. The light curtain disappeared, and Cross moved like lightning. A heavy pressure descended on the entire arena. Even the spectators outside could feel it, and they shivered. Cross threw a heavy punch, and the air distorted around his fist. Chu Zhan smelled the threat of death and froze. Cross punch hit him right in the chest. A barrier shattered. The golden armor under Chu Zhan's clothes shattered, and his body went flying, leaving only a floating head. Chu Zhan's body smashed through the barrier, flying into the void as his head fell to the ground. The spectators were completely silent in shock. Cross said with a sigh, In your next life, hope your surname isn't Chu, before he disappeared from the arena. He appeared in the room and ran to the bathroom to relive himself. He really wasn't lying. He entered the bathroom and went to piss. A young man with messy brown hair, slightly pale skin, a black t-shirt, shorts, and slippers was right next to him. Cross looked over and said, Hey, do I know you? The young man looked over. He was pretty handsome with brown eyes and perfect eyebrows. He was shorter than Cross by a few inches. The young man shook his head and said, I don't think so. Who are you? Cross said, Cross. The young man said, I know a Cross. Anyway, you can call me Monkey. Nice to meet you. Cross smiled and said, You too. Monkey finished up and walked out of the bathroom, saying, Good luck. Cross nodded and went back to the waiting room before going back to the residence with the rest. The next day, Cross and the rest arrived back at the arena. Long Chun saw a fat man, and Cross was flirting with Lu Mingxian and Luo Ning when he felt something. He turned his head and stared at the fat man, who suddenly held his head and groaned in pain. Cross eyes turned, and the fat man collapsed as his face started turning purple. Cross took his eyes away and looked at the rest. They all looked at Cross and subconsciously shivered, feeling like a primordial beast was watching them. He looked at a woman with a guqin and another woman with a hot body. They were pretty much the only girls. He turned his attention away from them and went back to flirting with Lu Mingxian and Luo Ning. He didn't get anyone special and easily won. Jiang Wuji went up against a woman and humiliated her until she self-exploded. Cross frowned and looked at Jiang Wuji before saying, "Pray you don't meet me, gigolo." Jiang Wuji's face turned ugly and Cross said nothing more. The next day, the 256 opened up with a hot woman. She was very beautiful, but she exposed so much skin it was kind of a bait. She crushed a man with a single fist, not using any enchanting powers. She collected the big man's giant gourd and Cross said, "Dress up like this and not use any enchanting powers. What's the use? Is she just an attention whore?" The woman glared at Cross, who looked at her and shrugged. "Well, are you? Otherwise, you're dressing up like this for what? I don't have clothes on my body either, but I'm not a woman. At least put on a t-shirt. What if your tits pop out?" Lu Mingxian burst out laughing, and the woman trembled in anger as she said, "You're looking for death." Cross looked to the sky and said, "I am. I look for death everywhere, but nobody has string enough teeth to bite my life off, so I sent them to hell for a quick sharpening. Unfortunately, they never come back." He looked at the woman in pity as he said, "What a shame. A beautiful girl is tainted by the heavens. Come, this daddy will cleanse you personally. The flames of the underworld are good at purifying." Luo Ning said, "I thought you would rope her in." Cross laughed and said, "This woman? Are you joking? I'll marry her, and the same day, I'll have to wear a green hat. Is it worth it?" Lu Mingxian fell over laughing, and the woman clenched her fists, glaring at Cross as if he killed her parents. He looked at her and said, "Am I wrong? One compliment, a glass of wine, and I'll become a cuckold. Unfortunately, I don't like sharing women with every man I see. At most, you come warm my bed for a night. I'll pay you, and we'll go our separate ways." The spectators started laughing, and the woman's eyes trued red in rage. Cross looked at Long Chun and said, "What did I say wrong? Is she not a prostitute?" Long Chun spat out his tea and chuckled. Cross looked around as if he really thought she was a prostitute, making people laugh even more. The woman said hatefully, "Hope that I don't catch you." Before walking away, Cross shouted at her back, and "I will. After all, if you come for me after your shift, wouldn't I have to deal with the mess?" The woman tripped and stomped away. Lu Mingxian was coughing with red eyes from laughing so hard. Luo Ning was right next to her, laughing so hard she was crying. The round passed without many events. The days passed, and after the 128 were chosen, the group was back at the arena. Cross looked at his token and grinned maliciously as he disappeared. He reappeared in the arena in front of Jiang Wuji, who was glaring at him hatefully. Cross just smiled and the light curtain disappeared. Cross blasted from his position and appeared behind Jiang Wuji, grabbing both his arms and stomping on his back, slamming him into the ground. Cross sat on his back and threw the jade token away as he said, "So little gigolo, we're going to play a game today." Everyone felt a chill down their spines and Cross added, "Count down from 1,000 by 7. Let me give you an example." He ripped off a finger and said, 993. Now from the top. Jiang Wuji pissed himself, and Cross ripped a finger off, saying, You have to play Mr. Wuji, or it will be far worse." The spectators were silent, and Cross broke his finger bones one by one with a loud crack each time, hearing only Jiang Wuji's whimpers. Cross shouted angrily, "I said count." As he ripped off another finger, Jiang Wuji screamed, 993. Cross grinned maliciously as he said, "Good boy. Let's continue," before ripping off another finger with a chuckle as Jiang Wuji whimpered, 986. Cross looked at Jiang Wuji with a cruel smile. He had no arms or legs left. He grabbed his head and said, "What's the number, little Wuji?" Jiang Wuji had died a long time ago. He replied robotically, 6. Cross chuckled and said, Our game is over. What a shame." He ripped Jiang Wuji's head off and threw it to the side before disappearing. He reappeared with the group, and they looked at him in shock, fear, and disgust. Cross said, "What? How many girls has he ruined?" Plus, his squirrel-like voice was annoying. He muttered under his breath, not to mention he was staring at my women. Lu Mingxian heard him and looked at him with her mouth open before closing it and looking away. A little blush creeped to her cheeks. Her playful side disappeared, replaced with a shy one. A loud roar was heard, "You bastard! Hand over your life!" Cross looked up and jumped into the air like a meteor. His eyes were crazy, and he threw a punch to meet an old man's palm. An earth-shattering bang was heard, and the palm was destroyed as Cross smashed back into the waiting area. Long Chun looked up and frowned. He was angry, very angry. Black lines appeared in his eyes, and he clenched his fists. Cross got up from the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Mingxian and Luo Ning ran over and shouted, "Cross!" Cross pushed them away and stood up, looking at the old man in the sky as he grinned, revealing bloody teeth. Bai Shirshi's mother stepped out and said with a cold face, "Who the fuck are you to attack my disciples?" The old man shouted, "You must hand over Cross immediately, or you will face the retaliation from the Huadai sect." Cross chuckled and spat out blood as he said, "Come, ha! If I don't kill your Huadai sect, you'll be my father." The old man was so angry he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Shirshi's mother sneered and said, "Fuck off." The old man trembled in rage and said, "This isn't over." Cross flipped him the bird and said, "Your father is waiting for you to come to my doorstep." The old man spat out another mouthful of blood and flew away. Cross sneered, and the round progressed until they all left, going back to the residence. Cross sat at the gate and waited, ignoring Lu Mingxian and Luo Ning's pleading for him to come inside. Long Chun smirked, watching from the doorway. Qin Feng said in regret, "It would be nice if he was in the Dragon Blood Legion. I want to be good brothers with him." Long Chun patted his shoulder and said, "He might not be in the Dragon Blood Legion, but that doesn't mean we're not comrades in arms." Qin Feng looked at Long Chun and said, "Boss, you mean?" Long Chun nodded with a grin and said, "You'll see him again. Don't worry about that." Qin Feng felt his blood boiling in excitement. Cross sat there for the entire night, but nobody came. Not even a fart passed by. The next day he still sat there, not moving even a bit. He already passed. He didn't need to go to the arena, so he sat there and waited. Unfortunately, nobody came. Another day passed. They all went back to the arena for the next round. Cross fought some kid with a long nose and a slingshot and destroyed him before watching Long Chun fight against another Chu guy. But he killed the other three that were cheating at the same time while swallowing the sky fire that the guy in the arena was using. Cross smiled and left with Long Chun and Qin Feng, going back to the residence. Long Chun called Cross over and showed him a fruit. Qin Feng said in shock, "Heaven's way fruits." Long Chun nodded and Cross sniffed it, saying, "What is this?" Long Chun explained, "This will give you first-generation blood like those Chu guys and Luo Shui." Cross said, "The phenomena?" Long Chun nodded and Cross shook his head, saying it won't work. Long Chun was confused and Cross grinned, "Old bastard, heaven doesn't like me. If I take this, I'll just waste it." Long Chun laughed and threw a fruit to Qin Feng, throwing the other one back as he said, "Not bad." Cross grinned and watched as Qin Feng attained his first-generation blood. It was basically a big power-up. If you want to know more, look at the wiki. It's irrelevant because Cross doesn't use it. 5 days later, the top 32 was chosen, and Cross and Long Chun came back to the arena. Cross and Long Chun's opponents directly admitted defeat, but Bai Shaola's opponent was the Guqin-playing girl, Liao Yuhuan. After the match, the rest played out, but there were a lot of people admitting defeat, so they released the next matchups only to have everyone admit defeat again. They were helpless and could only release another one. Cross looked at his token and said, "Amazing." Long Chun saw that he was matched with Liao Yuhuan. Cross celebrated and rushed back to the residence to prepare himself. The next day, Cross arrived and looked excited. He was surprisingly wearing a white t-shirt today. Long Chun shook his head and Lu Mingxian said badly, "Why are you so excited?" She was a bit jealous and Cross said, "It's going to be a spectacular battle." "Are you kidding? You have to watch closely." He waved to Luna, Jasmine, Feng Shuer, and Jie Yuan, as well as the kids. They pursed their lips looking at Lu Mingxian and Luo Ning. Lu Mingxian and Luo Ning looked up to meet 4 pairs of eyes. Lu Mingxian smiled happily, and Luo Ning shrank her neck a bit, but still looked at them. Cross ignored the intense battle of women and rushed into the arena. Long Chun said, "Make sure she agrees to talk." Cross waved and said, and he disappeared and reappeared in the arena. Liao Yuhuang was about to speak when Cross took out the amp and electric guitar. He plugged them in, and everyone, including Liao Yuhuang, was completely stunned. Cross looked at the crowd and waved. He slung the guitar on his shoulders and pulled out an elastic band. He tied his hair up into a messy bun, giving him a special charm. Liao Yuhuang said in shock, "You know music?" Cross grinned and said, "If I win, you have dinner with my brother. If I lose, I'll make you an entire array of musical instruments. Deal?" Liao Yuhuang felt her mouth twitch, and the men in the spectator's seat sighed. What a good brother! Cross lit a cigarette and moved it to the side of his mouth as he grinned and took out a small footstep, plugging it into the guitar. Liao Yuhuang smiled and said, "All right, I agree." Cross chuckled and exhaled a mouthful of smoke. The light curtain disappeared, and Liao Yuhuang started playing. The heavens themselves seemed to come down for her music as the crowd listened. Her music was beautiful and in tune with the world. Suddenly, a loud whoosh shattered the atmosphere. Cross strummed the strings as he looked at the sky and played the guitar. His music was the complete opposite of Liao Yuhuang's. It was as if he wanted to destroy the heavens that came down and destroy the world. Liao Yuhuang pursed her lips, and her music changed as she got serious. Cross looked up and saw the forming of an angel above with a sword in her hand. Cross grinned and stomped on the footstep as black electricity crackled off him. The crowd watched as a black dragon formed above him and roared at the angel, who snorted. Cross looked at Liao Yuhuang and smashed down on the strings. The black dragon shot forward and attacked the angel. Liao Yuhuang strummed her guqin strings fiercely in retaliation, and they played in harmony. One against the heavens, and the other fighting back against the heresy. Cross grinned and kicked the amp with his foot. The music became tyrannical and violent as the dragon and angel fought in the air. Liao Yuhuang started to sweat as she played fast trying to keep up. But Cross was too fast. He shredded the strings and pumped out endless will to destroy, pushing Liao Yuhuang further and further back, the dragon clawing and biting at the angel with infinite stamina, looking as though it wouldn't stop until everything was destroyed. Cross looked up and exhaled a mouthful of smoke as he continued faster and faster. The crowd had never seen this before and watched with bated breaths until the dragon destroyed the angel, and Liao Yuhuang spat out a mouthful of blood. Cross finished the piece with a final wav, and the dragon fizzled out of existence. The arena was silent for a few moments before the crowd exploded into cheers. Cross smirked and walked over to Liao Yuhuang. He stretched out his hand, and she smiled before taking it. He pulled her up and held her arm up. The crowd cheered crazily, and Liao Yuhuang crushed her jade, admitting defeat. Cross put all his stuff away and disappeared from the arena. Cross reappeared in the waiting area and yawned, laying back on the chair. Everybody looked at him in shock. He said, "What?" Lu Mingxian shouted, "You're too fucking amazing." "What do you mean, what?" Cross touched his nose and said, "I just know a little bit. Jie Yuan is better than me." Bai Shishir's mouth was wide open as she said, "Really?" Cross nodded and said, "My music is destruction. Hers is much nicer to listen to." Longshan shook his head and said, "Thanks." Cross smiled and said, "Is there a need for thanks?" Longchen laughed and shook his head, grateful in his heart. He really needed to talk to Liao Yuhuang. Maybe she knew of one of his wives. Note: Longchen's wives are separated across the immortal world. There's like 9 or 10 of them. The matchups for the next battles appeared. Longchen and Cross dimmed as the opponent admitted defeat. The duo entered the top 4. Bai Shishir was fighting some corpse body guy. Apparently he was strong or something. Cross wasn't paying attention to anyone else. If one punch doesn't work, then 2 should do it. The next day, Cross and Longchen were waiting for the matches to start. Cross was leaning back in his chair when the woman he called a prostitute walked over. He opened one eye and looked at her. She glared at him before looking at Longchen. She grabbed his hand and kissed it, saying, "Warrior blessed by the Butterfly Spirit Clan, if I die, please help me fulfill my wish and kill the villain." She glared at Cross and said, "Your AS-." Cross moved like lightning and covered her mouth as he said, "Little flower, you can't see me hiding here? Maybe too much fertilizer in your brain?" He mouthed his mouth close and whispered in her ear. The woman's pupils shrunk, and she looked across in shock. He went back to his seat and leaned back, not paying attention to her anymore. The woman, named Dai Wu, just left the stage. Cross cracked open his eyes and looked at the fat man. Intense hatred and killing intent seeped out, spooking the others. Dai Wu made an illusion and showed everyone what the fat man did. It turned out he tortured and killed a butterfly spirit. Everyone instantly hated the fat man. Cross-killing intent was the strongest out of them all, like a primordial rage that wouldn't end even if the fat man was tortured forever. An idea appeared in his head, and he cackled menacingly before closing his eyes as the killing intent went away. Truthfully, he had no idea why he was so mad, but the anger came from deep within, as if a friend was killed. In short, whether or not the fat man lived today, he would die tomorrow. Or maybe he will gain immortality like he always wanted. The flower spirit girl fought hard, but the fat man was just too powerful for her. He started extracting her essence. Long Chun smashed against the barrier in rage. Cross slowly stood up and walked to the edge as he said enough. Long Chun looked back, but he was startled. Cross eyes were pitch black completely. He looked extremely terrifying. He walked to the barrier and saw go on. Kill her. Everyone was stunned and frowned. The fat man looked at Cross and sneered. Cross looked at him with his pitch black eyes and said, "What are you waiting for? Kill her. Do you think I have all day to wait for you to torture somebody?" The fat man was startled and Cross shouted, "Do it. Kill her." The fat man finally smashed Dai Wu's body to pieces and killed her. Cross placed his palm on the barrier and closed his eyes. A black whirlpool appeared on his palm, and a white shadow sped into his palm. He caught the shadow and walked away, sealing it with a green light in his hands. He didn't say anything and disappeared from the arena entirely, returning to the residence. He entered his room and shut the door. He sat down on the ground and pulled out a 9-colored flower. The flower looked like a beautiful crystal. He got it from the immortal land. He pushed the shadow into the flower before encasing the flower in a golden barrier and dripping a drop of his blood along with his ever-faithful green crystalline liquid. He wrapped the flower in an orange bubble, and it floated in the air, getting brighter and brighter. He threw in more flowers with the 9-colored flower as a base. The flowers turned into paste and got sucked into the 9-colored flower endlessly. Cross watched with narrowed eyes as the flower ate all the others and slowly floated up. The 9-colored flower slowly started spinning. Cross's ears twitched and his eyes glowed gold as he made runes with his hands and chanted in Elven. The flower sucked in the golden runes as it spun faster and faster. Cross finished and the flower spun open before turning into a naked woman. It was Dai Wu. She hovered in the air, hugging her knees with her eyes closed. Her body was beautiful and perfect, without imperfections. Not only that, but her hair was 9-colored now. Cross stood up and waited for her to open her eyes as he popped the time bubble around her. Her cultivation exploded from nothing to divine flame peak as she opened her eyes. They were rainbow-colored, all the different colors mixing together around a black iris. She slowly unfolded and her delicate feet touched the ground. She blinked as her memories returned to her. She looked at Cross and said with a complicated expression, "You saved me." Cross gave her a look, ignoring the question as he grabbed her and pinched her skin in several places. Apparently, flowers can get shy too. Cross pretty much touched her entire body as he muttered, "Strange. Very strange." Dai Wu pushed him away and said, "What are you doing?" Cross frowned and said, "Idiot. Your soul crossed into a new flower. If it's not fully ingrained and perfect, do you think you'll live long? Shut up and let me see." He grabbed her and placed her on the bed. He stood off the bed and looked at her body very closely. He pressed down on her breast and muttered, "Heart veins are good." He placed his hand on her temples and muttered, "Sensory organs and brain is good." He moved his hand down and pressed on her crotch, just above her slit, and tilted his head before muttering, "Reproductive organs are fine." Dai Wu was blushing extremely hard. When had anyone ever touched her like this? The most frustrating part was he really didn't have even a ripple of emotion or lust in his eyes. What did she know? Cross actually thought she was very beautiful, but there were more important things to do at the moment. He pressed his hand just under her breasts and nodded, saying, "All your organs are fine. The inside of your body, as in flesh and blood, are perfectly healthy. There aren't any problems there, but what I'm really worried about is your soul. There shouldn't be a problem considering the soul-cleansing lotus I used on you." He sat on her body and pinned her arms down as he said, "Don't resist," as he tapped his forehead to hers and entered her soul space. He looked around at all the colors and saw Dai Wu flickering black occasionally with extreme resentment. He said, "Gotcha," before walking over to the crying girl. He patted her head and said, "Hey." Dai Wu looked at him and said, "What do you want?" "You already violated me." Cross was stunned and said, "I'm a doctor, the doctor." "Okay." Dai Wu just pouted and Cross said, "You need to let go of your resentment or come to terms with it, or else your soul will collapse and you won't even reincarnate." Dai Wu shrieked, "That bastard killed my best friend. You want me to let it go?" Cross said coldly, "If you want to see your friend again, you need to let go." Dai Wu snarled, "Never." Cross grabbed her chin and said, "Look at me." Dai Wu glared at him and Cross said, "If your soul collapses, you don't go to the underworld. You dissipate between heaven and earth. You know what that means? It means that you'll never see your friend again, not even in the afterlife." Dai Wu's pupils shrank, and she broke down in tears, saying, "He's not dead. How can I let this go?" Cross said plainly, "He won't live past tomorrow anyway. Or maybe he will." Dai Wu said he will. Cross smirked and said, "I'll give him immortality. That's what he wants, right?" Dai Wu felt a shiver down her spine, feeling like the fat man was going to suffer for a long time. Cross caressed her cheeks softly as he said, "Let me take care of it. You don't have to suffer anymore." Dai Wu was entranced and leaned into his palm as she said softly, "You would do that just for me?" Cross smiled and said, "The saddest thing in the world is a wilted flower." Dai Wu's soul slowly turned pure white and sparkled, no longer flickering black. She moved and kissed Cross, who was startled by her actions. Before he could do anything, she moved away and blushed. Cross left her soul space, but he left a shadow there forever. The feeling of intimacy between two souls was infinitely more sensitive than just physical intimacy. It left a spiritual connection between the two souls, as well as a deep imprint of the other soul. It was also extremely dangerous. Souls are normally very weak. To even go into someone else's soul space was a risky move on its own. Think about it. If someone attacked your unguarded soul, you would die immediately. Even the intimacy was risky because the sensation could be too extreme and collapse both souls entirely. Literally death by SNU. A wonderful idea, a terrible outcome. That's why you had to be very careful at all times in another soul space. Cross went back to his body and got off Dai Wu, touching his lips in thought. He got Dai Wu some clothes, and she wore them, covering up her naked body. Maybe the clothes were too small, but her shirt covered her breasts and floated off her body over her belly button, and the shorts she wore covered half her thighs. Cross looked at her and then looked away as he said, "Come here." Dai Wu walked right in front of him and looked into his eyes. He looked at her and tapped on her forehead. He had found an ancient and complete flower cultivation technique for her to practice. It was 1,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000x better than whatever she was using or not using now. Dai Wu gasped and hugged Cross excitedly, crushing her chest against his. He smiled and patted her head, saying, "Don't disappoint me, little Wu." Dai Wu smiled happily and nodded, "I won't." Cross nodded and left the room, going to sit in the tree. He leaned against the tree and thought about it. He had Luo Ning, Lu Mingxian, and now Dai Wu. They all kissed him. In Luo Ning's case, it was by accident, while she was sleeping, but still, it was a kiss. He rubbed his face and didn't know what to do. After Jie Yuan, everything went out the window. He loved each and every single one of his family. Jie Yuan, Luna, Jasmine, and Feng Shuai were his wives and lovers. He couldn't imagine a world without them. But not there was another three? First of all, he didn't know what the other girls would think. Secondly, he knew that he liked them, but love? Not so easily. Jie was the only one where he fell in love with her after the fact, mostly because she was pregnant with Yuan. He was 100% sure that if she wasn't pregnant, then he would have just distanced himself from her, which sounded bad, but it was true. Fortunately, that didn't happen, as Jie was truly a good woman and he loved her deeply. The only one he continuously felt bad about was Luna. The poor girl sacrificed so much for him, and new girls popped into their lives all the time. He sighed to himself, feeling like an asshole when everybody came back. Long Chen's face was dark and Cross looked at him. They didn't say a word, and Long Chen locked himself in his room. Cross tilted his head and looked at the unconscious Bai Sure and put the pieces together. This guy, he's a bit too handsome, no? This silly girl 100% had a shadow of Long Chen in her heart now. He didn't even need to ask what happened to know. 3 days passed. Cross and Long Chen went to the arena, but Long Chen was wearing a cloak. Cross said, "Aya, let's go. I got the fat man." Nobody knew that Dai Wu was still alive, and Cross appeared in the stage. The crowd started booing. He ignored them and said, "Give me the fat man." The fat man sneered and appeared in the arena before saying, "You want to get revenge for the flower spirit? What moron? Do you think I'm as weak as Jiang Wuji?" Cross smiled and took out the Guandao as he said, "I hope not. Didn't you want to be immortal? Let this daddy fulfill your wishes." The light curtain disappeared and Cross released endless killing intent as he shot forward and slashed at the fat man, who disappeared into the void. Cross spun around and thrusted the Guandao into an empty space. Blood splattered on the arena, and the fat man appeared without an arm. He said, "Yo dash." Cross flashed and cut his other arm clean off as he said, "You speak too much." They kicked the fat man in the head, slamming him into the arena barrier before appearing above him and throwing the Guandao through the fat man's body and pinning him into the arena. Cross stood on the fat man's back and tapped on the fat man a few times, locking him in a place before taking out a simple rock and saying, "This should do." The crowd watched as Cross held a rock in his left hand and plunged his right hand into the back of the fat man's head. They gasped and Cross pulled out the fat man's soul before shoving it into the rock. The rock trembled, and the fat man was the rock. Cross laughed and flipped the fat man over, stripping his clothes and stealing his storage ring and weapons. The rock trembled in rage and fear as Cross took back the Guandao and disappeared from the arena. He reappeared in the waiting area as Long Chun disappeared. Bai Sure said, "You put his soul in the rock?" "What?" Cross smiled and said, "Let me tell you a little secret. If a soul's body can't age or deteriorate, how long will the soul live?" Lu Mingxian said, "Forever, right?" Cross looked at the group and said, "I'm sure you all want to know, right? Let's test it. Little Sure, do you know what happened to the Yang clan?" Bai Sure shook her head, and Cross smiled lightly as he revealed, "There's something much scarier than physical torture. Little Wu, come here." A cloaked figure appeared and took off her cloak to reveal Dai Wu. The group gasped in shock, and Luo Ning said, "The flower girl? But you died." Dai Wu smiled and said, "He saved me," as she blushed a little. Lu Mingxian and Luo Ning looked at each other in dismay. Cross said, "Originally I was going to kill him, destroy his soul, etc. But I had another idea. You see, I have a special technique." A dark orange bubble appeared on his palm as he added, "Time is a very scary thing." Bai Sure asked, "What is that?" Bai Shala said, "Yach." Everybody looked at him, and he said, "A time distortion." Cross smiled and said, 1,000,000 years per second, actually. The group's eyes widened in shock, and Cross said, "This isn't the most important thing, however." He put the rock in the bubble as he added, "The formation is a torturing illusion formation." Qin Feng said, "You mean?" Dai Wu finished for him. "As long as he doesn't die and his soul doesn't collapse, he'll be tortured for millions of years." Cross smiled and said, "The longest I can go for is 15 seconds. Bai Sure shouted, "That's 15 million years." The rest shivered in fear, and Cross chuckled as he slapped the bubble. The dark orange bubble started moving, and the rock trembled as it got older and older. It soon started screaming in pain as it formed a small rock golem. 15 seconds passed, and the rock golem had lifeless eyes, but it was still alive thanks to its immortal body. Cross took a break for a bit before starting up again with another round of torture, as he said, "Unfortunately, I can't keep it going forever." The rest swallowed their saliva, and Baishaola scratched his head as he said, how are you going to kill it? Everyone else realized, and Cross said, "His soul is 30 million years old. You think he'll just cultivate without a method? It's just a normal rock that's 30 million year old. It turned into a golem, but anything more than that needs a method to cultivate." He chuckled before adding, "Of course. That's if he was sane, which is highly unlikely. He's been tortured for 30 million years. Oh, never mind, 45 million years now. He's basically a husk of a person now. Actually, he's a great tonic." The rest were disgusted, and Cross laughed, saying, "What? The fat man is just a tortured soul now. It's completely fine to absorb. It's not even as smart as Shaola." Baishaola looked embarrassed. He was just compared to a rock in intelligence. Cross continued for another 55 seconds, and the rock golem shined as Cross said, 100 million year old rock spirit. People would pay a high price for this. Baishaola realized as she said, "Couldn't you do that and make a fortune?" Cross shook his head and replied, "No, because it needs a soul in the first place. It's basically killing people and torturing their souls for money. While I could just start kidnapping people and selling them off as rocks and flowers, maybe even trees, but that's just too cruel, no? I only use this formation against people who really piss me off." Cross added with a warm smile, "The rest that die gets sent into reincarnation. I'm a very nice person, you know. The group spat. If you're a nice person, the rest of the world are saints." Cross threw the rock golem to Dai Wu and said, "Absorb it when we get back." Dai Wu held the golem like a doll and smiled happily. Lu Mingxian and Luo Ning looked at her jealously. Dai Wu sneered in their direction before sitting next to Cross and leaning her head on his shoulder. Lu Mingxian and Luo Ning bit their lips, and Luo Ning sat on Cross' other side. Lu Mingxian sat directly on his lap, and Cross sighed, saying, "Yar yar." Bai Shir and the rest were stunned before looking at the arena. Long Chun put the guy who beat Bai Shir into a karmic fire soul sin burning chain. It did exactly what it said and burned the sins of the soul with karmic fire. The more sins, the more pain. It was a torture method. A pretty damn good one, too. Cross looked up and put Lu Mingxian to the side as he flashed away, standing on the barrier, looking up at the Lord of the Corpse sect, who said, "Release him, or I'll dash." Cross cut him off, saying, "Or you'll what? You old fuck, come and get some. A damn gravedigger like you. If I don't kill you, you're my grandpa." The Lord of the Corpse sect almost coughed up blood and shouted in anger, "You dash." Cross sneered. You what? I'm too handsome. Well, compared to someone who looks like a raisin, I guess the disparity is too great." He shook his head and said, "Kindly listen, old man. Go home, wash your face. Maybe you can dig up a wife on your next adventure." The crowd started laughing, and the Lord of the Corpse sect spat out a mouthful of blood. Cross backed away a few steps and shouted, "Gross. I'm afraid my wife will leave me if you get your filthy blood on me." He retched, and the old man was infuriated. Cross waved a fist at the old man, saying, "You gonna do something or not?" The Lord of the Corpse sect looked around at all the people looking at him. Bai Shir's mother was glaring at him. The Huayan Company old man was looking at him as well. Long Chun suddenly said, "Wait, we're still missing one more person." The void tore open, and above the body of the fat man, another fat man appeared. Two fat men. This wasn't good. Cross said in shock, "Io, a fat one dies. A fat one comes for revenge? Is the Blood Clown Circus full of fat people?" Everybody sucked in a cold breath of air, and Cross added, "No, it can't be. Fat people aren't funny. How can they be clowns?" The fat man felt his eyes twitch, and Long Chen laughed as he said, "Fat man, you finally arrived. Seems like you don't remember me, though. What a pity." The fat man was naturally Imputa, the owner of the blood-killing hall. Imputa said, "How can I remember every ant I see?" Cross laughed and said, "That's true. I don't even know the fat kid's name." Imputa glared at him and said, "Where is my disciple?" Cross sneered and said, "Wouldn't you like to know, fat boy? Guess. If you guess right, I promise I will confirm it." Imputa was shaking in anger, and Long Chun sneered, "Just a fat boy. I can't believe everybody is so scared of this fat ass." Cross laughed and added, Right, I guess Brahma feeds his puppies too much. Look at him. Every breath he takes, his fat jiggles. Ugh, so gross. You must not be a very good killer. Fuck, I can see you coming from a mile away. If you stand above me, the entire world will turn to night. And Puta was getting angrier by the second, and Cross shook his head, saying, What's the point of living? You can't even reach your dick, let alone see it. How do you have sex? You would just crush the girl under you. Not to mention she'll have to lift up the fat just to get to it. He snapped his fingers and said, I want to ask you something. I read somewhere that the fatter you are, the more likely you'll have a micropenis. Is that true? Do you have a micropenis? The spectators choked back their laughter, and Imputa's eyes were completely red. Long Chun burst out laughing and said, Big brother, how is he supposed to answer this question? He can't even see it. How can he know? Cross burst out laughing and said, The owner of the blood-killing hall has a micropenis. Ha 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 ha! He wheezed and said, Not that I look. It turns out the fat kid had one as well. Ha ha ha! Imputa took a deep breath and said, Give me my disciple, or you and Ling Shao Academy will suffer. Cross sneered and said, What was that, fatty? I couldn't hear you over your heavy breathing. Imputa said darkly, Hand him over, or I will start a war with Ling Shao Academy. Cross looked at Long Chun and said, Is this guy retarded? Long Chun sighed and said, It appears so. Cross turned back to Imputa and said, I said speak up, you fat fuck. Imputa said angrily, You and all the disciples will die. Do you want that? Cross chuckled and crackled his knuckles as he said, Tough words coming from a fatty like you. Little Wu, come here. Daiwu appeared in front of the audience and drew loud gasps of shock. She floated over with the little rock golem in her hands. Cross held the rock golem and said, This is what's left of you, disciple. Daiwu, absorb it now. Imputa shouted, You dare. Cross boomed, There isn't a thing in this world I don't dare do. Pat your ass and leave before I tear the fat off your fucking skin. World King, Tui, your father has strong enough teeth. Everyone drew in a cold breath of air, and Imputa shot his hand forward, but Long Chun threw a feather in the middle, forcing Imputa back. Someone shouted, Colorful crane, true feather. Imputa snarled, Long Chun. Cross, you will pay. All of those under the Brahma god will kill Long Chun and Cross. Ling Shao Academy. None of them will live. His voice traveled in between heaven and earth. It was a direct killing order. Imputa sneered and disappeared. Cross sent Dai Wu back, saying, Keep it for now. We'll break through when you go back. Dai Wu smiled sweetly and floated back as everyone looked at the Ling Shao Academy students. Bai Shirshi's mother snorted and stood up, but Long Chun shouted, Who dares make a move? Daddy Third will destroy them today. Unless you kill me, there will be no place for you in the 9 heavens and 10 hells. The Lord of the Corpse sect attacked Long Chun after the corpse kiddo burned to ashes. Bai Shirshi's mother gathered all the students, Bar Cross and Long Chun, and ordered them to get ready to fight. Several dozen people rushed after Long Chun and Cross. Imputa hated them both to the core. If they could offer him their heads, they would rise to the heavens in a single step. All the people were in the divine flame state. Cross chuckled and took out the guandao, spinning it in his hands with a cruel smile as they came. Long Chun was flying through the crowd with the saber in his right hand and the feather in his left. Bai Shirshir and the rest were killing people who were coming after them. Luna, Jasmine, Feng Shuer, and Jie Yuan were killing people left and right with their own methods. The kids were doing the same, and Inger was holding Yuan and slaughtering people with her strings. Cross grinned and swung his guandao out. Heads flew into the air as Cross dived into the group, beheading people left and right. Blood splattered all over him, but he seemed to get more excited as he continued, getting faster and faster. He was like a lawnmower, cleaning the grass in front of him. Suddenly, Divine Lord started attacking him. Cross chuckled and said, Aya, you skipped the 4 extremes realm, ha ha ha, as he charged forward and swept the guandao out, chopping at the Divine Lords coming at him. He cut a few in two and took a few attacks, making him spit out blood. He chuckled and ignored the blood as he killed wildly. Anybody who got in his way was shredded to pieces. He didn't make a single chi move. Truthfully, he couldn't, or he would explode. He could only use it for a split second, or he would pop like a balloon. But against these guys, it wasn't necessary. Cross chopped people and stole their storage rings in the process, making an incredible amount of wealth. Most of these people were sect masters of small sections. Divine Lord Realm was pretty strong in some people's eyes, but to Cross, they were like vegetables. As for the Four Extremes Realm, forget about it. A single slap would finish a group of them. Cross looked like a blood man as he stood on top of the barrier, covered in blood that was mostly others. Long Chun cleaned up a group of immortal kings by suppressing their strength to the divine flame realm with the arena. Suddenly, Long Chun summoned his divine ring, and an old man appeared, spitting out blood. It was a blood-killing Hall killer. The old man crushed a jade token, and a portal appeared. Thousands of killers rushed out. Long Chun and Cross grinned and immediately took action, slaughtering fools. Cross chopped at the void all around him, and groups of killers fell dead out of nothing. Their blood ran up into the portal, and Long Chun shouted, "Bro, they're here to die." Cross looked at the portal with narrowed eyes before saying, "Then let's get that fat tub of shit over here faster, yeah? I'm excited to see how much fat I can tear off before I die." Ha ha ha. With a wild and unrestrained laugh, he started killing the assassins even faster. Long Chun suddenly grinned and destroyed the assassins before looking over and trembling in anger. The Silver Moon City Lord was attacking by Shur and the rest. Big mistake. Flower pupils appeared in Long Chun's eyes as all the assassins exploded into blood mist, and Long Chun disappeared. Cross looked over and roared. All the assassins exploded as well, and Cross flew over to the Feiyan City Lord, who was blocking by Shur's mother, but more importantly his family. Cross thrusted the Guandao at the city lord's head. The man dodged, and Cross spun in the air and kicked him in the face, sending him flying into the portal and exploding into blood mist. Cross stood in front of the Lingxiao disciples and sneered, "Come on, I'm ready for the next life. Who's going to send me there?" Long Chun killed the Silver Moon City Lord and brought the group with the rest. Dai Wu, Luo Ning, and Lu Mingxian appeared next to Luna, Jasmine, Feng Shuer, and Jie Yuan, and a strange silence came between them. Cross and Long Chun stood side by side, looking at the portal. Cross giggled and said, "My blood is boiling in excitement." Long Chun chuckled and wore an eye patch on his face, since he overused the flower pupils and damaged his eye, becoming a one-eyed dragon. He said 50 crystals says he's fatter in person. The Lingxiao disciples were stunned. Looking at the two's backs, they felt that they were as tall as mountains. What did it mean to not fear heaven and earth? What was a man? This was definitely it. A fat man came out of the portal and revealed himself. Cross shouted, "Fatty, come and fight your father for 300 rounds. Imputa looked over and trembled in rage. He was a world king, damn it. When has he been ridiculed by an ant-like existence? Cross couldn't care less what sort of existence he was. He was sure of one thing. If he was to die today, he would surely take a big chunk of fat along with him to hell. Cross spun the Guandao, and Imputa sneered, "An ant like he wants to fight me?" Cross chuckled before bursting into crazy laughter as he crouched on the ground and said, "This ant is going to bite you today," before springing up from the ground with a wild expression, shooting straight towards Imputa. Cross grinned and cocked the Guandao back, holding it like a javelin. The Guandao trembled and erupted into black flames as the veins on Cross' right arm bulged. He threw the Guandao, with all his strength, right at Imputa. The Guandao turned invisible in the air and broke the sound barrier, cracking the sky as it appeared right in front of Imputa's face. Imputa's eyes widened, and he blocked with his hand. The Guandao touched his hand, and the entire thing exploded. Cross threw up a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky with a grin. The dust cleared, and Imputa's hand was mutilated while his expression was savage. He fired a palm at Cross and shouted, "Die." Cross sighed and said, "What a shame. I wanted it to explode in your face." The palm was blocked, and a loud voice sounded, "Dear Imputa, when was it your turn to punish the students of Lingxiao Academy?" Cross chuckled and said, "The beast lives another day," before getting caught by Shershur's mother and saying, "Io, caught by a beauty. What a day." By Shershur's mother laughed and threw him behind her. Cross spun in the air and was caught again. He looked and saw Luna, and the rest caught him. He smiled widely and said, "How handsome." Luna smiled and said, "Very handsome. Maybe a bit too handsome. Maybe so handsome that you collected another 3 women." Cross coughed and said this. "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a righteous man. Where would I go and collect women? I'm a good person with justice flowing in his bones." Luna giggled and said, "Right? Good person, justice in his bones. Maybe we should check." Cross started to sweat and said, "My sweet angel, did you change your hairstyle? Wow, so beautiful," as he jumped away from the fire currently raging in his backyard. Luna giggled and shook her head. Cross looked at her and sighed. He grabbed her hand and whispered in her ear. Luna had an unreadable expression, and Cross hugged her as he continued whispering. Luna buried her face in his chest and hid her head entirely. He held her and stroked her hair before letting go as she tapped him. She face was just the same as before, but her eyes were a bit red before they returned to normal. Cross sighed and said nothing. A while of bickering. Imputa left with a bad face, and the Hawaiian company announced that the finals were happening. Long Chun and Cross played rock, paper, scissors, and Long Chun won, so he became the champion. Everyone was numb. The champion was decided by rock, paper, scissors. Hawaiian company announced Long Chun as the winner, and also that everyone who attacked Long Chun today was banned from the Hawaiian company indefinitely, as well as their clans or sects. Terrible news for them, because the Hawaiian company was the first trading company in the immortal world. They were honest and never cheated anybody. Basically, those clans were fucked. A while later, they returned to the residence, and Cross was sitting in a room with 8 girls. Inger was standing behind him doing her maid duties, while Luna, Jasmine, Feng Shuer, Jie Yuan, Lu Mingxian, Luo Ning, and Daiwu were sitting at a long table. Noticeably, Luna, Jasmine, Feng Shuer, and Jie Yuan were sitting on one side, while Daiwu, Luo Ning, and Lu Mingxian were on the other side. Cross was sitting at the head of the table with his arms crossed and his eyes closed. He was covered in bandages from the neck down. Luna looked at the girls and said, "So, you have 2 choices. Fuck off or die." Daiwu said, "Then kill me," before crossing her legs and arms, while Lu Mingxian and Luo Ning looked at Luna with frowns. Cross didn't respond at all. Luna added, "I'm going to tell you the truth. Basically, I make the decisions around here. Jasmine, Feng Shuer, and Jie Yuan came after me, with my permission." Luna said coldly, "I'm not going to take in every girl that walks by and create liabilities for this moron to jump headfirst into danger for." She pointed across and continued, "Whether I like it or not, he will protect us to his death. If even one of us dies, he'll lose control. If you thought you've seen the worst, believe me, you don't want to see what happens when he's really angry." She tapped on the table and said, "If you're not fully committed to loving him with everything you have, even to the point of dying, then you might as well leave, because I don't need to lose my husband because you're too weak and afraid of death. Do you understand?" The 3 girls nodded, and Luna rubbed her eyes, glancing at Cross before saying, "Well." Cross opened his eyes and said, "You handle it. You're doing fine right now. What do you want me to say? I think I've done enough." Luna understood the double meaning in his words and looked at him before sighing. Jasmine rolled her eyes and said, "So dramatic. I'll tell you one thing, though, I don't have a problem with more girls. There's a limit." Feng Shuer added, "I'd rather not share with too many sisters." Jie Yuan hummed, "Just let him do what he wants. As long as he loves us, I'll be fine with it." Daiwu said firmly, "He saved my life. I'm staying, even if you beat me to death." Lu Mingxian giggled and said, "Where am I going to find another idiot like this? I'll stay." Luo Ning waved her fist and said, "Who'll come after him? I'll beat them to death." Cross turned his head and spat out black blood. Inger cleaned his mouth with a towel as Luna said, "Are you sure? I can kill you all right now." The 3 replied, "Then do it." Luna smiled and pointed 3 fingers. 3 ethereal whales shot off her fingers and stopped right at the 3's foreheads. They didn't even flinch, and Luna pursed her lips before saying softly, "Jasmine, take them to another room. They'll be there for a while," as the wails submerged into their foreheads. Jasmine smiled and took them, hinting at Feng Shui'er and Jie Yuan to come with her. Luna looked at Inger, who left the room with light steps, leaving just Cross and Luna in the room. As soon as the door closed, Cross spat out a bucket of blood and visibly paled. Luna held her head in her palm, propped her elbow on the table as she sighed. "Who are you trying to appear strong for? Don't you know we don't care whether you're strong or weak?" Cross spat a bit of blood as he said, "How much do you all sacrifice each day? I'm your pillar of support. Don't lie to me. I know it's true. If I'm here, even if the sky collapses, I will hold it up." He shook his head and added, "Do you think I'm blind? That I don't see all your efforts?" Luna evaded his eyes, and he said sadly, "It hurts me to see that you all have to work hard and suffer because I'm not strong enough. All I want is for all of you to live happily and peacefully. Even if you were a normal person, I would still love you and protect you." Luna teared up and shouted, "But we don't want that. Look at yourself. I know you the best. Do you think I don't know what you did?" She shed tears and pointed at his heart as she said, "You think I don't know that you're suffering much worse than us? You can't just make a Tao heart out of thin air." He poked at herself and shouted tearfully, "I see you like this, and it hurts, Cross. I don't want you to fight in all four directions. I don't like to see you suffer. Do you know how scared I am every day? I don't even have the guts to look into the future anymore. I'm constantly worried that you'll just disappear from my life forever." She pointed at the door and continued, "They might feel the same as me, but they don't even have the slightest clue as to who you used to be. To them, everything is safe as long as you're here. I remember the boy who hid behind a mask. I remember the boy who lived on the streets. I know that you're hurting all the time. You think it makes me feel good." She slammed her fist on the table and said, "Maybe to them you're invincible, but I know that you're not. This world, it's not the same as Earth. It's not the same as the God realm. There are real monsters here. You dive head first and keep the invincible appearance for us. You think I don't know that you're really afraid?" Cross was silent and didn't even dare to look at her. Luna cried, "What nonsense for the tree. I couldn't care less about the tree. I only want you. If I had known of everything beforehand, I would have forced you to stay on Earth. Yeah, maybe we don't live forever. Maybe the tree dies. Maybe we get attacked and die much later, but at least you don't have to suffer like this." Luna shouted, "Look at me." Cross looked at her red eyes and tear-stained face and felt his heart twist in pain. Luna said, "I'd rather have lived a quiet life in a small house with our kids than come here. I can endure my own fears and stresses, but can you?" Luna reached over the table and grabbed his lower jaw, looking right into his eyes as she said, "Do you think I don't know you're on the edge? Do you truly think I don't know that you insult people much stronger than you and make them angry, so that you are forced to fight without retreating?" Cross' eyes widened and his pupils shrank. Luna said, "Cross, I love you. I really, really do. With my entire being. Everything I have is only for you. In this life, the next, and every single one after that, I will always love you." She paused for a moment before adding, "But if I lose you, maybe the others can continue living, but I can't. You're my husband, love of my life, other half, and the light of my life. I gave up everything just for you. If I lose you after that, I can only chase after you into the next life." Cross eyes turned red, and Luna continued, "Promise me after this, after everything, we'll just live peacefully, whether there's more girls or not. Promise me." Cross lips quivered, and he said softly, "I promise." Luna wiped his tears and said, "Come here, baby," as she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. Cross pulled her into his lap and hugged her tightly as he kissed her soft lips. Luna rested her head against his chest and said softly, "I love you." Cross hugged her tightly as he said, "I love you too, Luna." Luna smiled softly and said, "3 more." Cross sighed and said, "I don't chase at all." Luna giggled and said, "Yeah, I know. My husband is just too powerful." Cross poked her nose and teased, "You forgot handsome." Luna giggled and kissed him again, saying, "And show me how handsome you are. I forgot." Cross slipped his hands in her clothes and bit on her ear, making her moan as he said, Let me refresh your memory. The next day, Big Boss Luna was defeated. The mini-bosses showed up halfway through, but they were taken down as well. Cross fell asleep with 4 last night, and there was 7 in the morning. He sat up, and the girls groaned as they shifted around. He cracked his neck and got out of bed. Inger handed him a cup of coffee as she said, Era, I'm jealous, master. Cross took the coffee and said, Do you dare sleep in that bed? Inger smiled mischievously. Do I have master's permission? Cross laughed and said, What kind of pit are you digging for me? Do it if you want. There's 7, what's one more? Plus, since when did you need my permission to do anything? You still don't fucking listen, and I made you a slave. He sat at a table in the residence, outside his room, and drank his coffee as he ate breakfast, saying with a sigh, What kind of maid did I get? Inger giggled and happily skipped away. Cross shook his head. It seemed her favorite pastime was making his life difficult. A while later, Cross and Long Chun, along with everybody else, came to the award ceremony. The reward were handed out, and Cross got a little pearl. He had no idea what it was. He looked at the Hawaiian Company old man, but the old man just shrugged. Cross shook his head and kept the pearl before walking away. Long Chun came up with a dark expression. It turned out someone replaced the dragon scale. The Hawaiian Company was furious. This was basically giving the face of the entire Hawaiian Company a tight slap. Long Chun exploded after hearing it was the Zhao clan that was in charge of handling the treasure. Long Chun flew to the middle of the Silver Moon City and made a giant fire lotus. The Zhao clan tried to say that the golden dragon scale was with the blood-killing hull. Too bad Long Chun couldn't care less. He destroyed all the Zhan clan's shops and properties. They were enraged and shouted at Long Chun for bullying the weak until a golden treasure chest surfaced from the ground in the middle of the Zhao clan manor. That's not good. Long Chun took the chest and smiled at the golden dragon scale. Everything was right in the world. They went back to the residence, and the major forces in Silver Moon City started moving. Overnight, the Zhan clan was finished, and there was now competition for the new city head. Cross was sitting on the tree as the girls talked amongst themselves nearby. Apparently, Luna had put the 3 under an illusion. If they didn't pass, they would die. The illusion was different for each of them, and they didn't talk about it at all. But when they looked at Cross, there was an inexplicable emotion in their eyes. He spent most of the time with them as they waited for by Shaola to wake up. During the days that passed, Cross got a visitor. It was the man from the wine god's palace. He gave Cross gourd after gourd of wine and thanked him profusely for enlightening him. Cross was overwhelmed. He didn't remember enlightening anyone except the girls during this time. The man said that after Cross spoke to him, he had a sudden enlightenment in his wine dao, and that the wine he made was from that enlightenment. He self-proclaimed that his wine was leaps and bounds better than before. Though Cross didn't have a reference point, he still accepted, and the man said that he wanted to come to Lingshao Academy to make wine there instead because he felt that Silver Moon City was a shithole. Cross had no problems and even talked to Long Chun about getting the Hawaiian Trading Company to make a branch at or near the school. The man went to pack his things and said that he would build a wine god's palace in the school and even take some disciples. Long Chun thought it was a great idea and talked to the Hawaiian Company to see their thoughts. The old man was more than happy to expand, and Long Chun got the okay from the principal to continue, and they started making plans. Cross threw blueprints for a city at them. The old man loved them and felt that this would be a profitable business deal for them. Cross and Long Chun were hands off, and the old man took care of everything, dragging the man from the wine god's palace with him and making him pick a building for himself. 3 days after the convention ended, Bai Shaola woke up and everyone left the city, going back to the school. The man and the old man stayed behind to continue their work, only saying goodbye briefly before going back to work. Cross put all the wine into one gourd and poured some for Long Chun as they sat in the chariot back to the school. Cross drank a few mouthfuls and a blush danced across his face. Long Chun cleared his throat and his face was a bit red as well. Cross and Long Chun got back to the academy without a problem. Nobody dared to stop them at all. But news of their names spread throughout the entire immortal world. Long Chun asked Cross if it was all right, and Cross said that he didn't care. Let them come. Long Chun smiled thankfully. He knew Cross was just saying that. Luna's voice was quite loud, and he was right outside the door. He had heard everything she said and was a bit shocked if he was being honest. It seemed this brother of his had a story as well. When Cross told him about his life, he just gave a general overview. He didn't go into details. Cross didn't really care about spreading the news for two reasons. One was that he knew Long Chun wanted his family and friends to know he was safe and alive, and the other was that he didn't use any of his power, only body strength. He didn't know that some special people could tell even without him making a move. They arrived at the academy and celebrated for 3 days. After that, Lu Mingxian, Luo Shui, and Luo Qing were escorted back home. Lu Mingxian had a tearful goodbye with Cross, much to the displeasure of her escort. Finally, she kissed him deeply before she left. It was estimated that her parents would definitely hear about this and be beyond angry. Cross was helpless against this and just said that he would come find her in the future. The rest of the girls scattered and went to started cultivating hard. They didn't want to fall behind, especially after Luna's big speech. A month passed. Cross was drinking when Long Chun dragged him along to watch by Shu's tribulation to the Four Extremes realm. Cross was being dragged on the ground and still drinking as he said, "New clothes? Nice. Though it's not really my style." Long Chun spat. "You barely wear any clothes. I've never seen anyone like you." Cross shrugged and a blush appeared on his face as he said, "It's called a wild look, understand? This is fashion." Long Chun coughed, "Fashion my ass. Your strange clothes look much nicer than the others' robes, but you just wear nothing. It's a mystery." Cross sighed and said, "Who can understand the mind of genius?" Long Chun chuckled and said, "Why aren't you in the Four Extremes realm?" Cross laughed and said, "The thundercloud will be huge. If I want to do it, I need to leave the academy, plus my final piece isn't ready yet. Soon though, very soon." Long Chun smiled, and they got to the valley where by Shu was. Cross sat on the ground next to Long Chun and drank as he said, "Why did you drag me along to sister-in-law's tribulation?" Long Chun said, "For insights." Cross shook his head and said, "What insights? We just need to survive." LMAO. Thunder fell on by Shu, and the disciples trembled in fear. Cross sighed and said, "What is this discrimination? The lightning is so gentle for her. Is it because I'm not a woman?" Long Chun laughed, and Mu Qingyun said, "This is gentle for you." Cross waved and said, "Are you kidding? I take my tribulation, and I don't know whether I'll come out with just bones left." Bai Shu's mother appeared and laughed as she said, "I'm not surprised." Cross drank from his gourd and didn't answer. Long Chun instructed Bai Shu to grab the runes where he shouted, and she got 2 top-grade runes. What a joy! Basically, at the Four Extremes realm, you grabbed 4 runes to focus on. There was a bunch of different ones for cultivations to grab, and they were all ranked with different levels based on color. But that doesn't matter for Cross. Bai Shu was grateful and thanked Long Chun. Cross said, wow. The sun is rising in the west today." Bai Shu punched at Cross in anger, and he tilted his head out of the way, saying, "Come on. It was just a joke. Everybody knows the sun had been rising from the west ever since Long Chun killed the corpse boy." Bai Shu blushed and was ready to hack Cross to death. Cross dodged all her attacks and drank from his gourd, saying, "Oh, almost had me there." He swayed around, clearly drunk, and Bai Shu was getting angrier. Long Chun laughed and started running as Bai Shu chased after him instead. 10 days later, Cross was watching Long Chun devouring the golden dragon scale, sitting on a tree and swinging his legs, enjoying his peaceful time. He didn't have much to do during these days. He was waiting for the right moment to do his final part and take the tribulation. He had a crazy plan after watching Long Chun devour the dragon scale. If it worked, I'm afraid he won't be afraid of immortal kings anymore. Like, did he know that there were a bunch of old people in the void looking at Long Chun and Cross at the same time? Bai Zhantong said, "These two." An old man said, "The void god successor is here as well." Another old man, who happened to be Bai Leitang, replied, "Yes, but his character." "I'm afraid." Another old man said, "Arrogant." Bai Leitang replied, "Unyielding in front of the world. Even if a world king is the enemy, he will charge and head first." The old men were silent before saying the same with Long Chun, before they all left. Bai Zhantong said, if Long Chun isn't the son of prophecy, we're just going to drop the both of them. Let them both die. Bai Leitang said, it's not my decision. He shook his head and left. Cross heard the alarm, and Long Chun flew over before they both went to see what the issue was. They arrived at the gates to Lingshao Academy and saw hundreds of people in masks and shouting, hand over Cross and Long Chun. Cross rolled his eyes and said, anybody have a bow? A disciple quickly threw one over. Cross caught it, and Long Chun rushed in, killing people. Cross stood still and started firing arrows that disappeared as they left the bow. People started dropping like flies, and the disciples were awed. Cross said, go get the outer court disciples already, geez. Before slapping the void, a headless corpse fell to the ground and Cross went back to shooting. He shot into the void and killers dropped like flies everywhere. A while later, some stuff happened and all the people ran away. Naturally, Bai Zhantong and the rest showed up. The paper tigers ran for their lives, but didn't forget to leave behind a message. Several jades exploded and everyone heard the shouts, hand over Long Chun and Cross. Hand in the sinners. 7 days to give them to the blood-killing hall, or else death. Cross yawned and said, well, he turned to the disciples and smiled. Thanks for protecting me. I'm going to sleep. Before walking off, leaving the disciples to give him funny looks. He stopped and said, oh yeah, 7 days. Everyone who has a problem with me can gather in the blood-killing hall location. I will turn myself in. Go quickly, little spies. Go tell your masters. Several people disappeared, and Cross scratched his neck and yawned as he left to go to sleep. Long Chun grinned and disappeared. Cross started urging his mixture to hurry up. 7 days passed. Cross was standing with Long Chun, Qin Feng, and Bai Shao's mother. Cross took out the gourd and turned it upside down. A single drop of blood that made others' hearts tremble in fear appeared, and Cross swallowed it. Cross grabbed on a Long Chun tightly and said, go, quickly, before everyone here dies. Bai Shao's mother quickly teleported them away and into the blood-killing hall's location. Cross appeared and said, now that everyone's here, Arfgak a war. Cross morphed into a giant dragon as his cultivation increased explosively. Everything on his body was unlocked, and he roared to the sky. Long Chun and Qin Feng smirked and blew their cultivations as well. A giant thundercloud appeared above the blood-killing hall, locking everyone in place. There were millions of people who wanted to kill Cross and Long Chun. They really were like sheep following crosswords to the letter. Bai Shao's mother flashed back before and was safe, but her face was pale. Bai Leitang said, they're both sons of the prophecy, all right. Bai Shao's mother looked over, and all the old guys from the academy were here as well. Cross dragon body was pitch black and gigantic. His eyes were also flashing red and black, sometimes swirling, sometimes pulsing. In short, it was terrifying. He let out a black flame from his mouth and blasted a hole in the clouds as he roared once again. Someone said, kill them. Too fucking late, bro. The thundercloud was angry now, and it fell down. Half the people there directly exploded into blood mist. Someone shouted, brother, let us go. We were forced. Long Chun laughed and said, bullshit. Fuck off. If I let you go, what about the dead disciples? He swung his sword up and cut the clouds again. A pillar of lightning fell down on Long Chun, Cross, and Qin Feng. Cross and Long Chun were fine, but Qin Feng was having a hard time. He stuck with it and continued on. The power of lightning was also a tonic for the body. He was pretty lucky. Cross roared and his giant dragon body swiveled. Millions died in the first strike of lightning, but there were still many more. These fools, they thought if they don't move, they would be safe. What a joke. Cross thrashed around, smashing into people left and right before blasting a breath into the clouds and blowing them apart again. He was the embodiment of destruction right now. Either he tears the heavens apart or he dies. A bunch of disciples showed up and watched the tribulation. Bai Shir was stunned. Luna crossed her arms and watched the big dragon in the sky, seemingly calm. Jasmine was clenching her teeth with a calm appearance. Feng Shuer was visibly nervous. Jie Yuan was expressionless. Daiwu looked about ready to rush inside, while Luo Ning was holding her back. The kids were watching too, Their reactions were also varied. Zephyr was watching carefully, not worried at all. Pandora was expressionless. Lily was cheering with hunger. Artemis was clenching her fists nervously, and Amelia was biting her nails. Inger just held Yuan and was smiled lightly, while Yuan was silent. Suddenly, millions of thunder creatures descended from the skies. These creatures include human beings in strange costumes. All kinds of monsters, giant dragons, phoenix, spirits, demons, and all kinds of strange creatures, many of which have never been seen before. As soon as they appeared, half went for Cross, while the other half went after Long Chun. Qin Feng was being protected by Long Chen's thunder dragon. Cross dove into a horde of creatures and started tearing, clawing, biting, and smashing them all apart. Thunder crackled along his everything body, inside and out, even on his eyes. Cross's dragon form started getting smaller and smaller, confusing the people outside. Bai Shishir said, "Why is he getting smaller?" Luna answered, "He's trying to do something stupid again." Feng Shui said nervously, "He sure knows how to make people worry." Jasmine snorted, "You can say that again." The statue of Imputa started glowing and the fat man appeared. Cross dove down and blew black flames all over the place, speeding up through the people and making the thunder creatures chase him and kill the people at the same time. Long Chen laughed and said, "Imputa, how does it feel? I told you not to mess with Lord Third, but you just didn't listen." TSK, TSK. Imputa roared, "Long Chun, I want you to die," as he pressed his will from the statue, but it started cracking. "Nobody can mess with the thunderclouds, not even a world king." Imputa shouted, "Do you know what in your actions brought to you today?" Long Chen sneered and said, "And? No, this is just the beginning. Lord Third is not a good person. You want to play? Let's play big." Imputa seethed, but didn't speak. If he used his power, his statue would collapse from the tribulation. Cross flew over the statue and lifted his leg. A waterfall of piss drenched Imputa's spurt and statue. The disciples' faces turned black, and Cross family all covered their faces in embarrassment. Imputa roared, "Die!" Ah! Cross twisted into a group of people, and Imputa killed the group as Cross slipped through them, avoiding Imputa completely. The statue kept cracking before exploding. Cross chuckled and spun into the air and spread out his wings, standing upright. His 6 wings slowly merged into 2, and his body shrank some more as he continued slaughtering creatures and absorbing the lightning that they turned into. All the creatures were killed, and another pillar of black lightning fell from the sky. But this one was solely on Cross, who spread out his limbs, hovering upright. His entire figure was submerged in the lightning, and when it cleared, Cross was still standing there. Slowly his wings turned into particles and entered his body. His dragon body shrank, and his tail turned into particles returning to his body. His figure became human again, but there were pitch-black scales all over his skin. He roared, and the horns sank into his skull as the scales embedded themselves into his flesh, disappearing. Cross and his dragon form had become one, and his body strength was increased by who knows how many times. Noticeably, on his back the dragon disappeared completely. Only a black hole filling the void in the circle tattoo. It looked to be constantly swirling, but it wasn't. Cross slowly opened his eyes, and they were still moving erratically. He looked up, and thunder swords peeked out from the clouds. There were billions of them. All the swords fell. Cross reappeared next to Long Chun and said, "Grab yours and go." Long Chun nodded and grabbed 4 thunder swords, stabbing them into Qin Feng's body before throwing him out of the tribulation. Bai Shaola's mother caught Qin Feng, and the thunder clouds trembled. Cross and Long Chun punched up and blew a hole in clouds, getting the clouds' attention on them. Cross and Long Chun grinned as thunder swords rained down. Long Chun went after a black thunder sword, and Cross covered him, smashing the sword around him, letting Long Chun deal with the black swords. 9 black sword came down, and Long Chun was covered in lightning armor fight against the heavens. Long Chun opened his hurt eye and sealed 7 black lightning swords inside. Cross grabbed him and threw him out of the tribulation before exploding with all his power and punching the small cloud to pieces. He grinned and spread out his arms as he laughed wildly. The thunderclouds exploded out and covered the entire world. The disciples were shocked and scared. Bai Leitang said quickly, "Back up." Long Chun was caught by Zhan Tong and dragged away with the rest as the thunderclouds became darker and darker. Bai Shishir looked at the clouds and paled as she shouted, "What is that?" Bai Leitang looked up and trembled as he said, "Heaven's executioner." Cross looked up at the giant monster head. It went back and stuck 2 claws into the cloud, ripping open a hole out before shooting down at Cross. Its entire body was made up of pitch-black runes. Every single force and element rune was there, even supreme heaven runes. Cross laughed and jumped off the ground, throwing a fist at the beast, with endless disobedience and will to destroy and devour. Luna grabbed Bai Shishir's arm in anxiety, and Cross punched the beast, sending it flying back into the clouds. He smashed back into the ground and jumped back up, looking as though he was going to charge into the clouds to kill it. Fortunately, that wasn't necessary. The black beast dived at Cross again, and they met in the middle. A huge explosion occurred, and runes exploded everywhere. So did Cross' flesh. He was a bloody skeleton now, and he chuckled eerily. Now was the time for his crazy trick. He slapped his bone hands together and circulated this silence of the abyss. A massive black hole appeared on his back and sucked in all the runes. A golden half-crown also appeared around the right side of his head, as cross-body, eyes, soul, and energy lit up at the same time. The 4 forces started mixing lights together until they were almost inseparable. Every type of rune was being sucked into cross-body and slowly repairing his flesh. The runes tried to escape, but they were all inevitably sucked in. Some of them going into his necklace and inner world, while the rest were going into his body. The thunder cloud shrank into a giant sword with a symbol for death on it, and a single glowing rune in the middle of it. The rune said Abyss, and was blacker than black. It looked as if someone had ripped that part of the world out and just left it like that. Cross looked up, and the black hole started spinning faster. The sword plunged down and crossed on his armor, opening his arms wide as if accepting death. The sword appeared in front of him, and he caught the sword with both hands before spinning around and smashing it into the ground. He dived down and punched right in the middle of the sword, ripping out the Abyss rune and slapping it on his chest. The sword exploded into a pillar of lightning and engulfed Cross as the thunderclouds disappeared. The area was a complete wasteland. The lightning pillar warped and twisted into a big ball before condensing. Cross' bloodied figure was revealed. All the runes in the air were absorbed into the black hole and stuffed into Cross' body. He stood in the air with an impassive expression on his face as he looked at the ball of lightning in his hands. He felt something try and suck his blood. Cross looked up, and he heard a voice, "Let it go." Cross frowned and said, "You dash." The voice said, "Just let it go. You're too weak to stop the force behind it." Cross' face turned ugly, and he let his blood get sucked. He snorted, and the black hole sank into his body. He trembled, and his eyes closed. His cultivation exploded into the 4 extremes realm. His level raised to 5th level, and his armor sank back into the necklace as his necklace and inner world both vibrated. He held the thunderball and coughed out a mouthful of blood as the group rushed over. Luna said quickly, "Honey, are you okay?" Cross nodded, and Baishala's mother said, "What happened?" Cross said, "I might be blind." Everyone was stunned, and Bai Leitang said, "Let's go." Luna worriedly dragged Cross back to the rest, and they all left. They got back to the academy, and Cross' eyes were tightly shut. Baishala's mother said seriously, "All right, show me." Cross slowly opened his eyes, and everyone was completely startled and shocked, and quite honestly afraid. Cross' eyes had changed completely. Baishala's mother felt pressure coming from Cross' eyes and backed off, slightly saying, "What is that?" Cross' eyes were completely blood red with pitch-black rings in them. In the middle of his eyes, there was a black swirl, and on each of the rings there were 3 black petals separated into a triangle shape. Cross looked at everyone and said, "What? Not handsome anymore." He pouted, and everyone was exasperated. This guy almost died, his eyes were weird, and all he cares about is if he's handsome or not. Luna said, "Handsome." Jasmine added, "Very handsome." Feng Shui added, very super handsome. Jie Yuan added, very super mega handsome. Luo Ning added, very super mega ultra handsome. And Dai Wu just fainted with a nosebleed. Cross rubbed his nose and blushed. Everyone was stunned and thought in disbelief, he can blush. Bai Xiaola's mother giggled and said, anyway, how do you feel? Cross said, my eyes hurt a bit, but I can see and I'm fine. Just really tired and I need someone top warm my bed. Everyone's faces turned black again. This guy. Can't he be serious for a single minute? Cross chuckled, gotcha, before passing out while standing and snoring. Luna dragged him away with a red and embarrassed face, while Bai Xiaola's mother laughed. Bai Shi was holding to an unconscious Long Chun and looked at her mother, who was looking at her meaningfully. Bai Shi blushed and passed Long Chun to someone else before stomping off angrily. The black thunderball in Cross' hands was sucked into the inner world, and a new building popped up. Luna put Cross on a bed and snuggled next to him. The rest of the girls showed up and quickly got into the open spots, leaving Luo Ning without a spot. Luo Ning pouted before smirking as she laid Cross' head on her lap and laid down sideways with a triumphant expression. Far away, Lu Mingxian suddenly got angry and felt like she was missing something. She cursed and kicked a barrel, making it explode, as she muttered, I gotta escape and go find hubby. Suddenly there was a shout, she did what? Lu Mingxian started running in fear. Half a month later, Cross woke up and got out of his bed. He was surprised to find that he was alone. Very strange. He put on a white t-shirt and a black hoodie before slipping on black shorts and sliding into his pink fluffy bunny slippers. He looked in a mirror and saw his eyes for the first time. He was shocked. He was much more handsome now. Not only that, but they looked cool as fuck. Cross went outside in a good mood. Everything clicked together today. This was the direct effect of connecting his mind, body, soul, and energy together. Not only that, but the countless above top-grade runes in his body were all over the places, littered in his blood, flesh, muscle, organs, bones, everything. Basically, if you take Cross at the Kyushu convention and make him fight the Cross right now. The old Cross is greeting Lucifer in hell after a single slap. Cross felt his entire body was filled with power, and the Abyss rune was in everything more than once. If there was a group of runes, there will be more than one Abyss rune. Cross happily skipped away from his house, going to find Long Chun. Of course, he was going to tell him the good news. He also wanted to ask him if he had all the runes in his body too. He appeared at Long Chun's house and walked inside. He saw Long Chun and said he dashed before his eyes turned. Long Chun looked over and said, whoa. What happened to your eyes? Cross said, hold on a second. His eyes stopped turning and reset back to non-spinning state. He blinked and muttered, I really need to check that out. Long Chun was confused and Cross got serious as he said, my eyes became very special. I didn't know what they did before, but I just figured out one use. Inside Cross' inner world, the library started shaking intensely and a golden light appeared in the air, condensing into a book, 9-star Hegemin body art. Outside, Cross was absolutely stunned, and Long Chun said, well, what is it? Cross had a funny look on his face and closed the room, making sure it was just him and Long Chun before he said, bro, know that I didn't do this on purpose, okay? Long Chun frowned, and Cross took out a golden book before handing it to him. Long Chun took the book and froze. He looked at Cross in shock and read through the book. It was the exact same as his own version. Cross pointed at his eyes and said, this has to do with a big secret of mine. He looked at Long Chun and said, fuck it, you're my brother. Come with me. He grabbed Long Chun and they disappeared into a crack. Long Chun and Cross appeared in the inner world, most specifically in the middle of a giant sect-like place. Long Chun looked around and said, this is your inner world? Cross nodded and said, yup. It just finished transforming. Originally, it was just a castle, but now it changed to much more. They walked around and looked at the entire sect. There were testing towers, pill pavilions, forging shops, weapon halls, arenas, residences, etc. Cross stopped at a new tower that had the words Lightning Tower. The duo both felt the terrible lightning power of execution coming from the tower, and Long Chun said, wow. Cross was silent before saying, This isn't even the best part. Come. They walked to a tall building that had a sign on it saying Ancient Enlightenment Pagoda. They walked inside as Cross said, I absorbed the entire immortal land. I think everything inside there was organized into the sect. Long Chun was stunned, and they looked at the stone carvings, paintings, words, etc. on the wall. Long Chun stopped in front of a picture and said, I saw this one from the Star River sect ruins. Cross nodded and said, crazy, right? Long Chun swallowed his saliva, and they left, going into the castle. Cross brought Long Chun to the library, and Long Chun was rooted on the spot at the sheer size of the library. There were so many books, but it still seemed empty. Cross said, every book in most of the scripture pavilions are here, plus all the techniques from the immortal land. I'm pretty sure the Star River Sky technique is in here too. Long Chun looked at Cross and said seriously, you really shouldn't show anyone this. Cross rubbed his nose and said, I trust you. Long Chun didn't know what to say. He looked at Cross completely speechless before finally saying, thank you. Cross smiled and said, there's actually a lot of powerful ancient techniques here. Unfortunately, even I don't have the last volumes of the Great Brahma Scripture, or I would give them to you. Long Chun said, the only one who has them is the Great Brahma himself. We'll get them eventually, but you just looked at me once and got the book? As he placed the golden book back on a bookshelf. Cross nodded and said, pretty much, but obviously it's incomplete. Plus, it's from you, not from another 9-star descendant. It looks like I can't complete the techniques, sorry. Long Chun smiled and said, that's good. I diverted from a normal technique. If I have a road, I'll just get lost. Cross smiled and said, the castle/sect was originally from some guy named the Master Scholar. Apparently, he traveled the world getting every technique possible. In the end, he made a sect for scholars just like him. As he walked through the bookshelves, running his fingertips on the spins of the books before continuing, obviously having so many techniques was a huge problem, he was attacked by all forces. He fought them all off and protected his sect, and they lived in peace for a while. Cross sighed and added, then he died. The forces raided the sect, killed all the disciples, and stole all the techniques, rendering the scholar's efforts for his whole life completely useless. He shook his head and continued, the castle/sect itself was the next target for these people, but fortunately it escaped to the lower realms and hid. Long Chun said, this is the castle. Cross nodded and said, yeah. For what I saw, the sect was much more grand than it is now. It's still recovering. He paused before suddenly saying, Long Chun, do you have a dream? Long Chun and Cross were walking out of the library, and Long Chun said with a smile, of course, to live happily with my family for the rest of my life. Cross smiled, and they stopped at the steps of the castle, looking over the whole sect. Cross said, you know, until just recently, I didn't have a dream. Long Chun looked at him, and he continued, what is a god, really? We were gods in the lower realms only to come here and be ants. Who's to say that the so-called god of this world isn't an ant to someone from an even higher realm? Long Chun was silent and cross-eyed. I've become God twice already. This will be the last time. I have a dream now. He smiled lightly, and Long Chun asked, what is it? Cross looked at the sect and said, sweep the world clean of obstacles, fill the library, and make a sect at the top of the immortal world. Beasts, humans, spirits, monsters, all races will be welcome. Not only that, but to connect to the lower realms as well. He smiled softly and said, after that I can live in peace with my family. Long Chun smiled and Cross turned to him before saying with a cheeky grin, want to be my vice sect leader? Long Chun blinked before laughing and saying, can I have my own temple at least? I'll be like by Jean Tong. Cross chuckled and said, wouldn't that make me your father? Long Chun choked and Cross laughed happily. They went to the Endless Herbs farm. Cross scratched his neck and said, you know, I really have no use for these other than looking nice. Schwer is learning alchemy, but other than that I can't do it. Long Chun laughed and said, you don't mind, right? Cross shook his head, and Long Chun started picking a few of each herb he didn't have as they talked. Cross said, actually, I can always read your memories for your alchemy experience. Long Chun gave him a funny look and said, did you just secretly ask if it was okay to read my memories? Cross coughed and said, that depends if you agree or not. If not, then I have no idea what you're talking about. Long Chun laughed and said, you're crazy. Cross smiled and said, Actually, I have a brother in the lower realms. He let me look at all his medical knowledge. He's just fine now. Actually, I'm pretty sure he's ruling the realm right now. That guy, he's too lecherous. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a few dozen women around him by now. Longshin shook his head and said, so many? Where do you even find a bed big enough? Cross-eyed and said, I would like to know too. Longshin laughed and said, all right, come here. I'll give you the knowledge. Cross smiled happily and Long Chun tapped on his forehead. Cross stopped and digested all of it in a second before saying, so complicated? Long Chun laughed, saying, you thought it was throwing herbs into a fire? Cross looked away and Long Chun burst out laughing. They were walking around when a group of beasts flew over and turned into people. Long Chin was stunned and Cross smiled as he said, how's it going? Did you see the new changes? Carl scratched his neck, picking up the habit from Cross. As he said, there's nothing for a supreme baiter like me. Selena smacked his head and said, idiot. Carl shouted, you damn bitch. Do you want to get your head kicked in today? Selena sneered and said, come on then. Long Chun was amused, and Cross ignored them, saying, the rest of you? Blue said lightly, most of the arts are for inferior beasts. Where am I supposed to find an ice phoenix method? Red added, and a fire phoenix one. Blue said coldly, was it your turn to talk? Red shrank his neck and stopped speaking. Gray chuckled and said, nothing for dragons either. His kids, Silver, Gold, Platinum, and Rose all said in unison, nothing for us either. Levi jumped around to Cross, saying, I don't even think Leviathans exist here. Buckbeak sighed and said, or whatever I became. Cross hummed and said, so effectively you're stuck in the divine flame realm? They all nodded and Cross frowned before saying, I'll try and find something for you all, but dragons, phoenixes, leviathans, and buckbeaks might be a bit hard to find. Carl shouted, what about me? Cross smacked him and said, what about you? You're just a badger. Carl held his head and squatted down, saying, ow. Fuck. Long Chun said, dragons, phoenixes, and leviathans, oh my. He looked at Cross and said, there's a beast region in the immortal world. Maybe they'll have luck there? Cross chuckled and scratched his neck, saying, how the fuck am I supposed to get there? Plus, these little guys are basically family. If I die, I might go crazy. The beasts all smiled and felt warm in their hearts. Longshin smiled and said, in fact, I also have a wolf. He sighed and said, I hope she's okay. Cross patted his shoulder, saying, if she's related to you, I can tell you she'll be completely fine. Longshin smiled and shook his head. Cross looked at the group and said, go to the lightning tower. The lightning in there will strengthen your bodies. In the meantime, I'll look in the academy for anything that you can use. Go look in a library as well. Also, double-check the ancient Enlightenment pagoda. They all nodded and left. Cross looked out at the world and said, I don't even know how big this place is anymore. He shook his head, and Long Chun said, well, maybe we'll find out one day. Cross chuckled and said, at that time, I think it will be even bigger. Long Chun chuckled, and they left the inner world to the real world. They appeared, and seconds later a bunch of people appeared, happy to see that Cross and Long Chun were awake. The duo smiled and said, what did we miss? Long Chun and the rest left to the blood-killing hall. They picked up Inputa's statue's head and brought it away. They dug a huge pit and put the head inside upside down, making a container as there was the power of faith inside the head. Long Chun had some people build a bunch of huts over it, and he gave out detoxification pills. The news spread out far and wide as people came to see Long Chun, but then they found out the use of the pills and were happy. The detoxification pills would clear the pill poison from the body and expel it from the body. Through shit. Basically, Long Chun used all these people to fill in Puta's head with shit. It wasn't just satisfying, but also useful. The shit was filled with pill poison and slowly got rid of the power of faith in the head. It was a 2-for-1 special, cutting off Puta's influence in the Tianlan region while simultaneously destroying Puta's reputation. Cross came along, and his eyes turned, looking at all the people. Book after book was filling the library. He was ecstatic. Basically, his eyes would be turning all day as he looked at more and more people. He collected techniques from everyone and left with Long Chun after getting them from everyone. They returned to the academy and heard a loud shout. Where's Long Chun? Do you dare fight? Everyone was shocked. People still fought Long Chun? Was this guy's head full of shit like imputus? Long Chun and Cross went over to look. There was a boy who said, I'm Su Zixiong. I came to fight Long Chun. I traveled over the sea of demons to fight him. Long Chun felt it was funny, and Cross said, oh, a barbarian. Another book was collected. Long Chun said, barbarian blood? Cross nodded and said, just a trace. A miracle, he even awakened first-generation blood. Cross walked over and poked Su Zixiong, sending him flying like a meteor through the sky. Cross was stunned, and his eyes glowed. Su Zixiong suddenly stopped in midair and flew back. Cross caught him with his hands and said, Io. A new thing. Cool. Long Chun shook his head and walked over saying, you have barbarian blood? Su Zixiong felt he was outmatched here and said honestly yes. Long Chun said, I won't fight you, but you can be my younger brother. Before leaving, Su Zixiong chased after him saying, wait. Big brother, I agree. Cross chuckled and shook his head before walking after them. He saw the old man who swept the floor and looked at him. Suddenly his eyes started hurting and bleeding. The old man looked at him and raised an eyebrow. Cross closed his eyes in pain, and the old man said, very interesting. Cross walked over and sat down next to the old man as he said, what happened? The old man replied, some things cannot be copied. Or rather, you're not strong enough to copy them. You're very lucky, actually. Cross asked, lucky? The old man replied, had you not unified your entire being and evolved your body into the void dragon body, your eyes would have exploded. As he continued to sweep the floor, Cross was speechless and couldn't help but say, old man, aren't you a bit too mysterious? How do you know everything? The old man smiled and said, you live long enough, you see a lot of things. Cross flared up. That's the same as not answering at all. The old man chuckled and said, try not to copy me for the time being. I won't help you again. As he tapped on Cross' eyes, Cross felt a cooling sensation and opened his eyes again. Thank God he can see. Cross said, are you Jesus? The old man choked and shook his head, saying religion doesn't exist here. Cross chuckled and said, anyway, see you later, mysterious old man. One day, I will copy your techniques, and I'll rule the world. The old man shook his head and said, don't try and be a comedian. Cross spat and said, you're no fun, Gramps. Before running off, the old man smiled slightly. It had been a long time since he laughed. It was nice. Cross walked around, looking at everyone and shelving books like a madman. As far as he was concerned, the old man was the only one in this world that he couldn't take from. That damn old man was too mysterious. Cross dived into the scripture pavilion and looked at everything, finding the things on beasts, but he didn't even need to touch the books anymore. His eyes recorded everything. They were like super eyes. He looked at all the books in the scripture pavilion and went to the others. Soon enough, he had seen and recorded all the books in the entire school, even the ones in the dean's secret stash after he bribed by Jean Tong with some wine to send him into his father's book room. Cross looked at all the books in the room before running out in a flash with a cheeky grin. When he ran out, he was caught by Long Chun, who said he was going to the Luo family. Cross said, already. Long Chun smirked and said, you're coming with me. Cross said, I am. He was suddenly tackled by Luo Ning, who latched onto him like a koala and said, big devil, please. Cross looked at Long Chun and said, bastard, you pitted me. Long Chun chuckled, and Luo Ning looked at Cross with a big pout and puppy dog eyes. He looked away and said, fine, but I want to see your library. Luo Ning said, just this? No problem. Cross grinned, and Luo Ning smiled sweetly, still not letting go. Cross looked at her and said, are you okay? Luo Ning suddenly said, I'm not coming. Cross was confused and said, Luo Bing appeared and said, she's staying here. I can fulfill her end of the deal. Cross said, but you can't warm my bed, can you? Luo Bing blushed, and Luo Ning said angrily, big devil. Cross chuckled and said, all right, fine. Go say bye, and then we'll leave right away. Luo Ning looked awkward, and Cross said, what now? Luo Ning got off Cross and backed away as she said, Luna, Jasmine, Feng Shui, Jie Yuan, Daiwu, and the kids all went to the Samsara region with Bai Shir. Cross exploded in rage and shouted, they what? Space distorted around him as his eyes glowed. Luo Ning said quickly, They told me to tell you, don't shoot the messenger, Cross grabbed her shoulders and said, Yuan Yuan? Where's Yuan Yuan? Luo Ning, said the cranes. Cross was beyond angry and flew into the air, disappearing in a flash. Long Chun shook his head and said, everybody thinks the Samsara region is a playground? Luo Ning nibbled on her lips and said, tell him I went there too, before running away to the Samsara region. Long Chun shook his head again and left with Luo Bing to see the others. Cross floated in the air over a canyon and whistled. A huge crane appeared and said yes. Cross smiled and said, you have my daughter? The crane turned into a middle-aged man and smiled. I'm a little girl's father. Nice to meet you. Cross smiled and shook hands with the man as he said, likewise. I hope she isn't disturbing you all. The man laughed, not at all. She's actually quite pleasant. His face got serious, and he said, there's something you should know, however. Cross frowned and walked with the man as he continued, your daughter, her roots are very special. I can feel that you aided her in forming them, correct? Cross nodded, and the man added, I've never seen something like this before, but she has a natural affinity with our crane clan. It's the first time in history that a human can actually cultivate colorful crane techniques. Cross was stunned and said, you have techniques? The man nodded and said, of course. Although we don't like killing and rarely do, there are certain situations where it's a must, though usually it's only suitable for our race. I even asked my father, and he said he's never seen something like this before. Cross said, so what do we do? I don't want to make you leave. The man shook his head and said, no, it's not that serious. Actually, it's a good thing. Your daughter is quite special. I actually was going to find you and ask if she could come more often. Cross said, you want to use my daughter? The man smiled apologetically and said, that's what it sounds like, unfortunately, but this is the feeling of the entire crane clan. Naturally, I will do everything in my power to keep her safe, but I wanted your permission to let her take the ancestors' trial. Cross said she's only 4 years old. The man said quickly, actually, the ancestors' trial is usually for newborns, though if she passed there might be an issue. Cross asked, what kind of issue? The man said, she may have to stay for a long time and accept the inheritance of the ancestor. Cross said she's still just a child. The man was silent but hopeful. Obviously, this was very important to him. Cross said, can I see her? The man smiled and said, of course. They went to an area and Yuan Yuan saw Cross. She ran over happily shouting, Daddy. Cross smiled and crouched down, hugging Yuan Yuan and saying, how's my little angel? Yuan Yuan said, happily super. Big Sister Crane is fun. Cross held her and said, does Yuan Yuan want to stay with Big Sister Crane? Yuan Yuan nodded happily. Cross added, Yuan Yuan, Uncle Crane wants you to do a trial. If you don't want to do it, forget about it. Yuan Yuan said, trial? Is it fun? Cross replied, I don't know, but only Yuan Yuan can go. Not even Daddy. Yuan Yuan said, Yuan Yuan goes alone? Cross nodded, and Yuan Yuan asked, will I be strong like Daddy? Cross didn't know how to answer her question and looked at the man, who said quickly, the ancestor was the strongest beast in the 9 heavens and 10 hells. Cross answered, Yuan Yuan will be strong. Yuan Yuan waved her fist and said, yeah, I want to be strong like Daddy. Cross felt like his heart was breaking as he said, you might not see Daddy for a long time. Yuan Yuan went silent before asking softly, is Daddy going to abandon Yuan Yuan? Cross jumped and said, no. Are you kidding? Yuan Yuan is Daddy's most important treasure. He kissed her cheeks and smiled. Yuan Yuan smiled and said, then Yuan Yuan will see Daddy later. Cross almost cried and squeezed out a smile as he said, then Yuan Yuan will have to stay with Uncle Crane and Big Sister Crane. Yuan Yuan smiled and Cross put her down. Yuan Yuan ran off to play with the little girl again, and Cross left with the man. Cross got back to the academy and said seriously, I'm trusting you with my daughter. I really hope nothing happens to her. Sorry for being rude, but if she's hurt, I don't care how auspicious you are. I will kill you. The man smiled and rubbed his nose as he said, if I couldn't protect her, would I even risk it? Cross condensed a black token and said, if there's an issue, crush this and I'll come as fast as I can. The man took the token and smiled. Cross nodded and said, "Thank you." The man smiled and said, "It's really my pleasure. I won't let her be bullied." Cross nodded and left. The man also returned to the crane place. Cross showed up next to Long Chun with a sad face. Long Chun didn't say anything, and they boarded a ship, leaving the school with Qin Feng, Bai Xiaola, Su Zixiong, and Luo Bing, shooting off into the sky towards the Luo clan residence. They arrived at the Yingzhou region and passed a checkpoint. Luo Bing showed her Luo family token, and they were let through. They flew to the Luo battlefield and were stopped by a bunch of people with crossbows. Luo Bing and the group came out of the ship, and everybody was stunned seeing Long Chun and Cross. Long Chun started talking to the Luo clan people, while Cross stood by the side with a blank look on his face. He didn't mind them cultivating on their own, but going to the Samsara region. Is there a need to go there? It's a part of the academy and open to the students to train their wills, but surely there's another way to do it without going to the dangerous path, right? Then again, he literally fought against the heavens every time he had a tribulation. He guessed that the girls must have been stimulated to get stronger after seeing his tribulation. They were all in the Four Extremes realm, so he didn't have to worry about them too much. Plus, they were at the academy. They were safe. Well, unless the world collapses and explodes. Anyway, Cross was a little upset, but he occupied himself by copying all the techniques from the people around here. He was happily absorbing techniques when an alarm went off. A giant wave appeared, and Cross said to Long Chun, "Are you going to train them?" Long Chun looked at Qin Feng, Su Zixiong, and Bai Xiaola before saying, "Maybe." Cross sighed and kicked a rock. It blasted through the wave and burst a giant crocodile's head wide open. Long Chun pursed his lips and said, "Angry." Cross grumbled a bit. Long Chun chuckled, and the string men all swallowed their saliva. Cross said, "You over there, give me your bow." "What are you doing?" "No, not you." The guy with the strange nose gave his bow over, and Cross started shooting beasts down left and right. Long Chun said, "Go fight," as he went to clean up the corpses, while Bai Xiaola, Qin Feng, and Su Zixiong went out to fight. Cross arrows were like lightning, and he took out a pill before throwing it in the sea and releasing a strange fragrance. Long Chun shook his head and said, "All of you go back. I'm afraid he's releasing his anger today." Luo Changwu was stunned and called for a retreat. Cross stepped into the void, and he raised his hand. Countless black holes appeared behind him as millions of sea beasts appeared. He pointed down, and countless weapons rained down on the beasts. Noticeably, each of the weapons had black runes in them. They were super strong. Long Chun took care of all the beasts and noticed their cores were being piled up on the side. He smirked and collected the beasts without worry. Luo Bing swallowed and said, So strong." Cross eyes glowed, and a giant figure wrapped in black draconic armor appeared, holding onto a sword in his left hand and a spear in his right. Cross was inside the figure, and a golden crown appeared around the figure's head as giant black flame wings unfurled behind it. Cross controlled the figure and slaughtered beasts in the weapon rain. It was quite the sight. A while later, the figure disappeared and Cross returned to the shore. There were beasts, sea monsters, sea demons, evil spirits, you name it, there it was. Too bad. Cross didn't want to listen to their religious beliefs and killed them all. A giant mountain of beast cores piled up in front of the Luo clan. Cross turned around and looked at the sea before pointing. A small black lotus floated into the sea, and Cross walked away. A massive pillar of water shot into the sky behind him, and a giant sea demon smashed in the ground dead. Long Chun happily took it, and a bigger beast core appeared on the pile. There had to be hundreds of billions of beast cores there, while Long Chun had taken hundreds of billions of corpses into his own inner world. He also got all the corpses they had before and cleaned them out. Everyone was happy. Luo Changwu came over and said, "Little friend, you want the cores?" Cross said in a bad mood, "Can you eat it? I have no use for them." Luo Changwu was a bit embarrassed, and Long Chun smiled and said, "You can keep the cores. We don't need them at all. Plus, he was just venting his anger." Cross grumbled and turned his head. Luo Changwu said, "Let's go to the Luo family then. The patriarch wants to see Long Chun, and someone else wants to see Cross." Luo Bing paled and said, "You don't mean?" Luo Changwu chuckled and said, Did you think it would be a secret forever? He shook his head, and a few elders appeared, saying, Patriarch said that we dash. Cross groaned and said so noisy as he swung out his scythe, killing the entire group of elders. Luo Changwu shouted, Why did you do that? Long Chen sighed and said, You're really impatient. Eh? Cross replied, These ants, they think I'm fucking stupid. He walked over and grabbed the heads before shaking them and revealing a different face as he said Blood Clown Hall. Luo Changwu was shocked, and Luo Bing said, How did you know? Cross said, I didn't. Luo Bing choked on her words, and Cross added, That was a joke. He just pointed at his eyes and said nothing else. Luo Bing said, Oh. Luo Changwu grumbled angrily, Fucking bastards, just wait. Let's go. As they finally went to the Luo clan residence. A power voice sounded when they arrived, Bring him to the sharpening ladder. This guy was playing the pronoun game over here, but Cross knew he was talking about Long Chun. Cross just yawned. Long Chun had a belly full of fire and stomped off to the sharpening ladder. Cross and the rest followed him before stopping at a stone staircase. Long Chun took a step on the staircase and started climbing. Cross sat on a black lotus and looked to not care about anything. Luo Bing was full of expectations for Long Chun, but she was also nervous about Cross. If this guy explodes, nobody knows how big the explosion will be. Long Chun reached the top, and the sharpening ladder disappeared. Cross frowned, and his eyes turned as he looked into the clouds. A man who looked to be in his 40s turned his head and said, Another waste. Cross sneered and said, You seem to think I give a shit. How many people can I kill here until you roll down to stop me? The man was silent and said, I dare you. Cross snorted and voiced directly to the man. Nobody else heard him as he said, The only reason I'm not killing anybody is because it's Long Chen's family. Otherwise, maybe I can't kill you, but surely I can take half the Luo family with me. Cross grinned and added, Luo Ning doesn't need to remember she has a family after all. I suggest you continue your charade and fuck off. I'm scared of myself when I get angry. If I was Long Chun, forget about being nice. I would have slaughtered my way into the Luo family. What a joke. He took his eyes back and left the crowd. His mood got worse. Qin Feng looked over and ran after him. Bai Shaola, Su Zixiong, and Luo Bing followed him. Cross was walking away with his hands in his hoodie pockets when Qin Feng said, Big bro, you know where boss went? Cross replied, He went to fight the old man. You probably won't see him for a while. Qin Feng was silent, and Luo Bing said, I wouldn't walk around much. You might dash. A voice cut her off and said, Might what, Bing? Luo Bing paled, and the group stopped. Cross turned to see a middle-aged man who slightly resembled Luo Bing and Luo Ning. Cross looked at the man, and the man looked at him. Neither said anything, and Luo Bing said, Dad, you dash. The man raised his hand and just stared at Cross silently. Cross just looked at him with a bored look and a straight back, not giving it at all. Are you kidding? He didn't give anybody face. Forget out a lover's father. Even if his father was standing in front of him, he would do the same. The man suddenly said, You're going to marry into the Luo family. Luo Bing froze, and Cross started laughing. The man still, without an expression on his face. Qin Feng pulled Bai Shaola and Su Zixiong back, anticipating the situation getting out of hand very quickly. Cross sneered, You're funny, old man. Maybe you should quit cultivating and become a comedian. Luo Bing scrambled in front of her father and said, Dad, listen. They're not that far yet. There's no need to dash. The man cut her off and said, You want my daughter to marry out? Impossible. Cross rolled his eyes and said, Seems like you're the same as that old man at the top of the hill. No wonder the Luo family is falling. He looked to the side, expressionlessly, as he added, I thought Luo Qingyang was the only moron in the Luo family, but it seems I was wrong. The man frowned, and Cross looked at him, saying, Do you know who I am? The man sneered, You're a big shot? Cross shook his head and said, You don't even know who I am. If you did, you wouldn't say this to me. I don't even yield to Imputa, a world king. I'm not asking you whether you know of my name. I'm asking if you know of my character. He sighed and said, Obviously, you don't. Which is why I said that the Luo family is falling. You want me to bend and join your family? All I can say is wake up, you're still dreaming. I don't even bend to the heavens and earth. And you want me to bend to you? Are you joking? You're basically asking me to cut my cultivation. Cross said emotionlessly, don't make the mistake of thinking I don't dare kill you. I've killed the family of my wives before. One was her brothers, and the other was her entire family except her sister. I really wouldn't test my bottom line. I'm not a good person, and I happen to be having a bad day today. He turned around and added, regarding Luo Ning, you could try and take her from me. If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill two. It doesn't matter who it is if they want to hurt my family. His tone turned murderous and cold as he finished. They can only die under my blade, before walking away. Qin Feng and the other two following after him. The man looked at Cross back with narrowed eyes. Luo Bing said, Arg, before chasing after Cross. The five disappeared, and a woman appeared next to the man before saying, it seems you made a bad impression on your son-in-law. Though she was smiling happily, the man snorted and said, humph, he's just a brat. The woman smiled and said, I quite like him. He looks very dependable, though I worry a bit about Ning. The boy isn't afraid of anything, which is dangerous. The man snorted and said, damn brat, if he hurts Ning, I'll kill him. The woman just giggled. Cross said, Luo Bing, where's the library? Luo Bing brought them to the library, and Cross started scanning books left and right, adding them all to his collection. 20 days passed. Cross was sitting outside and drinking by himself, looking out at the scenery. 20 days. He wasn't mad anymore. His mood was better, but he was still a bit irked. They don't have to rush into dangerous practice. Maybe he was being selfish and wanted them to stick to him all the time, but they were his lovers. He didn't want them to suffer even a bit. Though he would never admit it, he knew that his presence was like a crutch for them. They'll learn to walk, but very slowly. If you kick the crutch out, maybe it will be painful, but they will learn to walk faster and better, most importantly on their own. What's the point of sadness? He'll be more sad if they die. If they leave and come back much stronger, then he should be happy. He sighed. It didn't mean he had to be happy that they chose the hard way. He was in his thoughts when he was tapped on the shoulder. He turned his head and saw Long Chun. He said, so, the old man beat you up? Long Chen nodded with a smile, and Cross shook his head, saying, you're crazy. Long Chen smirked and replied, says the guy who said he would charge in killing people. Cross clicked his tongue and said, the old man sure is unreliable. Long Chun chuckled and said, you met Luo Bing's parents? Cross clicked his tongue again at the thought of the guy who wanted him to marry into the Luo family. Long Chen grinned and said, I heard that too. Cross said, a bunch of rats, all of them. It's insane. Long Chen shook his head and said, come eat. Cross waved and said, I don't mix well. Long Chun just dragged him along, saying, who dares question me? You mix or you're forced to mix. Cross just sighed and was dragged along on the ground. Cross was dragged along to the meal and stood up from the ground before sitting down at the table and eating. Everyone else was standing, and Luo Zichuan sat down. Then the rest sat down. Cross didn't speak to anyone, and nobody spoke to him. He was sitting at a table with Luo Bing, Luo Shui, Luo Qing, Qin Feng by Xiaola, and Su Zixiong. The food came and went, and Cross went outside for a smoke. Long Chun told the other three to go to the sharpening ladder, and Qin Feng had to get to the 90th step. He told Cross to go as well. Cross looked at the stairs and took a step. The entire staircase trembled, and people appeared at the phenomena. Long Chun smiled bitterly, and Cross continued climbing the stairs while exhaling smoke. The pressure was a joke for him. He continued up until he stepped on the 91st step. He felt the will of heaven pressuring him. He snorted and took another step and another until he was at the 98th step. There was only 99 steps. Cross looked up at the cracking void above him. He was straight as a pole, not bending even a little bit. He took the last step and stood on the 99th step. He looked up at the sky before turning around and walking down. Everybody looked at him as if he was a monster, and Cross walked away, ignoring the people. One day, he would tear the heavens apart and make them surrender to him. He laid against a tree and fell asleep. A while later, Cross was woken up by Long Chun and told, let's go. Cross got up and said, fight. Long Chun said, directly kill. Cross smiled and said, my favorite, and they both disappeared. Another while later, Cross, Long Chun, by Xiaola, and a bunch of other people appeared outside of the Chu clan territory. Cross looked down at the ground and looked thoughtful. He crouched and touched the ground with his palm. Long Chun said, "Can you get us inside?" Cross nodded and said, "Do you want to rush in or sneak in?" Long Chun said, "Sneak if possible." Cross looked at the ground and said, "Don't panic." The entire group disappeared, and Cross said, "Take the spiritual vein." The inner world trembled, and the spiritual vein under the Chu clan mountain disappeared. Cross's eyes turned, and he passed through the barrier, disappearing into the Chu clan, before everybody appeared again. Long Chun said, "Wow, that's powerful." Cross grinned and said, "Let's go, yeah?" Long Chun grinned and blew up a specific building with a fire lotus. Cross disappeared into the Chu clan. He ran through the buildings and silently killed people as he broke into the treasury and stole everything. After that, he ran to the library and copied all the books before burning the entire building to the ground. He looked up and dashed to a mansion at the back. He killed the maids, butlers, women, everyone as he ransacked the patriarch house for everything it had. Weapons, crystals, techniques, books, everything. He entered a back room and found what he was looking for. It was a giant blood pool in a special structure made of stone, just like the staircase. He touched the blood pool, and it disappeared into the inner world, leaving the blood to fall to the ground. Now his sect had a blood-purifying pool. He looked around for any hidden treasure, but found nothing. He came out and stomped on the ground. The entire mountain was sealed off. Nobody was escaping today. He grabbed a child and performed the bloodline-burning curse on him. The child and all the other members with the Chu clan bloodline started burning up and screaming in pain as they burned to ashes. Cross ran off to the medicinal herbs farm and pavilion. He took everything the Chu clan had. Anything worth even a single crystal was taken by him. If the buildings weren't stuck in the ground, he would have taken them too. And to think, it was all because of a single sentence from Chu Kwang's mouth. Cross slaughtered everyone who survived the burning blood curse. He moved like a ghost, sending one person after the other to hell. He didn't even stop for a single moment. He was owning up to his words. If there's even a single Chu clan member left, he wouldn't stop until they died. A while later, Cross reappeared near the group to see an old man standing on a furnace. Cross-Eye glittered at the furnace, and he entered his strongest state while remaining hidden. His scythe was coated in black chi, his armor came on, a half-crown surrounded the right side of his head, and a black hole appeared in the upper middle of his back. Truthfully, he looked like a demon. He crouched and grabbed the scythe with both hands. The old man said, "Where's Luo Z-?" Cross shot forward extremely fast. He was barely visible, and he swung the scythe at the old man's neck. A barrier appeared, but Cross chi devoured it and severed the old man's head right off. Cross spun in the air and grabbed the cauldron, sealing it with black chi, holding it in his hands. He landed on the ground and turned his head to the group. Luo Changwu jumped in fear, and Long Chun smiled as he said, "You should try assassination." Cross shook, and the armor and scythe went back to a necklace and bracelet. The furnace was trembling, but Cross slapped it, and it calmed down as he said, "Damn material. What are you so arrogant for?" Suddenly, all the blood rushed to a statue, and a blood portal opened. A demon with 2 horns, a bone knife, and a body wrapped in fire appeared. Then 7 more. And then giant hands tore the void open, and a giant mad with large wings and a nice face appeared. Cross looked up at the man, and the man looked at Long Chun before saying, "You're Long Chun?" Long Chun nodded, and the man/beast looked happy. He sat down and ate one of the 8 demons as he said, "No way. I never thought I would see you here. What luck." Cross held the furnace and sat down to look at it as the creature talked to Long Chun. Soon after, the creature threw a bone blade to Long Chun and left after Long Chun promised to come and drink with the king he saved before. The creature gave him a thumbs up and left. Cross stood up and pressed his hand on the statue of the great Brahma. A black hole sucked all the power of faith and turned into Cross strength. He did the same to the statue of Sky Falling Night and sucked all the power of faith out. The statues were destroyed and collapsed, and Cross cultivation jumped to the 7th level of the 4 extremes realm. He threw the cauldron to Long Chun, and they got on a boat to leave. If the others were being honest, They were definitely scared of Cross. This guy was simply a demon. Thankfully, they heard about the grudge Cross had with the Chu clan from Luo Bing, or they would have thought he was a killing demon. He had eyes when he killed. If you offended him, man, woman, child, it didn't matter what you were dead. This was the scariest person, because they wouldn't give the others a chance to live. One bad apple rots the rest. Of course, if you asked Cross, he would just shrug and say, who cares? Truly a strange person. Long Chun called Cross over and said seriously, you remember Long Outyin? Cross said, the guy that took your spirit root, blood, and bone when you were a baby? Long Chun nodded and Cross said, what about him? Long Chun said he was in the Chu clan before. Did you see anything different? Cross shook his head and said, not even a single thing. He left a long time ago, no? If we knew where he was, we would have killed him. Plus, I think I know where he went. But you're not going to like it. Long Chen's face fell as he said, you mean? Cross nodded and said, most likely. If I was a rat and had blood and whatever that didn't belong to me and I was scared someone was going to come kill me, I would go to him too. But maybe he went somewhere else. These kinds of people, he probably attracted a phenomena and got arrogant. Maybe he's even looking for you or your mother and father. Long Chun clenched his fists and said coldly, I'm going to make him wish he was never born if he even touches a hair on my parents' heads. Cross added in, first you have to find them in him, then we can torture him all we want, easy peasy. Activate his spirit bone, blood, and root, and then snatch them and return them to you. Why go through so much trouble to awaken them after, when someone volunteered to do all the work? Long Chun grinned, and they both chuckled evilly, returning to the Luo clan. A few days passed. The group returned back to the academy. Long Chun was told that a friend was there to see him and rushed off, while Cross looked around for his family. He sniffed the air and stepped, disappearing from his spot. He appeared in front of them all and had a bad look on his face. They all looked at him and looked down. He sighed and grabbed the air. They all floated up, and he flew away with a group of people following him from behind. They arrived at his cave, and he walked inside, sitting at the head of a long table. They all sat down, and Cross said, this time, I'm not upset. Everyone looked at him, and Cross added, maybe I'm too selfish and I'm restraining you here. With me around, you'll always have a crutch to lean on. Even if the sky collapses, you know that I'll hold it up. So you subconsciously take it easy. He looked at them all and said, I'm surprised you all went to the Samsara region. And it made me think, maybe I should have agreed to the dragon to send you where you were suitable. Like this, I worry about you, but at least you become strong on your own. Which of you can honestly say that I haven't helped you get to where you are right now? The entire group was silent, and Cross shook his head, saying, it's enough. He threw a bunch of fruits on the table and said, eat one. All of you. Luna, make a list of what everyone excels in, their absolute best trait and strength, like wind, fire, assassination, music, formation, forging, etc. Schwer, come here. Schwer walked over nervously, and Cross tapped on her forehead, giving her all the alchemy knowledge he got from Long Chun and what he came up with from all the books he's read, as well anything related to fire. He said, Jie Yuan. Jie Yuan walked over, and he tapped on her forehead and gave her everything he knew about music, and then handed her a storage ring full of instruments he created. He got up and left, having made a decision in his heart. It was tough, but he wasn't going to back down from it. He was going to ruthlessly kick the crutch out from under them and let them go on their own. Within reason, of course. He wasn't going to let them loose in the wild. He was going to go around the world and drop them off at the places that suited them the best. A while later, he sat outside the cave and looked out to the sect, feeling depressed. Suddenly, warm and beautiful arms wrapped around his neck from behind. Luna kissed his cheek and said, Are you sure about this, baby? Cross nodded and said, If not, are you just going to sit under my umbrella all your lives? I'm not strong enough. He clenched his fist tightly. Maybe out of all his lovers, Luna was the only one who could see his true emotions at a glance. Luna sat next to him and intertwined her fingers with his as she leaned her head on his shoulder and said, It's us who aren't strong enough. We're the ones holding you back. Don't deny it. I know. Cross said, If I was stronger, I could dash. Luna cut him off, saying, Even if you were the strongest in the world, would you stop worrying about us? Cross shook his head and sighed. Luna smiled softly and said, If it will be for a brighter future, I will bear with it and endure. All I want is to live peacefully with you. Cross kissed her hand and said, "Me too, Luna. Me too." Luna didn't speak anymore, and they sat in silence, looking out of the mountain at the scenery. Days passed, and Cross got a list of everyone's talents. He kept the list and sent everyone into the inner world, ignoring their complaints. The inner world is a nice place. Okay. His family went inside, and Cross flew to the valley before disappearing. He reappeared in front of a group of cranes, accidentally startling them. One of the cranes turned into the man, and he beamed Cross. "You're back. I've got good news and bad news. What do you want to hear first?" Cross rubbed his forehead and said, "Give me the bad news. Hopefully the good news will soothe my heart." The man said, "Your daughter, well, she's not a little girl anymore." Cross' face fell, and the man added, "The good news is that she completed the trial and test and got the entire inheritance." Cross sighed and said, "Are you all going to leave Lingshao Academy and follow my daughter now?" The man laughed and shook his head, saying, "You don't understand what I mean. The inheritance, after it's completed, will bless the land for generations and generations to come. Really, we're both winning. Your daughter got the inheritance, and your land is 1000x better than before. You're a big benefactor to our entire race." The cranes all bowed their heads, and the man kneeled on one knee as he shouted, "Thank you, benefactor." The cranes did the same, and Cross said, "Get up, I hate this." The man got up and chuckled. Cross shook his head and said, "So, my daughter?" The man said, "Right. Are you leaving?" Cross nodded, and the man smiled as he said, "Wait a minute. Someone go get Yuan, please." He turned back to Cross and pointed before a rainbow light appeared on Cross' hand, and a drop of rainbow-colored blood appeared, hovering over to Cross. Cross said this. The man smiled, a gift from the cranes. Cross sighed and took it carefully, saying, "Thank you." The man smiled, and a loud shout was heard, "Daddy!" Cross was tackled by a woman who was just a head shorter than him, with long white wings on her back. Cross caught Yuan and looked at her with sad eyes as he said, "My little baby is all grown up now." Yuan smiled happily and said, "Yeah." Cross stroked her head and sighed. He bade farewell to the cranes and disappeared with Yuan. They reappeared in the inner sect, and Cross gave Yuan a piggyback as her wings folded into her body. She was perfectly beautiful. Cross could safely say his daughter was the most beautiful woman in the world, which was a bad thing. The facts proved to be true as the male disciples looked at Yuan in shock. Some of them even fainted with nosebleeds. Cross was gloomy, and Yuan giggled with her silver bell-like voice, entrancing the men around. Cross let Yuan down and held her hand as he said, "Did you miss Daddy, Yuan?" He stroked her hair and said with a heart full of pain, "You weren't lonely, were you? I shouldn't have let you do it." "I'm sorry, it's Daddy's fault." As he imagined the loneliness Yuan went through, his eyes turned red and started watering. Yuan was stunned, but she started crying and said, "Daddy, don't cry. Yuan will cry too." "What?" Cross hugged her into his chest, and Yuan started crying hard. Cross stroked her head, and it started raining, as if the heavens were sad as well. Cross ignored the rain and held Yuan's cheeks as he said, "Daddy won't leave you alone anymore." He kissed her forehead and stroked her back. Yuan smiled and held onto his clothes tightly. The endless years of loneliness were gone now. The rain cleared up as fast as it came, confusing everyone, and Cross brought Yuan around everywhere, enjoying his time with his daughter. Longshan appeared in front of him and Yuan and said, Yuan." Yuan said, "Uncle Long," as she hugged him. Bai Shir snorted, and Cross smiled. This girl was good. She even remembered her Uncle Long. Longshan smiled and patted her head, saying, "What happened to you, Yuan?" Yuan said, Yuan is super strong now. Yuan got the inheritance from Big Sister Crane. Long Chun was stunned and looked at Cross, who sighed and shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Yuan unfurled her wings and looked like an angel that fell from heaven, truly beautiful. Even Bai Shir was inferior. Cross smiled and said, Yuan, put your wings back." Yuan returned to normal and hugged Cross' arm happily. Long Chun chuckled and said, "Anyway, want to come with me?" Cross said, "You're leaving?" Longchen nodded, and Cross said, "Good. Let's get out of here." Longchen laughed, and Cross shouted, "Old man, I'm leaving. Family's coming with." A voice sounded K. Cross chuckled and said, "Boom. Let's blow this pop stand." Longchen chuckled, and the group left, getting on a boat and flying away. They crossed the Demon Sea, but unexpectedly no beasts attacked. Longchen looked at Yuan Yuan, sitting next to her father happily. If he was right, Yuan Yuan was a walking auspicious ground. Everywhere she went, things would be lucky. Suddenly, the boat stopped in front of a huge ship that was broken beyond repair. Longchen said, "Ghost ship." "Lucky." Cross chuckled, and Yuan Yuan was trembling. Cross said, "Go in the inner world. I'm sure your mothers will be happy to see you." Yuan Yuan said, but Cross clamped her lips and said, "Do I look like an idiot to you? I can see you trembling. Get inside. When we leave, Yuan Yuan comes back out, okay?" Yuan Yuan sent inside the inner world obediently, and Cross rubbed his hands as he looked at the ghost ship, feeling a spirit of adventure. He followed Longchen and climbed up to the deck of the ship. The group saw a ton of corpses, and Cross almost jumped in excitement. He searched the ship before entering a cabin as the rest stayed on the deck. Longchen had his eyes on a sword in a corpse's hands and slowly grinned. Cross searched through the ship and found a bookshelf. He copied all the techniques and didn't touch them. Are you kidding? They were dirty as fuck. He looked around and saw a rusty treasure chest. As looking around and finding nothing else, he grabbed the treasure chest, and the ship trembled. He ran out of the cabin and saw Longchen with a golden sword in his hands. Cross laughed, "Run, boy," as he flew past them, grabbing Su Zixiong and jumping off the boat back to the ship. The rest followed and jumped back to the ship. Longchen shouted, "Don't look back," as he and Cross looked back. They saw two corpses staring at them with cold and merciless eyes. One of them was the fellow Longchen stole the sword from, and the other was a corpse with a gold tooth and a pirate's hat on. He also had a golden hook for a hand. Cross was feeling greedy and dropped the chest, saying, "You pull me back, okay?" Before Longchen could ask what he meant, Cross flew over and swung his scythe. He severed the hook from the corpse's arm and hooked it back to his hands. Longchen threw a rope of fire around Cross and pulled him back quickly. There was a hole in Cross' shoulder, and he grinned, looking at the golden hook in his hands. Longchen threw him back to the ship and said, "You're crazy." Cross chuckled and said, "I got the hook, didn't I? I wanted his tooth too, but..." He sighed, and Longchen shook his head. Cross dug out the rotting flesh from his wound, and it startled healing as he hugged the treasure chest with a happily expression, saying, "Treasure, treasure, treasure." The rest looked back as the ship left and still looked scared. Longchen chuckled and threw the sword to Bai Shur, who was stunned and blushed a bit. Longchen ignored her and looked at Cross, who was looking in between the hook and the treasure chest in glee. Qin Feng and Qi Yu, another member of the Dragon Blood Legion, were holding two little piles of rust. Longchen gave them a thumbs up, and Cross cracked open the chest. A golden light shined and disappeared, revealing a bunch of things. Cross frowned and said, "Arg, what the fuck?" There was a cauldron, strange fruits, a box, and a necklace, along with a bunch of gold coins, crowns, bars, jewelry, etc. It was a big chest. Longchen chuckled and said, "Nice." Cross grumbled and said, "You need anything?" Longchen, Qin Feng, Qi Yu, Bai Shaola, Su Zixiong, and Bai Shur shook their heads. Cross-eyed, and threw the cauldron into the inner world in front of Feng Shui. He opened the box and saw 9 flaming seeds sitting quietly. He nodded and threw those to Feng Shui as well. He looked at the necklace, and Aurora said crazily, "Give it to me. Please, please, please." Cross let Aurora devour the necklace, and she went silent as the golden necklace disappeared into the prayer beads necklace. Cross looked at the fruits. There were 10, and they all had different colors, but they all had swirls on them. He frowned and felt his body trembling hungrily. So, not fearing gods or devils, he ate the fruits one by one. Everybody looked at him in shock. Bai Shur said, "How do you know if those fruits are still good?" Longchen said, "Arg, the seeds," while Qin Feng and Qi Yu were scraping the rust off the chest into their animal skin pouches with a sneaky expression. Cross trembled after he ate the last fruit. His cultivation circulated, and he felt his entire body become lighter and more comfortable. He also got a glint in his eye as his cultivation shattered 2 boundaries and went to 9th level 4 extremes realm. Everybody was numb. This guy was a freak. Eat 10 fruits and gain 2 levels. Where can I buy the fruits? Cross eyes turned, and he said, someone punch me with just physical strength, no chi. Baishala punched him in the face, and Cross' head exploded into black flames. Baishala's hand went right through. He took it back and looked as if he had seen a ghost as Cross had reformed. Long Chun was stunned, completely stunned. What kind of fucking magic was this? Cross grinned and said, I'm pretty sure I'm 100% immune to body cultivators without chi. Hee, the rest spat and looked away. Cross rifled through the gold before finding a golden, swirling fruit. Everybody looked at Bai Shir, and Cross stuffed it in her mouth. Bai Shir swallowed the fruit and trembled. Her aura exploded violently before calming back down and reaching the peak of the 4 extremes realm. Baishala dived into the chest and said, is there more? Cross shook his head and said, Bai Shir is the biggest beneficiary on this trip. Long Chen waved and said, let it be. Bai Shir said, am I the same now? Baishala punched her in the face, and she flew into a wall. Baishala paled and shook in fear as Bai Shir glared at him with intense anger. Cross burst out laughing and said, idiot, you control gold, not become gold. I already ate the metal one. Long Chun had a wry smile and held Bai Shir back, whispering something to her with a smile. The guys all looked at each other, and everybody gave Qin Feng money. Qin Feng smirked, the boss charisma is too strong. Cross shook his head and looked at the coins, saying, what am I going to do with these? Long Chun said, just keep it. Maybe we can see it later. Cross pushed it to Long Chun, saying, then keep it, I don't need money. Long Chun kept the chest, and they sailed away, while Cross forged arrows with the rust Qin Feng and Chiyu collected. They were all squatting around a black flame, and Qin Feng sighed with emotion. If Guo Ran saw this, maybe he would be so jealous he jumps off a cliff. Chiyu nodded in awe. Cross chuckled and said, maybe I'll take him as a little brother and teach him a few things. I heard this guy, he's very shameless. Chiyu laughed and said, big bro, you don't know this guy. He wears boss tiger skin whenever he can. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng chuckled and said he clings to boss like dog plaster, but he's funny. Cross smiled and listened to their stories. Long Chun sat nearby with a slight smile on his face, remembering the good times as the boat sailed on. They reached the other side of the sea and appeared on the ground. A bunch of people pointed their weapons at the group, and Yuan pouted, so rude. The group exchanged wry smiles, and Long Chun said, relax, we're not here to cause trouble. We're just passing by. I just want directions. It turns out they deviated from the course because of the ghost ship / the old man saw that it was actually Long Chun and enthusiastically led the group to a transmission array to go to Yuna. Long Chun thanked the man, and they disappeared, flying off in the boat to Yuna Palace. Chiyu said, boss, this is the place. Long Chun told Bai Shir to go down, and they put the boat away, flying normally. Soon they were stopped by a group of people who shouted, Chiyu, you traitors, die for me. Cross threw out his scythe, and it spun through the entire group, leaving only one alive. Cross caught the scythe and said, you know I love doing that. Long Chun shook his head, and Yuan clapped, Daddy's the best, jumping for joy, her new breast jumping up and down along with her. Su Zixiong gulped, and Baishala gave him a tight slap, saying, do you want to die? That's the boss kid. Su Zixiong complained, it's not fair. She's too beautiful. Who told the boss to have such good genes? Heist. Chiyu grabbed the last guy and said coldly, Luzia. Long Chun said, Chiyu, let him live for now. He's useful. He stepped out and shouted, President of the 7th branch of Lingxiao Academy, Long Chun, here to worship the mountain. His voice echoed out, and an old voice sounded, please enter, distinguished guest. Long Chun walked forward, and Cross chuckled. Resting the scythe on his shoulders, he said, look at that. We have a president with us now. Can't we just do whatever we want in the school's name? His eyes gleamed a sly light and the rest felt bad. Chi felt his mouth twitch. They walked forward, and a bunch of strong guys appeared. Cross chuckled and said, "Seems like we're not welcome here." Long Chen sneered and said, "Then let's make a show." Cross spun the scythe in his hands and looked in the air at all the people as he said, Yuan, which one do you think is the ugliest?" Yuan put a finger on her pink lips and tilted her head, making a cute expression as she pointed at one guy and said, "This uncle keeps staring at me." Cross smiled and disappeared. The man she pointed at slammed into the ground, and Cross was standing on his back with the blade of the scythe on his neck and a foot on his head. One push and his life was forfeit. The man turned as white as a ghost, and an old man appeared saying, "You even have the face to come back here after killing fellow disciples, and you found yourself a backer?" Cross laughed and said, "Old man, it seems you think people will follow the rules around here. You just killed your entire sect, sorry," as he killed the strong man under him and started slaughtering the people in the air. It happened in a second, and Cross slashed the gate in half before entering the school. The old man turned white, and Long Chun stopped him with a smile as he said, "Is this good? Hand over Jiang Baihe, and we'll leave. Even I can't stop him, so the longer it takes, the most disciples you lose. I would hurry up, though. He's very fast." The old man activated the sect array and trapped them all inside as he looked at Bai Shirshir's sword with greed in his eyes. Long Chen sneered and shouted, "Big bro, you don't have to hold back anymore." A wild laugh was heard, and a series of massive explosions occurred as alarms went off and screams were heard. Cross went to the library and copied everything inside before blowing the entire building up. He whistled as skipped around, cutting people in half left and right. An old man and a beautiful woman appeared in front of him and said, "Stop, please." Cross looked at the woman and said, "You're Chi-Yu's lover." The beautiful woman was startled and said, "You know Chi-Yu?" Cross smiled and said, "A new brother of mine. He's actually right outside, but for a selfish woman like you, I guess you don't care." He ignored her and went in another direction, chopping a disciple in half. The woman frowned and said, "Selfish woman." Cross looked at her and said, "Are you joking? My brother's entire life was given to him by his boss. His brothers and sisters in the Dragonblood Legion are his family. You, the selfish woman, want to keep him locked up here for what? You think that's love? How old are you?" 5. The woman was startled and didn't say anything. Cross snorted and said, "If you kneel in front of Chi-Yu and apologize for being selfish, I'll stop killing. How about it?" The old man frowned and said, "Bold." Cross held up a black lotus and said, "Up you pup. Slow down, old man. If this goes off, even you won't survive, let alone the sect. I wanted the resources, but I can sacrifice a bit." The old man started to sweat and stopped. The woman said, "Take me to him." Cross grinned and walked away back to the gates, crushing the lotus in his hand, but that only made the old man even more scared. He felt like he was being constantly watched by a beast. If he made even the smallest movement, the entire sect will disappear. He wasn't wrong. Cross was giving the woman a chance to redeem what's left of the sect, which was extremely rare. He arrived at the gate and heard these two women, "Give them to me, and I'll let you all live today." Cross stopped behind the kid, and Long Chun shook his head, saying bye-bye. Cross said coldly, "Did you just say something about me, daughter?" Jiang Baihe froze up, and Cross pinched the back of his neck, lifting him off the ground. The old man shouted, "Baihe!" Cross glared at him and said, "Scram." His chi wisped off his eyes, and they started rotating dangerously. The old man was locked in space and couldn't move. Baishala gasped and said, "Too handsome." Long Chun shook his head and looked behind Cross at the woman, who walked over to Chi-Yu and kneeled on the ground. Cross slapped Jiang Baihe in the abdomen and crippled him before throwing him right next to the woman as he said, "A bunch of wastes. You're all lucky Chi-Yu actually cares about this garbage sect." He walked over to Long Chun, and Baishala said, "Boss, what was that?" Cross smiled and said, "The same as your pupils, but I can kill him in a second with 100 different ways. Want to see?" Baishala nodded excitedly, and Cross looked at the old man. A black beam fired and blew off the old man's legs. Cross looked at the old man again, and he erupted in black flames as Cross said, "Those black flames will never go out unless I make them." Then the old man twisted in space before exploding into a blood mist. Cross' eyes glowed, and a white figure appeared. The black flames spread to the soul and started burning it as well. Cross said, "I didn't know that happened." Long Chen was shocked and said, "I say, isn't that a bit too powerful?" Cross chuckled and said, "I guess so. Are you jealous?" Long Chen pursed his lips before whispering, "What did you do?" Cross got serious and said, "I heard the story. This woman just wants Chi Yu to focus on her every second of the day. This isn't good for him. Do you really want him to leave the Dragonblood Legion? I understand that you're happy he didn't leave her, but come on. This girl is so selfish. Did she even go looking for him after he was deemed a traitor?" Cross shook his head and said, "She got him into this mess by herself, and she pats her ass and leaves it for Chi Yu to handle." Long Chun was silent and looked at the woman kneeling and apologizing while crying. Chi Yu's eyes were sad as well. He didn't know why she was apologizing. He picked her up and hugged her tightly. Long Chun sighed and shook his head. Cross shrugged and said, "I can just kill the sect and force her to come with us." Long Chen replied, "I don't even want her to come along. Did you get anything good?" Cross grinned and said, "The entire herb supply." Long Chen grinned, and they both chuckled evilly. An even older man appeared. He was so old he looked about ready to die. He smiled and said, "Seems like I really can't trust younger people to lead my palace." Cross whispered to Long Chen, "This way the guy watching me, but he never made a move. I assume the things I destroyed and took weren't that important. Maybe he has a special reserve." Long Chen nodded and said with a smile, "Long Chen has come for an explanation for my brother, wrongfully accused of killing fellow disciples by this cretin." The Yuna Palace ancestor smiled and said, "I will give you a proper explanation for this." He turned and said, "Gather the palace master's forces and kill them all." A group of men disappeared, and Long Chun smirked. "This old man, he sure doesn't fuck around." The ancestor looked at Cross and said, "Perhaps you're satisfied now?" Cross waved and said, "Kill one, kill them all. This is your problem, not mine. If it wasn't for Chi Yu, I wouldn't have any scruples. Don't play games with me, old man. I don't like them." He paused and said coldly, "I also don't like being used as a tool." The ancestor didn't even blush at being found out and said directly, "Then you have my thanks for cleaning my palace in my stead." Cross sneered and said nothing. This old man was too dark. He didn't even care at all. Cross was now sure that he didn't take or destroy anything of value, and if he did, it was his own compensation. It left him disgruntled, feeling like he punched cotton. He didn't like this feeling. Who knows what these old guys are thinking? Cross chuckled and said, "Anyway, old man, I really did you a big favor. How are you going to repay me?" The ancestor said, "A big favor." Cross walked over to Jiang Baihe and picked him up by the neck and said, "You didn't see the Netherworld ghost seed?" Everybody was shocked, and Long Chun said, "That's what it was." Jiang Baihe's voice turned shrill and sinister as he said, "Damn spirit, you ruined my plans." Cross slapped him, saying, "Shut up. When Lousy is talking, you keep quiet. This daddy will refine you if you speak again. Do you believe it?" The ghost kept silent, and Cross looked at the ancestor, saying, "I can give you the ghost seed, but I want a few things." The ancestor sighed and said, "Speak, little friend." Cross pointed at Chi Yu and said, "Chi Yu will become your personal disciple and the eventual palace lord of Yuna Palace in the future, at your own discretion, of course." Chi Yu was stunned, and Long Chun smiled. The ancestor smiled slightly, and Cross said, "Second, this woman." He paused and looked at the woman, his eyes turning as he looked into his soul to see her true emotions. It turns out she really did love Chi Yu, but she wanted him to be with her because she was scared of being alone. He turned back and said, "This woman and Chi Yu are hereby engaged. Whoever attempts to disband their engagement will be killed." Chi Yu almost fainted, and the ancestor laughed as he said, "Anything else?" Cross grinned and said, "Give this cretin a good slap before you kill him," as he threw Jiang Baihe, the ghost, over. The ancestor caught Jiang Baihe and smashed a palm on his chest, sealing his entire body as the ghost screamed. The ancestor smiled widely and said, "It seems the ruthless killer cherished relationships." Cross snorted, not denying it. Chi Yu hugged Cross, whispering, "My good brother, thank you." Cross patted his back and said, You're embarrassing yourself. Chiyu held his shoulders and said seriously, You're my second boss. If you need anything, I will work as a horse or bull and fulfill it. Cross smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, Live peacefully. Before walking away, Long Chun smiled at the ancestor and said, It's been a pleasure, goodbye. The ancestor waved and said, This favor, the old man will remember it. Long Chun smiled and left with the rest, minus Chiyu, who was talking to the woman excitedly. She face was flushed with excitement, and she talked Chiyu's ear off about wedding plans. A while later, the group got further away, and they heard a shout, Boss. Wait! The group was stunned as Chiyu came flying back. Crossface turned confused, and Chiyu said quickly, Boss, second boss. You see, I was talking to Yushin about things, and with the go seed appearing, I knew things would be difficult in the future. She let me come out to get Stringer, and I go back, I promised to give her a stable home. The ancestor took her as a successor, and will teach her instead. Our wedding will be after everything is settled. He chuckled and said, After all, if the boss isn't there, is it really a good marriage? Long Chun and Cross were stunned. Qin Feng hugged Chiyu and laughed. Long Chun smiled, and Cross grumbled, Man, I looked cool for nothing. I should have asked for treasures instead. Chiyu joined the group again, and they celebrated for a bit before continuing their journey. Long Chun and Bai Shir were talking, while Cross was giving the others a show. 10 dancing women on his hands, made of fire, water, metal, earth, wood, wind, ice, light, dark, and lightning. This was the effects of the fruit. His control over the elements had explosively increased. Qin Feng said in awe, Big Brother Sure is amazing. You're better than all the lady bosses combined. Chiyu jumped and said, I say, Qin Feng, are you trying to die? If Lady Boss won or heard you, forget about having kids. Qin Feng trembled in remembrance, and Cross chuckled, saying, Of course. I heard she sent Long Chun a special pair of scissors. Long Chun overheard him and turned green. Chiyu said, What kind of scissors? Cross chuckled and spread his palms, making a pair of scissors with a circular hole in the middle of the blades. The guys all said, Oh. Long Chun punched Cross in the head and went right through as Cross laughed. They were having fun on their way. They continued until they finally arrived in the Dragon region, where Long Chun was supposed to build the 7th Academy branch. They found 2 beasts fighting. Long Chun made a move after one of them was killed and killed the other. Now he got 2 Immortal King beasts. What a boon! Suddenly an arrow flew at Long Chun's neck. He blocked it and saw 100 people with crossbows. Cross shot and killed 99 of them, leaving the leader who was about to speak when everybody around him died. Long Chun chuckled and said, You have big guts to dare to kill us. He started interrogating the man, while Qin Feng and Chiyu took out the cores of the 2 beasts and skinned the python skin. Long Chun took the corpses and forced the man to bring them to his leader. He was from the Qinglong gang. They followed the man deep into the Dragon region. They finally arrived at an ancient city, and Bai Shaola shouted, Scram out for 3rd Master Long. Cross looked at Bai Shaola with an amused expression. This guy was getting more arrogant as the days went by. A cold voice sounded so bold as a group of people appeared. Long Chun looked at a man who he found out was named Zhao Qinglong from the captured guy. Next to the leader was a nice-looking guy named Xiao Yang. He was kicked out from Lingxiao Academy 1,300 years ago. Xiao Yang opened his mouth, and Long Chun slapped him flying. Zhao Qinglong said, Friend, who are you? Why are you here? A sweet voice sounded, Zhao Qinglong, you're still so afraid of death? A sexy woman appeared and said, Little brother, if you want to destroy the Qinglong gang, this sister supports you. Cross looked at the woman and smiled as he said, Oh, you're ready to warm his bed at any time. The woman smiled seductively and said, Why just one? I can warm you both up at the same time. Cross smirked, and Long Chun choked. This woman was too crazy. Cross tilted his head and said, Crawl over to me, and I'll think about letting you warm my bed. The woman went cold, and Cross' smirk turned into a sneer as he said, A poisonous slut like you. I think maybe if I sleep with you, I'll contract 12 diseases and lose half my lifespan. Who you try to lure into a honeypot? Every single one of my women is 10,000x better than you. He looked at Long Chun and said, "You really like to play around? Can we either kill them or subdue them already?" "Why so much talking?" he blurred, and suddenly Chiu Yang's head was in his hand as he said, "Traitor's dead." He looked into the sky and said, "Two little ants, roll out for daddy, or this daddy will gift Lucifer a bunch of souls today." Two men appeared with gloomy faces, and Long Chun smiled as he said, "All right, no more fooling around." He took out a table and said, "Sit or die." The four leaders sat at the table, and a barrier appeared around it. Long Chun smiled and said, "You'll bring me to the ruins of the 7th Branch Academy, and I'll give you this." He pushed out a box with a pill inside. The four looked at the pill and said, "Lingxian pill." This was a super pill of heaven-defying proportions. Basically, when you reach Immortal King, your spirit root turns into a crystal, and the crystals are ranked into 4 ranks: heaven, earth, spirit, and human. If you have a human-ranked crystal, congrats, you're the weakest of Immortal Kings, and you'll never advance past it in your life. But with the Lingxian pill, you could directly promote your crystal. Never again will you be called a trash. Being bullied? Your fiancé broke off the engagement? You're being ridiculed? Now, with the Lingxian pill, you too can be a hero. They suddenly realized where Long Chun wanted them to take him and paled in fear. They all said no. Cross tapped on the table and said, "How about this? You get to keep your lives, and I'll protect you along the way. This way you get the pills, and we get the directions. Everybody wins, and I don't have to waste energy turning you into my slaves. Good deal? The other option is I reluctantly make all 4 of you my slaves, kill everyone else, and you become walking bombs as you lead the way to the 7th Academy." Cross smiled warmly and said, "I think an Immortal King detonating will be a very nice fireworks show." The 4 trembled in fear, and Cross looked at Long Chun, who didn't seem to have any problems. The 4 agreed, and the group set off, not wasting a moment in fear that Cross would change his mind. They traveled into the depths. Long Chun and Cross took care of the dangers as they traveled under the guidance of the 4 gang leaders. They picked up treasures along the way. There were dragon eggs, rare herbs, and ores. Too many treasures. Cross ignored them all and sniffed the air, feeling it to be very dragon-heavy. This was simply a holy ground for dragons. He decided he was going to leave Selena, Gray, and their kids at the academy when they rebuild it. Long Chun, made by Xiaola, catch a dragon, and they flew through the Dragon Valley all the way to the end. They entered a dark forest, and Long Chun handed out pills to help them resist the demon Qi. One of the Immortal Kings said, "This is the site of the 7th branch." Long Chun threw him 2 boxes and said, "Let's go down and take a look," as he looked at the abyss. Cross looked into the abyss and said, "Feels like home." Yuan was already sent back into the inner world because Cross didn't want her outside, contaminated by the evil Qi here. Although Yuan was even stronger than him now. She never said anything, but Cross felt she was an Immortal King. He was honestly stunned when he found out, but he never said anything. His baby was grown up now. They slid down into the abyss, and Long Chun collected a flower as they came to a giant lake that was black as ink. They crossed the lake/swamp and came to a giant rock, but it wasn't a rock. It was a bone. The 4 Immortal Kings almost pissed themselves in fear. Long Chun led the group saying, "We need to get to the head. That's probably when the dragon's lair is, as well as the academy." The group followed him, and they came to a giant skull. There was 2 giant holes for the eyes. They walked to the holes, and a giant dragon flew out of the hole, startling the group. They looked in the hole and saw thousands of black dragons, along with 12 dragon eggs and a lotus. Cross looked down before looking at Long Chun, who also looked over. They communicated silently before nodding their heads and diving into the hole. Long Chun gave the rest directions while Cross sneaked over the dragons. Long Chun went for the lotus and attacked as Cross cut a dragon and threw out a drop of pink liquid. It was an aphrodisiac. Bai Shaola stole all the eggs, Long Chun stole the lotus pod, and Cross threw up a terrifying black hole, dragging everything into it. The horny dragons were going insane and started fighting with the giant lotus as Cross flew out of the skull with the rest. Cross looked at the group and shouted, "Don't resist," before they all disappeared. He turned around and looked everywhere. His eyes turned and black flames erupted on all the dragons, and the lotus as Cross stomped on the air and flew away. Longchen was let out and said, "Light up the pagoda." Cross threw him at the ruined site along with a glowing white ball that lit up the entire abyss. Long Chun went for the cornerstone while Cross fought against the lotus, slashing vines and firing black beams from his eyes. His eyes turned, and the giant dragon-armored figure appeared, slashing and thrusting at the lotus, smashing it back into the dragons. Good thing their bodies were strong, or they would have exploded into blood mist. The lotus was angry and fired off vines at the figure. Cross was inside, and when the lotus opened its mouth, Cross lit its insides on fire. The lotus shrieked in pain. Long Chun grabbed Cross and flew away, as vines exploded from the lotus everywhere. Cross was being dragged by Long Chun, and the figure disappeared. Cross made a rune with his hands and fired a black beam at the lotus, smashing it into the ground. He looked at all the dragon corpses, and they all disappeared as his eyes turned. The lotus thrashed wildly as Long Chun ran to the city. Cross let the others out in the city, and a huge pile of dragon corpses was given to Long Chun. He wanted the lotus for himself, or rather die Wu. He cursed, "Fuck, I wanted to kill it." Long Chun said, "It's too strong. Wait a few days, then go back." The next day, Long Chun made an altar and told everyone to burn bones for a sacrifice. He walked around it 3 times and spoke words nobody understood. Then they went inside the boat to relax. They flew out of the dragon region, and Long Chun started laughing. Bai Shir was confused, and Long Chun said, 9 out of 10 in Puta is watching us behind our backs. Cross shook his head and said, "I can't believe that moron Zhao Qinglong has lived so long." Longchen replied, "Well, Imputa needs him. He's a good spy. Unfortunately, he couldn't cover his tracks good enough." Bai Shir said in shock, "Zhao Qinglong is a disciple of Imputa." Longchen nodded and said, "Obviously. Imputa knows everything we did these few days." Cross chuckled and lay back, falling asleep right then and there. He sent 3 dragon eggs he stole into the blood pool, and they melted into a golden liquid. What mounts? He doesn't need them. Feng Shuier was excelling at alchemy and from the 5 sky fire seeds. Her flames were extremely powerful. She was like a goddess of fire, truly beautiful. The rest of the girls and kids started practicing inside the inner world. It was much better than outside. They had almost everything they needed here, except competition and the threat of death. Even if Cross kept them in the inner world forever, their cultivations would never rise quickly. They would be waste materials, easily killed against real experts. They needed to find their own way. The sect/castle was great, but if they wanted to be experts, it was a super crutch. Cross wasn't going to let them stay for too long, but he also wasn't going to throw them out in dangerous places. He had a list, and he was going to find the best places for them. He still didn't have a direction for most of them, but Selena and her family were already set. He was thinking of leaving Yuan with Bai Shir at the 7th branch before he left. He was undecided. After he found out Yuan was an immortal king, he decided to leave her like the rest. She needed sharpening too. He would clip her feathers if he held her too close. Bai Shir would be able to show her the world and make her less naive. He sighed in his heart. Yuan didn't deserve to be tainted by this shitty world. But it was a must. He would rather her be sad and upset than dead. He rolled over in his sleep, disgruntled, as the boat traveled. They arrived back at the Yina region and went to the Huayan Trading Company. Long Chun went inside to give treasures to Zheng Wenlong, his friend from the lower realms. Cross followed him and used Long Chen's prestige to find the best places for his list. Cross' list was long. Basically, it was like this: Zephyr, wind; Amelia, assassination; Lily, body cultivation; Pandora, ice; Hungersword; Artemis, forging; Jie Yuan, music; Feng Shuier, fire/alchemy; Jasmine, wind/assassination; Dai Wu, flower; Luo Ning, blood/sword; Inger, metal; Luna, soul/formations. Cross got a long list of places all of the immortal world. He sucked in a breath of air at the regions and names. He had a lot of work ahead of him. He thanked the company before leaving with Long Chun, who got information about the rainbow flame appearing. The group traveled to the rainbow region. They were stopped, and Long Chun beat them up. Apparently, people started saying that Long Chun was a netherworld ghost seed. These people really have nothing better to do? Cross shook his head, and Long Chun said, "Take me to the blood-killing hall in this region." They appeared over a magnificent building. Cross stepped out and threw a small orange ball into the formation. Suddenly, there were shrill screams and screeches. Long Chun threw a fire lotus into the formation, and it exploded into flames. Cross eyes turned, and the fire turned black, lighting people up instantly. Long Chun took his bone knife and cut the head off of Incuta's statue. Cross absorbed the power of faith and took it for his own before leaving. Long Chun threw the head to the men who brought them there and said, "Fill it with shit, make it a cesspool, and then escape the region." The men were happy to be rid of Long Chun and did what he said before fleeing. Another place was rid of Incuta's influence. They went to a square and lined up. Cross didn't take a flower and looked at the flowers with a frown. Long Chun smiled, and they waited in line. Suddenly, Sumio Zero, and he came over and said, "You dare worship the rainbow fairy?" Long Chun grabbed him and said, "You dare to blaspheme the rainbow fairy," before beating the shit out of him. Several strong, immortal kings appeared, and Long Chun flipped the script, becoming the embodiment of justice, defending the honor of the rainbow fairy. A ton of people supported him, and the immortal kings were helpless. They found out he was Long Chun and the dean of the 7th Branch Academy, and told him there was a special place to worship the rainbow fairy, but Long Chun said that he was the same as everybody else. There was no need for a shortcut. The immortal kings were happy and praised him. Cross looked at the immortal kings with a frown, hesitating to speak, unsure of what to do at the moment. An immortal king said, "Is there something wrong, little friend?" Cross frowned and asked to enter the city. "Do you have to worship the rainbow fairy?" The air chilled, and the immortal king said coldly, "What does that mean?" Cross said flatly, "I'm not worshiping anyone." Everybody glared at Cross, who added, "You can worship who you like, but I think forcing people to worship whoever you worship is not very good. For example, I have no gratitude for the rainbow fairy. If I worship her, wouldn't that be an even bigger insult than not worshiping at all?" Everybody was suddenly startled. This seemed to be the case. The immortal kings was speechless, and Cross said, "I just want to go inside the city, but if you have to worship someone else to get in, then forget about it. If the rainbow fairy really died to save the region, then forcing everyone to worship her is going against what she fought for, no? Worship if you like, only then will you have true gratitude." Cross continued, like that guy that just got beaten. He worships the rainbow fairy all the time, yes? If he was truly worshiping with gratitude, then even if the person who killed his parents was standing next to him, he wouldn't even let out a single fart. This kind of false gratitude is a mockery to the rainbow fairy herself. "I worship myself. To me, I am king. I am God. Worshipping anybody else is unacceptable." Everybody had their mouths open wide. One guy started clapping, saying, "Well fucking said." Several other people joined in, and Cross looked at the crowd, saying, "Though still, the dead has to be respected. I may not worship the rainbow fairy and fell nothing towards her and her sacrifice, but for the sake of the people who truly worship her and her spirit in heaven, the rules regarding being peaceful should be followed." The crowd was a bit embarrassed and calmed down, but everyone had smiles, feeling this was very logical. Cross turned to the immortal kings and said, "May I go inside the city?" The immortal kings muttered to each other before an old man who seemed to be the leader said, "Seems like we have been tarnishing the rainbow fairy's efforts and meaning for a long time. The city will be open to everyone regardless of worshiping the rainbow fairy. We would like to express that the rules regarding peace around the statue must be followed." Cross stepped out of line and went to sit by the side, waiting for Long Chun. Several other people also left the line and walked into the city. A good chunk of the line dispersed, and the immortal kings' faces fell. Cross said to them, "Look at the statue." They looked over, and it was slightly brighter than before, as if it was happier now. The immortal kings were stunned and thanked Cross profusely for showing them the right path. Cross just said, "As time passes, every generation loses the knowledge of the last and becomes arrogant. There may come a time when the rainbow fairy isn't worshipped anymore. Hopefully at that time you won't go crazy. This is how the world works. He shook his head and drank from his wine gourd, pouring 6 cups for the old man as he continued. Which person doesn't have any arrogance and confidence in themselves? For some people, the past is just that, the past. They disdain the stories and legends, regarding them as fairy tales. These people, even if you beat them to death, they will never show true gratitude. It's better to live and let live than to force someone to your ideologies. The 6 old men were awed and took the wine respectfully. Cross smiled and said, "So polite? Just drink, geez." As he drank from the gourd directly, the old men were embarrassed and drank their cups empty. Cross snapped his head in a certain direction and looked at a man. The entire man disappeared and Cross caught him. He disappeared himself and charged at the confused man, cutting his arms and legs off, crippling his cultivation and resting the scythe on his neck. His killing intent was massive and poured directly onto the man as Cross seethed 9 hell hunter. The man was trembling in fear. He was finished. He didn't even have a chance. Cross took a breath and put the scythe away before stealing everything the 9 hell hunter owned and searing his wounds, completely crippling his body in the process, as well as copying his cultivation method. Cross grabbed him by the hair and reappeared outside. Everybody was stunned in the reappearance of the 9 hell hunter and Cross, but they were more frightened by the 9 hell hunter's appearance at the moment. He had dead eyes without any arms and legs. He felt like a normal person as well. Clearly this man has been crippled. Cross propped him up on the bench and crossed his legs, waiting for Long Chun to be finished. The 9 hell hunter was trembling in fear as he said, "Wah dash." Cross covered his mouth and burned his lips together as he said softly, "You have to be quiet here, you know? Your life isn't ending anytime soon. After all, you need to be thoroughly tortured for a long time." The surrounding people turned white and the 9 hell hunter's lips were seared shut. He could only cry and look at the people with pleading eyes for help. Everybody ignored him. First of all, nobody wanted to provoke Cross. Secondly, they wouldn't help a 9 hell hunter to begin with. He was fucked, completely fucked. Cross drank from his gourd in a much better mood. He didn't even spill a single drop of blood in front of the statue. Not that he cared, but still. People's opinion of him increased because of his actions. Long Chun worshipped the statue and paused for a split second. Cross looked at the statue meaningfully. His statue flashed in response, and Long Chun walked over with the group. He looked at the 9 hell hunter and grinned maliciously. Cross smiled, and they left the square into the city, dragging the crippled hunter with them. They arrived at the residence, and Long Chun immediately dragged the crippled hunter into a room before closing the door with a cruel smile. Cross lay down on the ground and fell asleep instantly. The rest were standing there unsure of what to do. A few days later, they were attracted to a battle outside. Long Chun had tortured and killed the 9 hell hunter, but couldn't get the location of their base. Cross and Long Chun watched a giant golden guy fight a 9 hell hunter. Cross took out his scythe and disappeared into the wind. The 9 hell hunter suddenly fully appeared, and his head fell off his body. Cross appeared in the void and robbed the 9 hell hunter's corpse before sighing, "This guy has a lock on his memories, too." The golden man looked at Long Chun and said, "I want the dragon blood on you." Long Chun had a face full of sarcasm as he said, "I would be worrying about myself if I were you. I know a guy who really likes strange beast blood." Cross appeared on the golden man's back with the scythe at his neck as he whispered greedily, "It's me," before slicing his head clean off and taking the entire corpse. He chuckled and licked his lips looking at the rest of the people, who started to tremble in fear. Cross chuckled eerily and said, "I want to see who has big enough guts to chase after the rainbow flame. My scythe can't endure the thirst. Whoever goes after will die. Good, evil, retarded, all walks of life are welcomed under my blade." Some people packed up and left directly. Others didn't believe it and said, unfortunately, they didn't even know that Daddy Cross doesn't speak empty threats. Cross noticed that when he killed, recently his cultivation foundation has been getting stronger and stronger. The little runes in his body were multiplying and appearing everywhere. The abyss runes were becoming more and more frequent. In every group of 5 there will be one abyss rune, and there were countless runes. The amount of other types of runes didn't decrease, but increased explosively, as if it was competing with the Abyss runes. The runes were getting slightly bigger as well, but they were also tightly packed together and everywhere. He didn't know how much longer he was going to have to absorb energy for, but he felt like he was far from finished. Not to mention, he also had a 10th level where a change happened. He was completely in the dark about the changes that went on in his body at the 10th level, but he felt it must be something spectacular, right? The days passed, and soon there was a rainbow light in the rainbow region. Cross flew after it, chopping people who were going in the same direction as him. He pursed his lips. Seems like these people thought he was bluffing. All these different races, none of them were good people. They needed to be educated on proper behavior in front of this king. Cross saw the flame flowers in the sky and ignored them, flying after the people who didn't take his warning to heart. Cross disappeared like a demon, killing people and throwing the flowers at Long Chun as he flew around. Cross' scythe was covered in pitch-black chi, and he could feel his runes vibrating in excitement as he killed people. He continued killing with a happy smile on his face. People started getting scared and finally ran away for their lives. It was a pity that Cross wouldn't let anybody escape. "Sorry, I warned you before, pal." Cross laughed as he continued bifurcating enemies. They started to gang up on him, and 7 Dagger came towards him from all sides. Cross sank in the air and spun with his scythe, killing a bunch of people in a circle around him. He looked at the void and sneered. He slashed his scythe into a crack, and 2 halves of an assassin fell from the sky. Cross slashed 6 more times, and 12 halves fell from the sky. The world was drenched in blood wherever he went. Suddenly, 2 portals opened, and demons came out of one, while underworld people came out of the other. Cross stood in the air and said, "Is it a party?" The underworld man and the demons looked at Cross, who sneered and said, "Scram back to your domains." Even if the underworld people are allies, this king doesn't give a fuck. He punched the sky, and countless people hiding in the void were revealed. Cross sneered, "Come, today this king will wash the rainbow region in blood." He held the scythe in the air and turned to the demons, saying, "Suffer endlessly in the silence of the eternal abyss," as he slashed down. The entire world went pitch black, and a pitch black energy scythe spun at the demons, chopping the endless numbers like a lawnmower, killing them in hordes. Cross laughed wildly and dived into the group of demons, hating them more than anything else as he slaughtered them like chickens. The whistled a sad song, and a giant lotus appeared with a terrifying aura. The world started trembling, and countless people shook with fear, unable to comprehend how strong Cross was. He's just a 4 extreme realm kid. The lotus crushed through the demons and killed them before they even had a chance to scream as it sank into their portal and exploded, killing whoever was holding the portal together. The portal disappeared, and the surviving demons were trapped, but also shaking in fear. Cross grinned maliciously, feeling the infinite power of his constantly multiplying runes. He continued slaughtering the demons, looking as though he wouldn't stop until they were all dead. Long Chun grinned and joined the fight, feeling the need to kill something. The entire scene was complete chaos, and the underworld fellow directly turned around, patted his ass, and left, closing the portal behind him and refusing to return for the rest of his life. Are you kidding? These people up here were crazy. Even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't come back. Long Chun activated his god ring and sucked in all the flowers around. Everybody glared at him, and Cross laughed as he said, "Let's take care of the trash, yeah?" He snapped his fingers. An indomitable will pressured everyone in the area, pushing them far away if they couldn't handle it, leaving only a dozen or so people. Cross looked at the others and showed his white teeth as he said, "Are you going to scram? Or are you here to get free reincarnation tickets?" The dozen or so people from all different races snorted, and one said, "With just you." Cross chuckled and leaned the scythe on his shoulder as he said, "Yeah, just me. I'm afraid any more, and people will curse me for bullying." The dozen strong people were enraged, and Cross had a big smile as he said, "But first." He tapped on the air a few times, and several of the dozen people exploded in a blood mist. Cross smiled happily, saying, 9 hell hunters and blood clowns are my least favorite people." He walked in a void and approached the group, who were stuck in space as he said now, "You lot are very ugly. So ugly, in fact, that I was very close to being disgusted to death." He stopped in front of them and grinned. "Now, how are you going to compensate for my mental trauma?" The people were stunned, and Long Chen laughed. Cross swung his scythe out and killed a guy, saying he was too ugly. Another one, "You're almost as bad." Another one, "Your mother let you leave the house?" He continued until they were all dead. He took their storage rings and flames, sealing the flames and tossing them into his inner world for feng shuier to devour. He looked around and saw that there was nobody else. He nodded in satisfaction and sat in the air, looking over his spoils as Long Chen absorbed all the flowers. Suddenly, the rainbow curtain surrounding the core area disappeared, and the rainbow flame fell to Long Chen. Someone shouted, "He's a netherworld ghost seed." "You can't let him dash." Cross chopped him in half and said with a sneer, "Your mother's a netherworld fart seed. I want to see who comes for this king's brother today." Countless people didn't move in fear. Cross just sneered. As Long Chen was going to take the rainbow flame, a woman appeared and snatched it. Cross sent to slash, but Long Chen blocked him with his sword. Cross was confused, and Long Chen looked at the woman in a daze with tears flowing from his eyes. Cross scratched his neck and looked at Qin Feng and Shi Yu to see them looking at the woman in shock. The woman said, "Little brother, this rainbow flame is my life treasure. I can't give it to you. I hope you forgive me. Don't be sad, okay?" Long Chen looked at her with tears flowing from his eyes, and the woman said quickly, "Little brother, don't cry. If you really want it, I'll give it back to you." Long Chen shook his head and said with a choking voice, "Don't say you want the rainbow flame. Even if you want my life, I'll give it to you." The woman was stunned and said, "Little brother, do we know each other?" Long Chen wiped his eyes and said affectionately, "It doesn't matter whether you know me or not. The important thing is that I like you." The woman's face turned red, and she giggled, saying, "How much do you like me?" Long Chen looked at her familiar features and said, "Even if I have to stand on a bridge in the wind, rain, sun, snow for 1,000 years just to see you cross it, I would stay." The woman looked at Long Chen seemingly speechless before saying, "You're lying. A bridge in a 1,000 years will collapse." Long Chen shook his head and said, "If I didn't see you, I would wait for generations. How could the bridge collapse?" The woman blushed deeply and didn't even dare to look Long Chen in the eyes. Her jade token lit up, and she said quickly, "I have to go. Thank you for being so nice to me. What's your name?" Cross sniffed and smelled the pill scent on the woman. He hesitated for a moment before his eyes hardened, and he pulled out a ring before waving his hand and taking feng shuier out of the crack. He slid the ring on her finger and kissed her. He didn't say anything but just looked in her eyes. Feng shuier teared up, having a feeling as to what was going to happen. She smiled and said, "I'll be waiting for you, my love." Cross felt his heart in pain as he said, "I won't make you wait long, shuier. I love you." Feng shuier cried, and Cross threw her into the woman, who was named Yu Qingxian. Yu Qingxian was stunned and caught Feng shuier, who said, "Hi. Hopefully, we can be good sisters in the future." Yu Qingxian didn't even have time to say anything, and a colorful light covered both of them as they both disappeared completely. Cross turned away, and his own tears dripped from his strange red eyes. Everybody was stunned. One fairy came, and two left. What was this situation? Suddenly, a giant mouth came out of the void towards the rainbow fairy. Cross' entire body trembled, and he got giddy with excitement. He shot towards the mouth and tore at it like a madman, stuffing the flames in his mouth and eating them. A voice sounded and shrieked in pain. Cross pulled on the mouth and pulled out a man made of black fire. Cross looked at him greedily and pounced on the man, chomping into his neck and devouring the black flames. The man screamed in pain and shouted, "What are you?" Cross ignored him and continued eating the man alive. Well, it looked like a man, but it was actually just a flame spirit. Cross devoured the entire man alive and burped in satisfaction. A void appeared and swirled around, sucking the rainbow fairy towards it. Cross looked at the void, and Yuan appeared next to him. The world became colorful, and the rainbow fairy turned into a flame rune and shot towards Yuan, sinking into her abdomen and disappearing. Yuan also disappeared and returned to the inner world. Everybody was stunned. They didn't even see what happened. The rainbow fairy suddenly disappeared. Nobody saw Yuan except Long Chun. Cross sighed and looked at the void. He suddenly grinned, and a black lotus floated into the swirl. The lotus was eaten and disappeared. Cross turned to Long Chun, who was looking at him. Cross grinned and flew over, saying, I almost made her reincarnate again. Long Chun glared at him, and Cross said, too soon. Long Chun lost his glare and laughed helplessly, saying, You're really a freak, you know that? Cross chuckled and said, A handsome freak, you mean? Long Chun was too tired to talk with him, and they left, going back to the residence. Cross went out of the residence and walked to the square where the rainbow fairy statue was. He stood in front of the statue and looked down at the withered flowers. Yuan told him the rainbow fairy died and gave her everything she knew along with the old rainbow flame. Cross didn't know what to say. He didn't have any gratitude for the rainbow fairy. The so-called god these people worshipped was almost eaten like food by the black flames. Cross devoured the black flames and gained a black flame. It was blacker than black. It integrated with his body, and the runes in his body were still multiplying endlessly. Because he unified his body, whenever a potion of it increased, everything increased along with it. So his body strength increased, which routed to his soul, mind, and chi. His body was changing, but Cross felt like the black flames were a super tonic for him. Almost as if when he ate them, they were returning home. He couldn't describe it any other way than it was his in the first place. He decided to name it Void Flames. He might as well keep the naming sense he has. He looked at the black fire, dancing around his fingertips, and thought of feng shui. He clenched his fist and closed his eyes before leaving the square and going back to the residence. One down, dozens to go. He sighed to himself. He was going to be very lonely in the future. He wasn't looking forward to it, but if it means meeting again when they're 1,000x stronger and they can finally live in peace at the top of the world, then it would all be worth it. A few days later, Cross was sitting in a luxurious boat and flying away from the rainbow region with the group. He was going to take that fucking flower today. The boat was given to them by the old men in the Rainbow City. Suddenly, Bai Shir started crying and said, Long Chun, do you hate me? If you want to yell at me, just do it. Cross sucked in a cold breath of air and grabbed the guys before running away. Bai Shaola was the first one out of the room, and the rest followed. They closed the door and looked at each other. Cross said seriously, the most dangerous thing in the world is a crying woman. Remember that. The four nodded heavily, and Cross took out a cup, holding it to the door and listening in. Chin Feng was stunned and said, Big bro, you. Cross said, Sho, I don't want to see it, but I want to hear it. 50 crystals they kiss. Chin Feng and the rest get excited, and Chi said, Boss? Nah, I'll take that bet. Bai Shaola said, 50 crystals my sister confesses. Everyone took that bet. A while later, Bai Shir ran out and saw the group at the door with crystals in their hands. The atmosphere froze, and everybody looked at her. She grinded her teeth, and Chin Feng shouted, Every man for himself. They all scattered, and Bai Shir chased after them. Another while later, they re-entered the dragon region and slowly inched their way to the divine cornerstone. Long Chun put a 9-story pagoda on it, and the lotus woke up, but now there were 4 more, and they all seemed stronger than the first one. Crossed on his armor and shot out of the boat, slashing the winds with his scythe as his voice echoed, Die for this, daddy. We're having lotus soup tonight. The lotuses got angry and stabbed at him with their vines. Cross chuckled and started to sweat. He was scared. He was excited. So many lotuses, Daiwu would get a massive boost. Cross raised his scythe, and the world turned black. A giant blood moon hung in the air, and a black hole appeared on his back, forcefully borrowing the heaven's might as he slashed down. The vines in front of him were shredded to pieces, and Cross shot forward, stabbing the end of the scythe into the middle of the lotus and pumping it full of void energy, targeting its soul. The original lotus screamed before abruptly stopping. Cross threw it into the inner world and looked at the other 4 who were extremely angry. One lotus shouted, Bastard spirit, you shall die. Cross dodged to the side and reverse gripped his scythe before using Blood Moon Reversal. One of the 4 lotuses, flew back and was unresponsive. Cross spat out a mouthful of blood and dodged the other 3 lotuses' attacks, grabbing the dead lotus and sending it to Dai Wu. He grinned and flashed to a lotus before slashing it up while blocking the others. He was like a madman fighting countless enemies at the same time. That's what it felt like, at least. The vines from the lotuses were numerous and came from all directions. Thankfully, Cross had his mantra and could dodge the vines, though it was an effort. He got in one of the lotus's face and used another blood moon reversal, spitting out a mouthful of blood again as it seeped out of the armor. He grabbed the dead lotus and sent it to Dai Wu again. He looked at the last 2 and swayed in the air, but he still held his scythe in a strong posture. The lotuses stopped and Cross spat out another mouthful of blood. They no longer had scruples and shouted die, as countless vines shot towards him. Cross lifted the scythe in the air and was about to do a big move, when a slash broke the void and 2 eyes with flower pupils appeared in the air. Cross took his scythe down and used the distraction to attack again. He heard Bai Zhantong say, "This guy still want to fight?" Cross said nothing. If he spoke, he would surely throw up blood and faint. He needed these damn lotuses, 5 elements, 5 lotuses. He dug the scythe in the lotus eye and destroyed its soul before collecting it and jumping to the other one. The last one put up a huge effort, but under the combined attacks of Cross, by Zhantong, and by Xiaola's mother, it was defeated and killed. Cross took the lotus and smiled happily as he sat down in the 7th Branch Academy ruins. His armor went back to the necklace, which now had 3 more colors: pink, bright purple, and silver. Dai Wu was pink, Luo Ning was bright purple, and Inger was silver. All he needed was to get Lu Mingxian one, and he would be finished. He looked at his long necklace and sighed with a smile. There were 8 colored beads, if you count the white gold one, for eternal life. Yuan came out of the inner world and slapped down on the ground. The abyss lit up and started turning green. Plants started growing again, and the death zone turned into a place full of life. Cross was leaning against a rock with blood coming out of his mouth. His breath was very weak. He watched Yuan with a smile before sighing. His baby really grew up. She knows how to take responsibility. He grunted, and a crack opened next to him. Selena, Gray, and their kids came out and sniffed around before becoming ecstatic. Cross said, "Stay here with Yuan. The draconic energy here is very beneficial for you. Plus, I have no idea where the actual dragons are. I'm sorry." Selena looked at Cross and wiped the blood from his face as she smiled happily. "Thank you, Master." Cross chuckled and Gray grinned, saying, "What a guy. He saves all our lives, makes our kids even more talented than us, and still has the balls to apologize." Cross smirked as he said, "If you're a weak dragon and you get bullied by chickens and dogs later, wouldn't I be embarrassed?" The kids chuckled and Gray clicked his tongue. Bai Zhantong walked over and looked at Selena, Gray, and the kids as he said, "Dragons?" Cross said, "They're mine." Selena and Gray smiled, and Bai Zhantong shouted, "We still have that dragon art." Someone shouted, "Yeah, I just found it." Bai Zhantong caught the book and gave it to Selena without a word. Cross looked at the book and copied it before saying, "Go help out. You will stay here in the foreseeable future." Selena and Gray saluted before bringing the kids away to help. Cross coughed up some blood, and Bai Zhantong shook his head, saying, "You have dragons and 6 of them too." Cross said with a cough, "I have leviathans, badgers, hippogriffs, and phoenixes too." Bai Zhantong was just speechless. This guy was on the brink of death, and he was still bragging. Cross waved, and everyone came out of the inner world. Red was missing. Blue told Cross that he had snuck off with Feng Shui'er after confessing his love for Blue and saying that when he came back, he would be a strong phoenix capable of supporting a family. The vermilion bird came out. She was a beautiful woman with white gold hair. She also still didn't have a name. She looked at Cross and snorted. This bastard left her in the inner world and didn't even visit her once. Cross grinned at all the girls' angry faces. They all went to help, and Dai Wu gave him a kiss before going to devour the lotuses. Cross looked at the vermilion bird and said, "Little Gold, how you been?" The vermilion bird flared up and said angrily, "Little Gold." Cross chuckled and said, Little White is already taken as he patted a white-haired young man's head. This little bone dragon loved this place. Last time he was busy doing something. Cross said go. Little White ran off to help clean up and left only the vermilion bird, Cross, and a dumbfounded by Jean Tong. The vermilion bird said, I need a good name. Cross said, how about Elise? Elise calmed down. She quite liked this name actually. Satisfied, she left to help with the others. Bai Jean Tong shook his head and said, you're crazy. Cross grinned and said, not too bad. Bai Jean Tong shook his head and left. Cross sat alone looking at everyone. Long Chun was organizing things. Cross whistled and threw a storage ring at him. Long Chun caught it and gave him a thumbs up. Cross smiled before closing his eyes and passing out. Long Chun rushed over and checked Cross breathing before letting out a breath of relief. Long Chun put a pill in his mouth and handed him to an angry Luna. He was truly scared of her. She smiled, but he could feel her rage. He patted his ass and left. He could only pray for Cross in the end. An unknown amount of time later, Cross woke up in a bed covered in bandages. He got out of bed and walked outside, preparing to go make waves with his newfound life. He was quickly slapped by Luna, who shouted angrily, what are you fighting to the death for? Cross held his cheek and pouted, what do you mean? I had it under control. Luna seethed, yeah, using 2 blood moon reversal. And you were about to make a big move at the end too. Do you think I'm blind? Cross opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He was indeed about to make a big move at the end. Luna grinded her teeth and almost beat him up. She took a deep breath and exhaled before saying, even if you waste your cultivation, you must survive. Even if we all die, you must live. Do you understand? Cross nodded and said firmly, you won't die. I promise you, even if you do, I'll go into hell and pull you back. He hooked Luna's waist and said seriously, you'll never escape me, understand? Even if you reincarnate into another world, I will still find you. Even if you lose all your memories and become a dog, I will still pick you up. As he looked in her eyes, full of affection, Luna's cheeks turned pink, and she said softly, I know. Cross kissed her passionately and hugged her close to him as he kissed her without regard for the location. A bunch of people clicked their tongues and looked away. Jasmine, Jie Yuan, Luo Ning, and Dai Wu coughed. Cross separated his lips from Luna's, and she rested her head on his chest with a happy smile. He looked over and hooked his fingers. The 4 girls flew over, and Cross grinned as he said, want to know a secret? The girls looked at him, and Cross said, dual cultivation with me will actually make your foundations, talents, and cultivation better. Luna rolled her eyes. Jasmine spat. Jie Yuan giggled. Luo Ning blushed, and Daiwu looked excited. Cross scooped them all up and walked back inside, shouting, don't bother me. For a few days at least, the disciples that were transferred here all spat on the ground and walked away jealously. A few days later, Luna, Jasmine, and Jie Yuan were fine, but Luo Ning was in a wheelchair with bright purple eyes, and Dai Wu's legs were trembling, but her eyes had 9 colors in them. Obviously, the two had massive benefits from their first time. Actually, Cross did this on purpose. He slipped Luo Ning a blood pill he got from Long Chun and fed her his yang qi to stimulate her blood with the pill. Her eyes were completely purple now, and she even unlocked the divine purple heaven eye, whatever that was. Daiwu had just finished devouring the lotuses and their lotus pods. She was completely transformed and even evolved to a 9-colored lotus with lightning, wind, ice, and darkness added into the 5 elements. Maybe she was on par with the undead Dark Willow now. They all hit the peak of 4 Extremes realm, and Cross deliberately sealed their cultivations. Otherwise, they would just destroy everything with their tribulations. That's not to say Cross didn't get any benefits getting Luo Ning and Dai Wu's Vitaline. His runes started compacting into groups of 100 and condensing into balls before multiplying again. He was extremely close to hitting the 10th level. He could feel it. He was missing something, though. A massive influx of energy at once that would break the barrier completely. He walked out of the house with a satisfied smile on his face and went to find Long Chun as the girls went to rest, a well-deserved rest. They worked extremely hard during this time. Not only that, but they had to digest their benefits and make their foundations firmer before ascending to the tribulation. Cross found Long Chun coming out in a ray, full of sweat. He washed Long Chun clean with a bubble of water, getting a glance from Long Chun. Cross chuckled and said, "You're really good. Training do many people. A real saint, if you ask me." Long Chun rolled his eyes and said, "You're pretty good too. Even a soundproof formation couldn't keep the sounds in." Cross rubbed his nose and said, "That's just my strength." Long Chun chuckled and said, "What happened?" Cross smiled and said, "Luo Ning got the purple heaven divine, eyes like the old man. Also, I need something from you. Those pills you eat like candy. Give me 999 of them." Long Chin's eyeballs almost rolled onto the floor at the information as he said, "How did you do it?" Cross smiled and said, "My yang qi is very good, okay? Anyway, 999 pills, can you do it?" Long Chun threw him a ring and said, "Good." Cross caught the ring and poured a bunch of them in his mouth right away. His cultivation method circulated and started absorbing the energy endlessly. Cross smiled and said, "Just as I thought," as he poured the rest in his mouth, eating all 999 pills at once. Long Chun was stunned and Cross grinned as his body clicked. He said, "Luo Ning is resting. She's in a wheelchair with the other girls," before running out of the academy into the wilderness. His energy spiked, and black flames swept the area, destroying everything as he advanced to the 10th level of the Four Extremes realm. The rune groups in his body started growing bigger and bigger, coming together and forming the rune 4 abyss out of countless other runes. Basically, the rune was abyss, but if you look closely, you'll see that in the abyss rune, there are countless little runes making up the lines. The giant runes started multiplying around his body at a fast rate. Cross smiled and walked back to the academy. His breath was supreme and heavy. Every inhale was filled with power and destruction. The energy from the 999 pills was still being processed. He had a feeling when the pills were fully digested and processed, he would have to go through his tribulation. He came back to see Long Chin's angry face. Long Chin saw him and said, "We're going hunting." Cross smiled and said, "My favorite," as he left with Long Chun by Shi, Qin Feng, Qi Yu by Shaola, and Su Zixiong. They flew in by Shi's golden chariot, and Cross and Long Chun were talking. Cross shook his head and said, "I only have 10 levels. You have 13? Long Chun nodded and said, "It's like a multiplier." Cross nodded and said, "I just hit 10. When all the energy from the pills is processed, I'll be at the peak, and the tribulation will come for me." Long Chun hummed and said, "Are you ready?" Cross shrugged and said, "If I wasn't, it makes no difference anyway." Long Chun laughed and shook his head. Bai Shi said, "We're here." The group exited the chariot and saw the ruins. Cross was angry and looked at the assassins. Long Chun directly flew out and killed a man. The rest of the hiding assassins were revealed by special method, and the Rainbow region people started slaughtering them. Cross stood at the back, shooting a bow Long Chun made for him out of divine wood tree. It wasn't the tree of life, but it wasn't too bad either. He shot arrows as by Shaola, Qin Feng, Qi Yu, by Shi, and Su Zixiong fought. He needed to let them fight, or else they would just be shrimps. Otherwise, Cross would be actively slaughtering right now. Still under his bow, countless killers fell to the ground dead. Cross looked up and saw 4 Earth Immortal Kings and 1 young man at the Four Extremes peak. Cross grinned and took out a wood arrow with a rust metal tip. He pulled the bow, and his breath changed as he let go. Suddenly, one of the 4 Earth Immortal Kings turned to black blood. Before the other 3 could react, a so turned them to black blood as well, and the young man was alone. Long Chun grinned and attacked him. The young man was enraged and attacked with a dagger. Cross said quickly, "I want that dagger. Get it for me." Long Chun snorted in response and fought the young man, while Cross provided support with arrows. They were very strange. They seemed to be avoiding Long Chun on purpose, even curving around him at a moment's notice if he got in the way. They all pierced at the young man endlessly. Cross disappeared from his position as the young man went to attack. He reappeared next to him and cut his hands off at the wrists, taking the 2 daggers from his hands along with his storage ring before burning the hands to dust and returning to where he was before. All of this happened in a second. Cross was happy an ice dagger and a fire dagger. They were king weapons and perfect for Jasmine, the union of yin and yang along with the spirits inside. He made a huge profit today. Long Chun killed the young man and read his soul, but suddenly a portal opened up and Imputa appeared. Cross looked at him and said in shock, "Fat man, what are you doing here?" Imputa said, "I've come to kill you little heathens." Cross clicked his tongue and said, "That won't do. I still don't have any grandchildren. How can I die?" Long Chun chuckled and Imputa sneered, "You will see them in hell," as he tore a space channel and sucked everybody inside. Long Chun and Cross were stuck in the space channel, and Cross touched the wall saying, "Io. How many people died to make this?" Long Chun threw the divine cornerstone at Chin Feng and said, "Go back. I'll see you later." Chin Feng was stunned and said, "Boss, you dash." Suddenly the tunnel split and a man with baby fat appeared. Long Chun was tied up with 3 chains and said, "Emonyen." Cross looked and said, "Io. The archer guy. But he's so fat." Emonyen cursed, "This is baby fat. Understand? I'm not fat. That guy over there is fat." Imputa almost puked out blood and shouted, "You dash." Cross cut him off and said, "Shut up, fat man. Next time I see you, I'll peel your fat right off your body, understand?" Emonyen clapped and said, "Ha ha ha. I like this guy. Long Chun, where did you find him?" Long Chun said, "Break the chains, moron." Emonyen said, "Oh right." The chains snapped one after the other, and the space channel collapsed. Cross was blasted out with the rest, but Long Chun was sucked into the tunnel. Cross shouted, "And you better come back. I can't handle my own women. You think I can take yours?" Long Chun almost threw up blood and disappeared. Cross appeared back outside with the rest, and by Sure pinched his waist, saying angrily, "Who's taking his women?" Cross jumped and said, "Fuck. Are you crazy? Who used the power of gold to pinch somebody?" By Sure started crying and Cross said, "I can't deal with this woman," as he chopped her neck and knocked her out. Cross threw her over his shoulder and said, "All right, Daddy Cross is in charge now." Chin Feng shook his head and they went to the chariot. Cross and the other flew back to the academy. By Sure was sent to her residence and Cross went to his own residence, calling him family to him. They all appeared and sat around table. Cross coughed and said, "All right, folks, here's what's going to happen." He threw the 2 daggers to Jasmine, and she caught them before looking at them in awe. The daggers buzzed, and Cross shook his head. The king weapons directly recognized Jasmine as their master. He looked at the rest and said, "Yuan, Selena, gray, white, gold, silver, platinum, and Rose are staying at the academy. The rest of you are coming with me. It's time for you to leave. Even the other beasts." Levi said, "Even me, big brother." Cross smiled and said, "Even you, Levi." Jie said, "You going to leave Yuan here?" Yuan was stunned and Cross said seriously, "Yuan is stronger than all of you. The only thing she needs is experience. I'm leaving her with by Sure, Chin Feng, and Chiyu." He closed his eyes at all the resistance. Only Luna was calm. Cross slammed his palm on the table and said firmly, "This is my decision. I'm the man of the house, and you will listen to me." Everybody went silent, and Cross tones softened as he explained, "You're all at the 4 extremes realm peak. You're going to go through the tribulation, and when you're done, we're leaving. I'm bringing you to the places that suit you best. That's it, period. Whatever you say won't change my mind." Luo Ning retorted, "Can't we just stay with you?" Everybody looked at Cross, who closed his eyes and said, "Maybe you didn't hear me. This isn't a democracy. I can get you everything you need, boost your cultivation, keep you safe, and everything else you would need. But what about when I'm not here? Your cultivation would be strong, but you'd just be waste killed under a single blow." He opened his eyes, and they were fierce as he said, "Listen to me very carefully. If even one of you dies, the entire 9 heavens and 10 hells will follow you. I can't protect you forever. You need to be your own people. You just be paper tigers with me, carrying you around. Understand?" The room was silent, and Cross left the residence, saying, "Prepare for the tribulation. When you reach the Divine Lord realm, we'll be leaving not long after. It could be months or days." The room was silent, and Luna left first, followed by the rest, as they all went their separate ways to prepare. Cross sat outside by himself. and Luna said upset. Cross-eyed and said no. I know they just want to stay together. Luna smiled and said, I think you did very good. Cross smiled and Luna sat next to him, saying, being the man of the house is like this. Sometimes you have to make tough decisions for the greater good. Cross chuckled and said, so dramatic? Luna giggled and leaned her head on his shoulder as she said, maybe a little bit. Cross kissed her hand and intertwined his fingers with hers as he said, I love you. I love all of you. I want to stay together also, but I have this feeling that everything is going to go to shit soon. The stronger you all are, the better. Luna hummed and said, I know I love you too, baby. I think you're making the right choice. Cross sighed and looked up saying, I should have taken that old dragon guy's offer. Luna just smiled and a voice boomed in their minds, you still can. Cross almost deviated as he shouted, damn it. Can't you be a little more normal? I almost died. The voice of the dragon laughed, and he said, that's what you get for plucking my scales dry. Cross grumbled, and the dragon said, I can send them to Longchen's wives where they're most suitable. Cross struggled, and Luna squeezed his hand with a smile. He said, can you give them a message? The dragon said, do I look like a mailman? Cross coughed and said, can I have a few days? The dragon grumbled, you have 5 days. Cross stood up and said, get everyone. There's been a change of plans. Luna smiled and nodded, pointing out with her fingers. Several whales floated out of her fingertips and flew off into the academy. A while later, Cross was standing with them all and walking in the academy, going to restaurants, teaching them things, spending time with them. He even slept with them all under the stars. 3 days passed. Cross was staring at a thundercloud in the sky. Yuan was standing next to him and looking nervous. Cross was smiling the whole time, but she could feel his smile was full of sadness. She never said anything, but she knew he was keeping up appearances right now. Cross blew a hole in the clouds above his family and beasts. The tribulation was fierce and ruthless, but in the end, they all passed through it with flying colors. Cross smiled and celebrated with them for an entire day, then spent the rest of the time alone in his room in a time bubble. After God knows how many years. Cross came out of the room on the 5th day, skinny as a skeleton with a smile on his face. Everybody was shocked, and Luna almost burst into tears, knowing that he probably made something special for each of them. Cross handed each of them a ring and said, when you get there, you'll probably see some special people. If they're Longchen's family, give them the letters inside. There's also food, clothes, weapons, and other things I made for all of you inside each of the rings. He kept one and plucked a black bead off his necklace, forming into another black necklace as he put it into the last ring and kissed each of his women on the lips and each of his kids on their foreheads before saying with teary eyes, remember, I love you all. Do it. The ring in his hand disappeared, and so did everyone else. He watched them all disappear, their sad red eyes stabbed into his heart. Luna smiled to him and mouthed, I love you, and I'm pregnant before disappearing. Cross eyes widened and he grabbed at the light, but went right through. He stood in an empty room with a lost expression. His mental state fluctuated before he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He straightened out and walked out of the residence. Yuan, Selena, and the other dragons also disappeared. He looked at the sky and he walked to a restaurant. Far away, Lu Mingxian was sitting on her bed when a ring appeared in her hands. She grabbed it, and she started shining before she too disappeared, alerting the entire Lu family hours later. They were all brought to various places. Carl landed in a rainforest to see a bunch of badgers looking at him. He was stunned and said, what the fuck? Buckbeak appeared on a mountain in front of a giant lightning bird. Levi appeared in the sea and saw his own kind. He was stunned and swam towards them, only to be greeted with shock and a loud shout, His Highness. He's alive. Get the king. Selena, Gray, White, and the kids appeared in front of the Azure Dragon ancestor and said, you're with me, as he grinned viciously. The group trembled, feeling like they were going to have a bad time. Blue and Pandora appeared together in an ice palace in front of a woman. None of the three said anything for a while. The woman finally spoke. You smell like Longchen. Pandora and Blue looked at the woman, and there was another silence before Pandora handed the woman a letter. The woman looked at the letter for a while before taking it and reading it. A while later, she said, "Stay with me." Pandora and Blue were silent for a while before saying, "Okay," in unison. Amelia and Jasmine appeared together as well. They were in a hall with a girl and a woman talking. The woman looked over and the girl sniffed, saying, "Long Chun." Jasmine handed her a letter and the girl read it before smiling widely, saying, "Sister-in-law." The woman was just stunned and said, "You dash." Jasmine and Amelia both disappeared and reappeared with daggers and needles at the woman's throat. The woman made no with her mouth and said, "You're my disciples along with Mingyu from now on." Jie Yuan appeared in a hall and bumped into a woman with a zither. Jie Yuan said, "Sorry." The woman said, "Not a problem." Her voice was like music, and Jie Yuan asked, "Do you know who Ziyin is?" The woman pointed at herself, and Jie Yuan gave her a letter. Ziyin read the letter and smiled widely before saying, "Come with me." Zephyr smashed through a building and groaned as he pushed himself off the ground. A woman was looking at him with wind blades in her hands, saying, "Who are you?" Zephyr sat on the ground and said, "Fuck. Who are you?" The woman shouted, "I asked you first." Zephyr flared up, "I don't hit women, but if you don't answer me, I'll give you a tight slap. Do you believe it?" The woman flared up and beat him up, shouting, "What did you say, brat? This great aunt will teach you some manners today." They started fighting, and a while later the woman said, "Why do you smell like my husband?" Zephyr sneered, "He must have bad luck to be with a mental case like you." The woman grinded her teeth and said, "You diss my husband Long again, and I'll kill you." Zephyr said, "Uncle Long's wife?" The woman paused and said, "Uncle Long." Zephyr threw her a letter, and she read it before grabbing him and saying quickly, "Tell me, did that bastard get another woman?" Zephyr sneered, "As if I would tell you." The woman shouted, "You," before beating him up again. Yuan appeared in front of a beautiful girl. They both jumped and said, "Ah." The woman said, "Who are you?" Yuan teared up and pointed her sword at the woman, saying, "Stay back." Daddy said perverts are good at disguising themselves. The woman teared up and said, "I'm not a pervert." Woo. Yuan and the woman hugged and started crying before Yuan took out a letter. The woman wiped her eyes and read it before crying again and saying, "I'm your aunt." Yuan teared up and they hugged again. Elise appeared in front of Feng Shui'er and Yu Qingxian and smiled, saying, "I'll be staying with you now." Feng Shui'er said nervously, "Did something happen?" Elise shook her head and handed her a letter. Feng Shui'er read it before sighing and handing it to Yu Qingxian, who read it and said, "You can stay with me then." Elise smiled. Inger and Honger appeared at a giant sword and saw a man. The man looked over and said, "Who?" Honger said, "Your Uncle Longchen's friend?" The man raised a brow and Inger gave him a letter. The man read it and said, "Come with me," as he walked away. Artemis and Lily landed on the ground in a workshop. A young man looked at them before saying, "Holy fuck, angels from heaven." Lily shouted, "Who's an angel?" "You damn pervert." As she swung her fist, the man was spooked and said, "A demon." Lily shouted, "Who's a demon?" "You damn pervert. Give me your money." Artemis shook her head and said, "You smell like Uncle Long." The man grabbed Artemis' shoulders and shook them, saying, "You know the boss? Where is he? Does he miss me, Guoran?" Lily flying jump kicked Guo, ran away shouting, "Pervert." Guoran said in grief, "I'm not a pervert. Fuck." Artemis handed him a letter and Guoran read it, saying, "Wah, no way. I'm your fucking uncle. Come with me. Uncle Guo will teach you all about forging." Luo Ning appeared in front of a woman with long black hair and bright purple eyes. They looked at each other, and the woman said, "Purple Blood Clan? Come with me." Luo Ning wiped her eyes and nodded, asking, "What's your name, senior?" The woman said, "Luo Ningxuan." Luo Ning's eyes widened, and she hurried along. Lu Mingxian appeared in a beautiful land filled with trees and flowers. A man was sitting by a lake fishing. He turned around and looked at Lu Mingxian before saying lightly, "How did you get here?" Lu Mingxian said, "I don't really know either." Her voice paused, and she took a good look at the man. He had long black hair, sharp looks, golden eyes, but the most striking feature were his long pointed tip ears. She was stunned and said, "Cross." The man said, "What?" Lu Mingxian said, "You look like my husband." The man said, "Huh, that's weird." A woman appeared and grabbed Lu Mingxuan's shoulders, saying, "What did you say?" Lu Mingxian was stunned and said, "You look like him too, but he said he didn't have a family." The woman was absolutely beautiful. She had long flowing black hair and golden red eyes, soft cheery lips, and smooth and fair skin. Cross had a 30% resemblance to the woman and 70% to the man. Lu Mingxian said, "Your Cross parents?" The man shook his head and said, "I don't know who that is." The woman gave him a tight slap and said, "Moron, your son, the only blessed by the tree, the one that was sent away. You almost killed half the population." "Hello," the man said, "Oh," before it clicked, and a breathtaking aura appeared as he shouted, "What?" Lu Mingxian was stunned, like father, like son. The woman smiled lightly and led Lu Mingxian to the house, saying, "Tell me how you met my son. Are there more daughter-in-laws like you? Any grandchildren? Is he cute? Strong? Tell me everything." Dai Wu appeared in a dark forest. She turned her head and said, "Undead willow." There were two women standing there, and one of them sang a demon eye water lily. Dai Wu said, "Mutated." The other woman smiled and said, "You smell like my husband, Long Chun. Do you know him?" Dai Wu smiled and said, "He's my husband's brother," as she handed the woman a note. The woman read it and smiled as she said, "Would you like to come with us?" Dai Wu smiled and said, "Sure," as they all left the area. Luna appeared on a mountain and saw a beautiful woman. She smiled and gave her a letter. The woman read the letter and said softly, "Is he okay?" Luna smiled and said, "A bit sad most of the time, but he's okay." The woman wiped her eyes and smiled, saying, "Meng Chi, nice to meet you." Luna smiled softly, saying, "Luna, nice to meet you too, sister-in-law." Meng Chi giggled, and the duo left the mountain. Cross ate alone at the restaurant, eating away his depression. Thankfully, the man from the wine god's palace patted his ass and came to the 7th branch. Cross was drinking when Bai Shirshir came over and said, "Where's the girls?" Cross bat gone. Bai Shirshir was confused and said, "What? What did they G-dash?" Cross shouted, "I said they're gone. Are you fucking deaf?" Before grabbing his gourd and leaving the restaurant, leaving the disciples bewildered and Bai Shirshir stunned. Cross returned to his residence and locked his doors before laying on his back and staring at the ceiling. Drinking, his tears flowed from his eyes, dripping onto the floor. Time passed like this. A month later, Cross sat on the ground. Even those who knew him wouldn't recognize him now. He had long wild hair and a full beard with a mustache. There were several gourds on the ground around him and wine stains everywhere. The inside of the house was in ruins. Cross was touching the air in front of him. He had been like this for a few days. He finally felt something, and his eyes turned as he tore space in front of him directly. The door was kicked open, and Cross looked over with a blank gaze. Baishalla's mother said, "Cross or Y dash?" She saw him and was stunned. Cross looked at Bai Shirshir and the rest behind her. He didn't say anything and ripped open the space. A terrifying aura surged from the void, and Cross dived into it, before disappearing as the space crack sealed itself. Bai Shirshir said incredulously, "That was him." Qin Feng looked around and said, "Seems like Big Bro is going through somethings." Bai Shalla said, "But what happened?" Bai Shalla's mother muttered, "So the fluctuations I felt a month ago." She sighed and said, "There's nothing wrong. He'll be back. Hopefully." Long Chun was in the middle of a massive tribulation, fighting against a man who had muscles everywhere. This was the Beast region. Beasts ruled here. Suddenly, the thundercloud multiplied infinitely, and Long Chun shouted, "Lei Yuner, run to the edge. Fast!" The woman sprouted wings and brought her people far, far away without hesitation. A perfect white hand appeared, grabbing space itself and tearing the void. Everybody stopped and looked over. Cross walked out of the space crack, and the mammoth man Long Chun was fighting sneered, "Another Terran. Get the foo dash." Cross looked at him and punched out. The man exploded into a blood mist. Everybody went silent in shock. Cross looked at the rest and said, "Ugly," before throwing a ball of black energy into the center. Everyone except Long Chun were sucked into the black hole and grinded into meat paste. Cross snapped his fingers and floated over to Long Chun. The black hole dissipated and Long Chun said in shock, "Big bro, what happened to you?" Cross eyes turned red and he choked, "They're all gone." The dragon guy sent them away. Long Chun sighed and patted his shoulder with a smile, saying, "The only thing we can do is get stronger, right?" Cross nodded wordlessly. Long Chun shook his head. It seemed like it hit him harder than he expected. Cross looked up and said, "Just this week?" Long Chun smiled, saying, "I was warming up." Cross shook his head and said, "You play around too much." He flicked a black lotus into the sky and blew up the clouds. They reformed and countless lightning skeletons from the ghost ship swarmed the two. Long Chun chuckled and said, "Want to see how many times we could do it?" Cross replied, "I need thunder anyway." He looked down at the piece of bone in the ground and he muttered, "I'll take the whole secret realm too, I guess." Another feature for the sect. Long Chun laughed and sent fire lotuses into the clouds, blowing them up endlessly. Cross waved his hand, and all the lightning skeletons exploded before being sucked in. Long Chun looked up and said, "That should be good." Cross said, "Want to get risky?" Long Chun said, "I'd rather live a long life." Cross said, "Let's get risky." As he held out his palm, a black lotus appeared before bursting into flames. It slowly grew, and a terrifying aura emerged before the lotus started shrinking and turned into a lotus pod. Long Chun said, "Wow, that's scary." Cross lifted his hand gently and said, "Lotuses bloom in the moonlight." The lotus pod flew into the clouds before blooming and eradicating the clouds completely. Long Chun's jaw hung loose, and red clouds started accumulating. The area was smaller, but the aura was 100x more terrifying. Long Chun said, "Nima, I'm definitely losing a dozen layers of skin today." Cross just stayed silent as Long Chun smashed the bone plate, and Cross said, "Want to come with me?" A voice echoed, "I have a choice." Cross said, "I won't use you like others. You'll be your own tribulation grounds in my sect. I won't restrict your growth either." The voice said, "Okay." Cross patted his abdomen, and Long Chun was sent out as the entire reel turned into a ball and entered the inner world. Cross appeared outside with Long Chun, and endless lightning fell on the city. Cross disappeared, robbing everywhere for treasures, herbs, ores, weapons, materials, books, crystals, pills, furnaces, everything he could find. Soon enough, the entire city was picked clean. Cross touched the ground and absorbed the spiritual vein under it, destroying the formation around the city. There was nothing left for him to take, and he took out his scythe, starting his slaughter of the lightning creatures. He looked over and saw Long Chun piercing a thunder spear through a woman's chest. She looked heartbroken, and Long Chun kicked her flying. Cross saw that Long Chun sealed her in her demon core, only pretending to kill her. What a nice guy. Cross slaughtered the beasts and lightning ghost spirits. A black hole opened up on his back and absorbed lightning crazily, while the blood from various beasts was being absorbed as well. Cross literally killed everyone who got in his way. There were no scruples. Lei Yun'er's Thunder Falcon clan escaped the city, vowing to take revenge on Long Chun, but he saw that they were faking their anger. Cross didn't really care. He was busy collecting lightning and blood. The blood pool in the sect was absorbing blood like crazy, and the stone turned gold as the blood was boiling, seemingly getting rid of the impurities and extracting the source and essence. Apparently, the blood pool had the feature of purifying blood that went into it. When one sat in it, they would be able to purify their own bloodline and leave a little bit inside as a thanks. Cross found this a bit suspicious. He was 90% sure he knew the secret of this blood pool. The blood in the pool didn't just purify, but mixed, which meant it was able to fuse bloodlines, which meant it was able to replace bloodlines as well. This required further inspection. Long Chun was cutting people down with a new sword. He looked pretty happy with it. The sword looked happy too. Cross circled around and cut down beast after beast, shattering lightning skeletons with 2 swipes. Cross looked over and pulled in the air. Rings after rings flew over to him. He looked up and saw a golden chariot. He jumped into the air and slaughtered everyone in and around the chariot before stealing the chariot itself, forcing it into a smaller form before storing it away. Suddenly, a man appeared in the air and threw a spear at the great Brahma statue, shattering it to pieces. Cross rushed into the Holy Pill Palace and killed everyone inside before stealing everything: techniques, pills, herbs, furnaces. He made the right choice coming here today. He gets to advance to the Divine Lord realm, and he gets a bunch of treasures. One day, a giant sword pierced towards Cross, who looked up and punched the sword, shattering it to pieces before it was absorbed into his body. The thundercloud exploded into thunder, and Cross sucked in half, the other half going to Long Chun. Both their breaths multiplied as they reached the Divine Lord realm first level. Cross let out a breath and looked at the beasts coming at him and Long Chun. The lightning tower inside the inner world had absorbed some thunder as well and became even better than before. Now there were levels. Cross appeared over the statue of the great Brahma. He placed his hand on the head and sucked out all the power of faith, spinning it into his own power as the shattered statue became dust. He looked over at the beasts, and Long Chun suddenly grabbed Cross, and a light curtain appeared as Long Chun said, "I'm the Dean of Lingxiao Academy's 7th branch. Come find me if you want revenge," before they both disappeared, leaving ruins of the city that was once standing there. Not to mention, there was nothing salvageable. Even the Hall Master and Vice Hall Masters of the Holy Pill Palace were killed and robbed. There was nothing left after Cross stole everything from them. He even copied the skills of all the beasts he looked at. Hundreds of techniques poured into the sect and filling up the shelves, but it was still only a drop in the bucket. The duo reappeared in a desert, and they went inside the inner world to see their spoils. Long Chun took a single herb from each of the herbs he didn't have in his space before going into the alchemy building. Cross didn't care about what he took. They were brothers regardless. Even if it was a priceless treasure, he would give it to him. Long Chun took the sky and night furnace that the Hall Master had before asking, "Big brother, what about the books?" Cross replied, "They can be duplicated. The Academy can have them too. Pick which ones you want, and I'll duplicate them. It's not a problem at all." Long Chun nodded and picked out books. Cross duplicated them all and put them into a storage ring, handing it over to Long Chun along with half the crystals he had. He had so many crystals, handing half over was literally nothing. He appreciated that the castle was so neat and organized everything right away. He had to say, the scholar made a fantastic sect. They left the inner world and flew towards the Tianlan region. After going through a few transmission arrays, they arrived at a sea of sea demons, frantically attacking the city they went to. Apparently, sea demons attacked the school. Long Chun threw a flame lotus and blew up countless sea demons before throwing a sword to an old man and leaving the area. They appeared at Lingxiao Academy and slaughtered sea demons along the way. They arrived at the school and saw Tianlei. He laughed and said, "Haha, I knew I was right." Long Chun smiled, and Cross remained stoic, expressing no emotion. They both said in unison, "Big brother Lei." Tianlei smiled and said, "The dean wants to see you. Go quickly." Cross passed Tianlei and tapped on his forehead before flying away. Tianlei was stunned and trembled in excitement at the completed ancient thunder art Cross just gave him. The duo saw the old man. Bai Leitang looked at Long Chun and Cross before saying, "Not good." Cross remained silent, and Long Chun smiled, "Not bad." Long Chun and Bai Leitang talked for a while before Long Chun and Cross left. They appeared at the 7th branch, and Long Chun was immediately hugged by Sure. Cross walked to the array and looked outside to see countless demons outside. He tore a crack in the formation and walked outside. The disciples shouted in fear, and a giant demon slapped at Cross. Cross looked up before flicking his finger. The demon exploded into blood mist. The disciples froze, and Long Chun chuckled, saying, "Maybe he's much more dangerous now." Bai Sure asked quietly, "Do you know why dash?" She was interrupted by a massive boom. The entire formation shook, and there were body parts everywhere outside. Cross looked at the corpses before flipping his palm. A little lotus appeared and grew before condensing. Long Chun threw out countless fairy crystals and said, "I would fortify the defenses quickly if I were you." They got over their shock and started feeding the crystals into the formation. Cross gently pushed the lotus pod into the group of beasts before walking back through the formation. The lotus bloomed, and an earth-shattering explosion occurred behind him as he walked away into the academy, going to his residence without a word. The countless beasts in front of the school, as well as the area entirely, disappeared. There was nothing except a hole and black flames. Everyone swallowed their saliva, and Long Chun smiled before saying, "Come, let's go through the tribulation," as he left. Cross sat in his residence, and a black flame appeared on his hand. His eyes turned, and the black flame was devouring the black flame from his eyes, becoming even more powerful as the void flame flowed into his eyes and across his entire body. He exhaled a mouthful of air and stood up, going to a wall and tapping a part. The wall slid over and dozens of gourd appeared on shelves. He took one and started drinking as he walked away. The wall slid back into place behind him, and he walked out of the residence, going to where Long Chun was. He suddenly shook as his vision changed. Cross opened his eyes and found himself looking at a massive group of people he didn't recognize, but he felt their ant-like cultivation. He looked at them without emotion, and they trembled in fear. He was still confused as to why he was here. Suddenly he heard a tender and sweet voice, "Master." Cross turned around and saw a beautiful little girl. His eyes turned as he looked at her, scanning her up and down. Athena blushed slightly before Cross said, "Incomplete." Athena was stunned, and Cross' finger glowed as he tapped on her forehead. He turned around and said flatly, "You're all chasing my disciple? For what? My inheritance? Are you worthy?" The giant group of thousands of people were all stuck in place and white in fear. Cross added, "Even if you did get it, did you think I would recognize you? A bunch of wastes." He waved and killed all the stronger ants that were above Athena's cultivation, leaving a couple hundred people with the same or lower cultivation. The dead people's storage rings floated to Cross, and he emptied them all before the rings all turned into liquid. A bead appeared, and Cross melted it into the liquid before forming a black ring with a dark, dark black pearl on it. The thunder rumbled above him, and he waved, saying noisy. The sky was ripped apart, and the surviving people pissed themselves in fear. Cross turned around to see the girl's eyes on him with an infatuated and obsessive light in them. He said, "You're weak. Very disappointing." Athena almost started crying as she said, "Master." Cross cut her off and said, "Excuses are useless. You are my only inheritor. If you die, I'll find someone else. You're not special. You're lucky. Whether you become special and slaughter your way to me, or your luck runs out and you die, is up to you." Cross looked at Athena deeply, and to his surprise, she nodded firmly and said, "I will make Master proud." Her words were laced with ice-cold, killing intent. Cross nodded, and the ring glowed before floating over to Athena's finger as he said, "Keep this on you. There are several restrictions with prizes behind them. When you're strong enough to break them, you can get what's behind the restriction. If you aren't, then you'll die." Athena looked at the ring with a fanatical light in her eyes. Cross spoke again, "I don't care how you do it, but if I find out you disgraced me, I will kill you. If you die, the ring will come right back to me." He pointed at the hundreds of people and said, "I suggest you don't reply on mine in the future. This is the one and only time I will help you. If you can't deal with the trash, you're not worthy." He waved his hand, and a token materialized out of thin air as he said, "If you make it to the Void Sect, bring this token to the Sect Master. Maybe we'll meet again at that time. Good luck." Athena said quickly, "Master, Master, wait." Cross looked at Athena, his eyes without any ripples at all. Athena said, "What weapon does Master use?" Cross pointed at a tree nearby, and the tree turned to ashes before a beautiful wooden scythe appeared as he disappeared with a flash of white light. Athena looked at the scythe and muttered, "Scythe. Kaya. Master is so yummy," as her face turned red and she held her cheeks with her pupils turning heart-shaped. The ground of hundreds of people suddenly had their eyes turn red, and they charged at Athena, who sneered, "Come on, trash. If I don't kill you all, I'll marry someone other than Master," as she took out a long sword and disappeared. using void step. Cross returned to the academy and continued walking to Longchun while drinking from his gourd. He looked completely different from the otherworldly supreme master that just appeared in front of Athena. Cross came to the tribulation region and sat on the ground next to Longchun, drinking from his gourd. Longchun looked at him and said, "Good." Cross replied, "Awful." Longchun sighed and paid attention to the tribulation. Thunder beasts rushed out of the clouds, and Longchun said, "I'm not saving you if you die to these thunder beasts. You will die with humiliation." Cross ignored them all, only focusing on Luo Bing. A while later, ghost spirits came down and the disciples started fighting them. Time flew by and disciples started dropping. Cross noticed Luo Bing was still going strong. He finally said lightly, "Luo Bing, if you don't change, you'll never see your sister again. I hope you won't disappoint me." Luo Bing calmed down and started killing ghost thunder spirits. Longchun looked at Cross, who went back to drinking and said, "Don't think too much." Longchun looked back with a chuckle. The tribulation continued, and Luo Bing was close to passing out, but Cross goaded her every time, making her angry. This bastard lost her sister, and he still dares to talk about it. She held on, until Longchun directly blew a hole in the clouds. Cross watched her fight against ancient lightning corpses before passing out. A skeleton came to slash at her, but Cross reached through the void and slapped the skeleton to death before throwing Luo Bing into the core area into a lightning chain. He condensed the ball of lightning from the skeleton and threw it at Luo Bing, making her scream in pain. Cross face was emotionless as he watched Luo Bing writhe in pain. Others would feel pain themselves, watching a beauty like Luo Bing in pain like this, but Cross didn't even have a ripple in his eyes. He took his hand back and started drinking again. Longchun shook his head and pulled Qin Feng and Qi Yu out of the thunder zone into the core area before saying, "Don't overdo it." Lightning went down the chains into the disciples, and Cross whistled. A little thunder dragon flew over, and Cross touched its forehead, releasing red lightning into it. The red lightning traveled into Luo Bing's body, and her screams got louder and heart-piercing. Cross had a cold face as he looked at her writhing body. He finally stopped, and Luo Bing calmed down as Cross whispered, "Absorb it," before looking at by Sure facing off against the skeleton that Longchun stole the golden sword from. The skeleton suddenly burst into 8 swords after talking to Longchun. Cross handed Longchun a pure white orb, and Longchun fed by Sure the orb. It was pure soul energy. Not only would it help her digest the swords, but it would also be a whole boon for her cultivation. Cross stepped and flashed to Luo Bing, grabbing her collar before dragging her away. Nobody had anything to say and just left him alone. Cross went back to his residence and cleaned out the gourd before throwing it on the floor and grabbing a new one from the wall. He took Luo Bing into the inner world and threw her, along with a drop of his own blood, into the blood pool. He sat on the edge of the pool and drank as he watched Luo Bing sit there in a coma, occasionally channeling red lightning in her body and destroying it from the inside, making her bloodline stronger, thicker, and purer. Along with the blood pool, she was making amazing progress. When she started waking up, Cross brought her back outside and threw her into a bed before walking outside. He walked around the sect to see Longchun with a few other people looking at Su Zixiong. He walked over and looked at Su Zixiong before poking his arm. Cross took a drop of blood before throwing it into the blood pool. Longchun pursed his lips in amusement, and Su Zixiong said, "Second boss, are you trying to kill me?" "That hurt." Cross grunted and kept silent. Longchun looked at him and said, "Luo Bing." Cross drank and said, "In my house." Luo Changwu flew to Cross' residence like a bullet. Longchun shook his head and replied, "He's been worried for almost a month." Cross back, "Good. If she wasn't so weak, maybe she would have gotten more benefits." "Disappointing." Longchun said, "You can't expect them to be like us." Cross paused and said, "Maybe," before drinking from his gourd in thought. He suddenly reached into the void and pulled out Luo Bing. For some reason, she was holding a broom. Everyone was looking at her, and Longchun said, "A broom." Luo Bing said his house is very messy. The group was stunned, and Cross took the broom and turned it to ashes before dropping Luo Bing on the ground. He reached into the void again and pulled out a giant pair of red scissors. They were sharp on both sides and in a red sheath. Cross threw them to Luo Bing, who caught the scissors and looked at Cross in confusion. Cross said, "Special swords. Collects blood. Purifies the masters." Luo Bing held the handles, and the scissors buzzed, recognizing their master. Long Chen was stunned, and Cross grabbed Luo Bing, shrouding her in black smoke. The black smoke disappeared, and she was wearing new clothes. Qin Feng's eyes popped out, and Long Chen was stunned. Luo Bing had her hair cut just above her shoulders with a single red streak in it. She was wearing a black skirt that reached a little over halfway down her thighs, comfy white high-top sneakers, a short black shirt with the sleeves rolled up just before her elbows, and black suspenders under the shirt. Luo Bing looked at herself in shock. Her entire midsection was exposed. Cross slapped the top shirt, and on the collar, a single yellow and red eye opened. Cross grabbed Luo Bing and said, "Go train," before throwing her like a meteor out of the formation. Long Chen shook his head at Cross' strange clothing and went to see the battlefield. Cross went to go see and saw everyone who just passed the tribulation slaughtering demons like crazy. A while later, Long Chen frowned and said, "Put up all the barriers." The skies suddenly shook, and all the disciples activated their tokens, returning to the academy in an instant. Suddenly, all kinds of beasts and people appeared. Bai Zhantong glared at one of the men and shot forward, going to kill him. Cross looked at the battlefield and slowly stepped out, muttering noisy. Long Chen opened his god ring and his battle body before fighting against the Water Lotus clan members with his new sword. Cross floated into the sky, and a black hole opened up on his back. A golden half-crown appeared around his head. His armor covered his body. His eyes turned, and a giant figure appeared around him. It was different this time. The armor was still draconic, and the sword was made of black fire, while the spear was red lightning. But now there was a flaming halo over the figure's head. The armor was basically the same as Cross. Cross's eyes glowed and spun rapidly. The beasts all blew back before coming together in a big clump. The figure stabbed the clump with a red lightning spear, killing the clump of beasts. Cross looked at the beasts and lifted his hand. Countless black holes appeared before raining down weapons on the beasts endlessly. The disciples were in awe at Cross' power. He was so strong. Cross clapped his hands in front of him, and his eyes glowed again as he said, "Unseal." Abe Sukra. This was the name Cross came up for the figure. It was short and sweet, and it meant abyss killer. Abe Sukra glowed, and under his arms, another pair of arms appeared, moving the other arms back. His two new arms grabbed onto a giant pitch-black scythe, while it held the sword and spear with his other two arms. Cross flew around, controlling Abe Sukra, slaughtering beasts left and right with the scythe, spear, and sword. The disciples inside the barrier were numb. This guy was too strong. The beasts and demons were like vegetables. Cross continued killing when he suddenly stopped and looked up to see Imputa and a thin man, while countless black figures were coming out of a hole in the void. Cross looked at the void hole and pointed at it. The hole trembled and changed into a killing hole. Who knows how many people just died trying to go through. Imputa glared at Cross and said, "I will kill you." Cross looked at him silently, not saying a word. He made a symbol with his hands, and the world started shaking. The void hole closed, and two giant red-ringed eyes appeared in the sky, looking down at the entire battlefield. Abe Sukra started shrinking down. The four arms moved back, and the head and body merged with Cross body. The scythe in Abe Sukra's hands separated in the middle. The lower half turned into a heavy spike. A chain connected the spike to the upper half of the scythe, and the arm spun the spike in a circle. Cross grabbed the air, and his scythe appeared in his hands. He had 6 arms now, along with a black flaming halo and a full crown. The halo and the crown merged into one and formed a gold crown halo covered in black flames, hovering in between the horns on his helmet. He looked terrifying, like a real demon. Cross muttered, "Void battle body, open." His breath sky rocketed, and the armor sank into his flesh, turning into scale-type armor on the arms and legs, staying the same on the rest. but the helmet disappeared, leaving just the horns. There were pink, bright purple, silver, and blue rings at the base of his dark purple horns, white fur lining his neck, golden patterns on his armor, and a red cape coming out from the bottom of the chest plate. On the bottom of his pitch-black scythe, there was a string with 7 colored beads hanging. A black hole opened behind him and fused itself to Cross back, spinning slowly, distorting the space around it, but not affecting Cross at all. Cross opened his eyes and said, "The void is mine, leave." The eyes in the sky glowed, and all the assassins hiding in the dark suddenly were revealed. Cross looked at everything and copied all their methods. He looked behind Long Chun and stepped, disappearing. He reappeared behind Long Chun and pinched the air, revealing a woman with a dagger. He looked at her and copied all her arts before saying, "Annoying," before the weighted spike pierced the void and stabbed her abdomen, leaving a hole and a mark. Cross' 4 extra arms were constantly moving, piercing the void and killing people from far away. With the eyes in the sky, he could see everything. All the disciples fighting were in his vision. His attacks saved countless disciples. The black holes in the air started appearing all over the place and shooting out weapons at the black assassins from the 9 Hell Hall and Blood-Killing Hall. Long Chin grinned and said, "I can't fall behind, can I?" as he exploded out with power and started slaughtering. Cross looked at the woman and said, "Your blood. Interesting. I want it." Her eyes widened as countless chains pierced the void and shot towards her. She started running, but more and more black chains flew out of the void. There was nowhere for her to escape. She gritted her teeth and coughed up blood before forming into blood mist. A hand reached into the blood mist and pulled the woman out by her neck as Cross said, "No one escapes from me." He pulled her to him and sealed her body completely. She couldn't even move to kill herself, not to mention escaping. Cross pressed on her forehead as his eyes glowed. He read her soul and pulled it out of her body. The woman's body was useless now. He took her ring and weapon before throwing her entire corpse into the blood pool. The blood boiled and her body sank inside, never to be seen again. The blood pool has pretty much everyone's blood in it. All the beasts, his own, his wives, by Shaola, by Shir, Long Chun, a drop of each of the divine beast blood he had, Su Zixiong, and countless other nameless individuals from the beast region. Cross held the soul in his hands and condensed it into a ball, before locking it in a black shell, before keeping it in his inner world for later torturing. He could feel the 9-star grief from her soul. Who knows how many she's killed? Well, not any more surely. The void trembled and a bunch of underworld men stepped out. Cross looked at the men, but didn't make a move. The man looked at Long Chun and said, "Hey, Lord Long Chun." Long Chun looked over and said, "Hey." The man laughed and said, "I can't believe you're here. What a coincidence." Imputa and the thin man were stunned, and Long Chun smiled. The man said, "What do you need us to do, Lord?" Long Chun grinned and said, "Kill everyone except the Terrans. Also keep that fat man and the skinny guy next to him here. They're enemies." The man patted his chest and said, "No problem. Let's go, boys," as the underworld people started killing beasts. Cross looked at the man by Zhantong was fighting. He stepped and disappeared into the void. He reappeared behind him and stabbed him in the back with his scythe before disappearing again. Bai Zhantong took the opportunity and sped up his attack, reversing the situation completely. He reappeared behind Long Chun and slashed with his scythe, colliding with a dagger from the skinny guy next to Imputa. The man clicked his tongue and said, "You're annoying." Cross stayed silent, and his 4 extra arms started moving faster, killing assassins 4 at a time. Cross suddenly hooked the skinny man's clothes and spun him around into Imputa's dagger. The skinny man blocked the dagger and shouted, "Fatso, what the fuck?" Imputa snorted in annoyance and disappeared. Cross looked at the void, and his crown spun, tilting into a circle before releasing a black beam into the void, making an explosion and forcing Imputa out before going back to normal above his head. Cross was fighting Imputa and the skinny man by himself. Long Chun threw something at Cross, who caught it and switched places with Long Chun as he disappeared. Cross stabbed the man, fighting by Zhantong right through the heart with the dagger. The man froze and slowly fell to the ground, Cross flashed over and slashed the dagger across his neck, cutting his head clean off. He pressed his palm on the man's head and sucked out his soul before locking it in a ball and throwing it to Bai Zhan Tong, knowing that this is the man that attacked and injured his wife. The battle stopped, and everybody looked at Cross, who was holding the man's head and body in two separate hands, draining his blood into a bucket like a pig. Inputa shouted in extreme rage, "That's the great Brahma's disciple and a member of the Shura clan." Cross ignored him and stole his belongings before draining all the blood from his head, throwing it to Bai Shaola. The man attacked Bai Shaola's mother when she was pregnant with Bai Shaola, resulting in his decreased intelligence. Without Long Chun, maybe Bai Shaola would never awaken his 3 flower pupils because of this man. This hatred was extreme. Cross held the corpse by the ankles and drained his blood into the bucket as he said, "I knew his blood was different." He finished and sent the bucket of blood into the inner world before stripping the corpse of its clothes and stabbing a spike through it into the ground like a scarecrow as he carved into the flesh puppy of the Brahma doggy. The stake was right at the entrance of the 7th Branch Academy. Cross turned around and said, "Thank you for the gifts." The birds were becoming a problem. It was a joke, which was extremely strange because his face was completely blank and his tone was flat. Long Chun burst out laughing, and Inputa's eyes exploded with rage. The skinny man flashed in front of Cross, only to have his throat gripped and his body slammed into the ground. Cross looked at him and said, "Another gift. I will take your faith from this clone. Thank you." He slapped a palm on the skinny man's forehead and sucked out all the faith from the clone body, turning it useless. Inputa escaped, and Long Chun came to Cross and the clone body. Cross gave him the dagger and propped up the clone body after stripping its clothes right next to the headless corpse devoid of blood. He carved 9 doggy hall master into the body of the clone before turning around. Long Chun looked at the ruins, and his heart was bleeding from the amount of money that would have to be used to repair everything. He sighed and said, "Repair the cornerstone, formation, and barriers. Continue rebuilding the academy." Cross got a big boon this time and went to his residence to lock up. He took out the golden elephant chariot and a bunch of other king weapons before smelting them all into a liquid and letting Aurora devour them all. The necklace finally glowed and became a king weapon. Aurora told Cross that everything came into one and new powers were made. The armor and scythe were king-level weapons. Any energy he gets into his body will be sent to the other necklaces and bracelets completely purified. The speed of cultivation will increase by 1000x, and because of the chariot, the necklace can turn into a small boat, but that wasn't all. It could also send things to other necklaces and bracelets. The sending items was only because they were all connected to the inner world. Using it as a medium, items could come and go, but not people, for now. Cross nodded and patted the necklace beads in encouragement. Cross started digesting the power of faith he consumed from the skinny man's body, and his cultivation increased to 3rd-level divine lord realm. He went to Long Chun and asked him for some black soil. Long Chun have him a ton, and Cross went into the inner world, letting it out. The world buzzed, and the black soil was absorbed before a giant area appeared with a black bowl in the middle of it. But the black bowl looked like smooth stone. Cross had seen Long Chun do this before, and he threw the corpses of some beasts into the black soil. The corpses were devoured, and the black bowl started filling with a strange white liquid. The sides of the bowl were sending the blood from the beasts into the blood pool. Cross touched the white liquid and felt his entire being relax. He drank a bit, and his body changed from the inside out. He quickly went to the bathroom. A while later, Cross walked out of the bathroom. His beard was gone, his hair was down at chin level again, and his entire body felt pure. Naturally, all the impurities of his body were washed away, and his strength felt like it directly doubled. Cross was in awe and threw millions of corpses into the black soil before collecting the white liquid into a gourd. He left the inner world and went to find Long Chun. Long Chun was talking with Bai Shur when Cross appeared. Long Chun looked at him and said, "You shaved." Cross didn't speak and poured the white liquid into Long Chun and Bai Shur's mouths. Long Chun and Bai Shur were both stunned, and they both disappeared. A while later, They returned and looked completely reborn. Cross threw the gourd to Shur. His face was expressionless as before as he said, "For the rest." Long Chun said, "What was that?" Cross said, "No name. Black soil made it." Long Chun clicked his tongue and said, "Lucky, lucky." Shur held the gourd and looked at her sparkling skin in awe before leaving to the rest. There was enough in the gourd for the entire academy, and then some. Long Chun looked at Cross and said, "Still not good." Cross looked sad as he shook his head. Long Chun patted his shoulder and said, "Come out with me when the academy is finished rebuilding. Maybe a trip around the world will help." Cross nodded. He had nothing better to do anyway. He might as well. Outside, he could find treasures, and following Long Chun, there will definitely be a lot of strong people, which could lead to a lot of faith power for him to absorb. It was a win-win. Half a month later, the entire academy had drank the mysterious white liquid, and Shur said it was in the Brahma disciple's storage ring. That's what she was told anyway. It didn't really matter where it came from, just that it was there, and there was plenty to go around. In the end, the rest of it was given to the man from the wine god's palace and made into super wine. Cross got a lot of it and poured all his old wine into one gourd before pouring all the new wine into another gourd. He kept them both on him at all times. From all the corpses, the big bowl filled up, and after it filled, the excess started dispersing into the air of the inner world. The entire aura of the inner world was constantly getting richer and purer by the corpse. Cross borrowed a few divine wood fruits and planted their seeds to make trees in his world too, replacing the forest by the castle with divine wood trees. The herbs flourished, the earth was richer, the water was purer and tastier. The entire realm was dripping with vitality and life. The castle was slowly absorbing a bit of the life in the air, and the sect was expanding by the day. During the half-month, Cross went out and slaughtered demons crazily, throwing them into the black soil that had now expanded. Long Chun and Cross found out that their black soils were connected, so half of the vitality went into Long Chun's inner world and half stayed in Cross. It was literally a win-win for both of them. Finally, the time came, and Cross and Long Chun both quietly left the academy. Cross and Long Chun took a month crossing various star regions until they got to a ship going to the Purple Flame Heaven region. The duo paid the fee to enter and saw a giant boat. They boarded the ship. They were immediately assaulted by a fat man who said to go to the lower rooms because the middle ones were full. Obviously a fucking lie, because they had bought middle rooms tickets. Long Chun agreed before Cross could slap the man into oblivion, and they left to the lower rooms. Long Chun was not happy, but decided to wait until they set sail before going back for his money. They sat down, and some guy generously offered up his life for them to vent. He said this dash, Cross slapped him in a blood mist, and took his storage ring before putting it away and closing his eyes. Everyone was frightened and quickly made room for them. A young man and his sister came over hesitantly, and Long Chun smiled, saying, "We don't need too much room. Come sit." The duo hesitated before sitting down and saying, "Thank you." Cross was unresponsive, and Long Chun started talking to the duo, learning that their names were Bai Feng and Bai Rue from the coastal region. A few days later, Long Chun noticed a bunch of people were looking at them and found out that Bai Feng's family was destroyed for a treasure. Long Chun sneered and looked at the people around him. They were getting impatient, and the fat man who took their middle room tokens came and said, "You too. You're in the middle layer now," as he threw tokens over. Cross looked at the token on the floor before saying, "You finally couldn't help yourselves anymore." The strong men were confused, and Cross's arm flickered before dozens of heads flew up into the air, leaving the fat man alone. The side spun back into a bracelet, and he hooked his finger. The rings flew over to his hand and disappeared. Long Chun grabbed the fat man by the neck and grinned. "I think your Longting Trading Company is looking for death." An old man appeared, and before he could say anything, a hand reached out from the void and slapped his head into paste before taking his storage ring. Several other people showed up and had the same fate, killed and robbed. Long Chun squeezed the fat man's head right off his body, and the ring on his finger disappeared. Cross was still sitting on the ground, but his eyes were ice cold. Long Chun sneered at an old man who appeared and apologized for the atrocious actions of his subordinates. He refunded everyone's fairy crystals and made the space much better, promoting them all to the middle class. Cross and Long Chun sat in a tent with Bai Feng and Bai Rue. A few more days passed. The ship was suddenly attacked by a sea demon. Oh no! Anyway, it was quickly taken care of, and they continued. Another few days passed. Cross and Long Chun were about to be sent out of the ship, but they broke the formation around them. Unfortunately for everyone else, they were teleported out of the ship and into a giant whirlpool, immediately being shredded to pieces. Cross looked over at the Bai siblings and saw they standing next to the old man. Long Chun was angry, and Cross looked at the old man, who had a sinister smile on his face. He slapped Bai Feng unconscious and kicked Bai Rue unconscious as well. They were near the whirlpool despite breaking the array. Cross watched as Bai Feng and Bai Rue woke up and killed themselves in shame. Apparently, they were fooled into believing that the Longting Trading Company would spare Cross and Long Chun. Cross could not care less. He was going to kill them both anyway. Accidental betrayal is still betrayal. Plus, they didn't even warn them beforehand. They weren't as innocent as they looked. Long Chun was absolutely furious. Cross looked at the void and said, "Fuck off." The whirlpool paused before sending them out. Cross and Long Chun sped after the ship. Half a month later, the people from the Longting Company landed. Unfortunately, this would be their last time touching land. Cross and Long Chun appeared in the air, shocking the old man. Cross opened his void battle body and slaughtered them with Long Chun before stealing all their stuff. Cross looked at the ship and his eyes glittered. He drilled into the ship, leaving Long Chun to deal with the rest. Cross went through the entire ship, taking everything that wasn't nailed down before coming to the core of the ship and overriding it. The ship shrank into a handheld size, and Cross put it away for later. He took all their things, and even the ship. Long Chun was finished outside, and Cross hooked a finger. All the storage rings flew over to him and disappeared. Cross looked at the ghost ship they rode here on and felt his blood pumping. He immediately ran into the ghost ship and robbed them blind, killing all the spirits on it before arriving at the core. He slapped the crystal, and the ghost ship trembled before shrinking down. Cross held the ghost ship in his hand. It was a different ghost ship than the one he was on earlier. It seemed like there was more than one around the immortal world. Needless to say, this one was his now. He looked over and saw 36 people surrounding Long Chun. Cross disappeared and a dagger appeared in his hand as he cut off the hand of the 36 old men, stealing all their treasure pots. Long Chun was fighting them, and the 36 quickly became 7 as Long Chun disappeared after getting the dagger back. Cross killed the rest and stole all their storage rings. He read all their souls before they died and knew where Long Chun was going, but first, he looked down at the abandoned city and disappeared. A while later, Cross tore the void and appeared next to Long Chun, who had a giant lotus in his hands. Cross blended with the air and ransacked the entire Longting trading firm building. All the trading firms other than Hawaiian were connected, so Cross wasn't polite and accepted their gifts. He stole literally everything and filled his sect with a shit ton of treasures, herbs, pills, furnaces, books, etc. He looked up after the job was done and saw a man with armor all over his body. He flashed and stabbed into his neck with the dagger from Long Chun, cutting his head off and stealing his ring and armor as well as his weapon. The old man had no idea how he even died. It was too fast. Cross returned the dagger to Long Chun and stood next to him with his 6 arms holding their weapons. Long Chun started fighting all the people before Long Chun grabbed Cross and flew away as more than 100 World Kings showed up. Cross spread his hands as he was being dragged through the air. Countless little black lotuses floated in the air towards the group behind them. The lotuses started exploding, and soon they all exploded as Long Chun escaped. Cross said, "I wanted their storage rings." Long Chun said, "I got the treasure, it's okay." Cross replied, "I took everything else, even the ghost ship." Long Chun said in shock, "What?" Cross nodded and held out his hand. A little ghost ship appeared. Long Chun said, "There's some serious cause and effect going to happen." Cross put it away and said, "Going to refine it." Long Chun said, "You can do that?" Cross nodded and replied, "Not a big deal." Add ghost ship properties to my scythe. Maybe unexpected benefits. Long Chen nodded and said, the white liquid washed away some cause and effect from before. We should be balanced out if you get rid of the ship. Cross shook his head and said, we got a little more. Long Chen waved and said, a little more is fine. Cross went silent and they flew away. They landed on a mountain and Cross went into the inner world as Long Chen took out an ice crystal. Cross sat in the forging room before taking off Aurora and the giant ship and the ghost ship, as well as several extreme rare ores. Aurora trembled in excitement. Cross said, careful. Aurora buzzed, and Cross melted down all the things into one big blob of liquid before condensing it in black chi and void flames. He sucked the black liquid that poured out into a gourd and kept it all. Maybe he would find a use for it. It was extremely deadly, but what was he supposed to do? Pour it on people? I'm afraid that wouldn't work unless the enemy sat and waited for death. Aurora devoured the liquid and shined brightly before returning to Cross' neck. A terrifying aura came from her. Cross said, ghost ship. Aurora said, no problems at all, master. The ghost ship was completely eaten by me. It tasted good too. Cross patted the beads and left the room to see what was going on outside. He found Long Chen and they flew away to a city. People looked at them in shock and Long Chen smiled as he said, excuse me, how much did the Longting Trading Company offer for our heads? The man answered 500 million crystals, a realm weapon, and a golden elder token for each of you. Cross was silent, and Long Chen clicked his tongue, saying, that's it? So stingy. He shook his head and walked to the center of the city to leave. Someone shouted, running away with you, tail between you legs? Cross pointed at the crowd, and an old man exploded into blood mist as a ring floated through the air in a cross hand before disappearing. People started muttering, the silent ghost is so terrifying. Cross felt his eyes twitch at the name Silent Ghost, and Long Chen laughed. Someone said, Long San Yi, you have to escape. The Longting people are coming. Long Chen smiled and licked a magic water lily seed at him. The young man was stunned and filled with endless gratitude. Originally, he worshipped Long Chen because of his strength. His qualifications were just ordinary, but with the seed, he could rise to the sky. Long Chen literally changed his fate with a single flick of his finger. Cross looked at the transmission array and touched it softly. The entire array exploded and a black hole formed as dozens of old men appeared. They were instantly attacked by space blades. Some were killed instantly. Cross disappeared and crippled people. Long Chen followed up and killed them as Cross stole their rings, weapons, and any armor they had. His scythe was a bit different now. Aurora said that because of the materials of the ghost ship, the blade of the scythe had a small power to cut through higher-tier weapons and armors. Not only that, but faith as well. Maybe, one day, it could become like the dagger Long Chen had. In the end, only one old man escaped with half his life. His ring-wearing arm was severed, and his entire life savings were stolen. People finally realized how naive they were to think that they could even catch Long Chen and Cross to get the reward from the Longting Trading Company. These two were absolute monsters, especially the Silent Ghost. He was the worst. Before you even knew it, you were looking at your own corpse and your storage ring was stolen. Long Chen said, "Where's the city lord?" An old man came out and said, "It's me. Is there something I can do you?" He was terrified at the moment, but Long Chen smiled and waved at Cross, who took out a box of fairy crystals as Long Chen said, "Is this enough to repair the array?" The old man looked at the box and jumped as he said quickly, "Only 3 million crystals are needed this." Long Chen cut him off, saying, "Then use the rest to give everyone food and drinks. It was robbed anyway. Who cares?" Before he and Cross disappeared, flying away. The old man was happy and did as Long Chen said. Everyone in the city sang praises of the duo and cheered as they enjoyed free food and drinks. As Long Chen and Cross left, people started imitating them. Some people had black robes and carried sword on their backs, while others copied Cross clothing, wearing pink fluffy bunny slippers, shorts, and prayer beads, carrying around scythes. Some people started fighting over which one was better, and a huge fight happened because of this. Some people even started fighting because of the flaws in others' costumes. Over this time, Cross and Long Chun had been robbing Longting firms in all the cities they went to, taking literally everything before blowing the building up and leaving through the front gates of the city. Dozens of Longting company buildings were swept clean of their belongings, and their other businesses were too. Cross said to Long Chun, "A skinny camel is bigger than a horse." And so they robbed everything that had to do with Longting in every city before leaving with a bang. The Longting company sent out 4 terrifyingly strong people, but Long Chun and Cross had already left the star field to the Chaos Star Sea. They rowed a boat and came to an ancient city. Long Chun and Cross were walking on the street when a fat woman threw herself at Cross. Cross frowned and slapped her across the city into a mountain, turning into a blood splatter. He looked at the big people and cut his palm in the air. The big people that were in the same group as the woman suddenly had their torsos slide right off their bodies while their heads rolled to the ground. Someone appeared and shouted, "Who to dash?" Cross waved and blood rained from the sky. He hooked his finger and took all their storage rings before they both walked down the street as if nothing happened. They came to a place called Yujo and entered the city to see everything was very peaceful. They walked into the Hawaiian Trading Company, and Long Chun pulled out a purple gold token before being escorted to a room. Cross followed him, and they came into a room. Cross sat down in a cough and lit a cigarette before smoking as a woman came into the room, introducing herself as Chi Fong. Long Chun and Chi Fong talked about a lot of things and requested a bunch of herbs from them, to which she replied they would have it ready in a few days. The days passed by, and Cross walked around while Long Chun went to do business. He went to a library and copied all the books inside. He had been doing the same thing for all the cities they had been to. Every piece of knowledge was extremely important to him, and he wanted them all. He also got into Huayan's library with Long Chen's help and copied everything there as well before the duo left to the Xinghe Palace site. They got there and saw a bunch of different races together, but some of them were so friendly. Long Chun looked at the statue and the stone stairs. Cross looked at the writing, and his eyes turned. Long Chun stepped on the stone stairs and trembled. He went to the 9th stair, and a star map appeared in the sky. Countless people started cheering, and Cross looked at Long Chun before looking up at the sky, recording everything he could. The star map disappeared, and countless people said, "Master, did you get the entire Starry River sky art?" Cross looked at Long Chun, and the entire Starry River sky turned into a golden book and was completed in his library. He was satisfied. Now he wanted the 9-star He Gem and body art as well. But that was for another time. When Long Chun actually completed it, that is, until then, even if Long Chun gave it to him, he wouldn't be able to complete it. He didn't want it for his own use, but to complete the library. What strength! He was plenty strong already. The recording of the skill was what he was after. Long Chun had killed several people as Cross copied the Starry River Sky formula. He looked at the crowd and said, "Do you still want it?" Everybody backed off in fear, and Long Chun said, "Everyone who cultivates the Starry River Sky formula, listen carefully and remember my words. No matter which Starry River Sky you practice, you can all get the complete formula." Someone said, "Master, you can't. Some bad people will use it for evil means." Long Chun shook his head and said, "The road is invisible. Love is boundless. There's good and evil in every race. Everyone deserves a chance. What's more, the art is a vigorous yang technique. If you're not righteous enough, you can't do it and can only give up. Therefore, no one should be forbidden to practice. On the contrary, we should open it up to everyone and spread the love, spreading the leaves and recruiting more disciples to practice it. Only this way will we truly honor the wishes of sage King Xinghe." Everyone was in awe, and Long Chun said, "I'm starting now. Remember it carefully." Long Chun recited the formula and answered questions when he was done. Cross was on the side and watching with a blank expression. He had the book, and the castle itself made it. It was complete from the moment it got into the library. He looked behind Long Chun and chopped at the void. Long Chun smiled and said, "That's all, friends. Hopefully we can meet again someday." He grabbed Cross, who looked about ready to fight to the death, and flew away, leaving 4 angry old men behind. A while later, Cross was looking at Long Chun connecting stars in his body with the stars in the sky. He looked up and saw a few stars twinkling. It reminded him of that old schemer and his damn twinkling eyes. Geez, how long ago was that? Cross couldn't even remember. It's been decades since he last saw that old fart. Long Chun stopped, and a flaming chariot flew over their heads. Cross looked at the chariot, and his eyes started twinkling at the realm-level boat. Aurora needed realm-level artifacts now. He really had a strong impulse to rob them. Long Chun and Cross followed them, and came to a city. Someone didn't like that they were more handsome than him, and charged at Long Chun and Cross. Long Chun slapped him into the ground and said, "Lave giant clan?" as he looked at the lava giants turning into people and walking into the city. Long Chun and Cross merged into a crowd, and they both heard Qing Xian Fairy. They rushed forward and saw Yu Qing Xian along with Feng Shui'er. Cross teared up and rushed forward like a bullet, hugging Feng Shui'er tightly. Everybody looked at him angrily, and a young man shouted, "How dare you dash!" Cross looked at him, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from his body. The entire sky of the realm changed completely. The void started tearing, and black clouds rumbled viciously with lightning. The entire world started shaking in his rage. Everyone turned white, and the young man who questioned Cross died from absolute terror, falling to the ground with terrified dead eyes. Cross was glaring at his corpse when he heard a voice he only heard in his dreams, recently saying, "Big brother, I missed you." The phenomena disappeared in an instant, and Cross smiled for the first time in months. He wiped Feng Shui'er's tears and said softly, "I miss you more than you could ever imagine, Shue." Feng Shui'er burst into tears and kissed Cross deeply. Long Chun shook his head and came over saying, "I didn't expect to see you here." Yu Qing Xian turned and smiled happily. "It's you." Long Chun smiled, and they started talking as everyone recovered from their shock. Cross and Feng Shui'er were in their own world and ignored everyone else. Cross separated his lips from hers and smiled, saying, "Are you hungry?" Feng Shui'er looked into his eyes and nodded happily. Cross grabbed her small hand and kissed every single as he said, "Since my Shui'er is hungry, your husband will bring you to eat." Feng Shui'er felt fluttery in her heart. So much affection from him wasn't rare, but it has been a long time. Something must have happened. Cross looked at Long Chun and pointed his chin at the restaurant. Long Chun nodded and said, "Qing Xian Fairy, are you hungry?" Yu Qing Xian smiled softly and said, "I can eat." One of the young masters that were tossed to the wayside said quickly this, "Qing Xian Fairy, we already have a table." Yu Qing Xian smiled and said, "Perfect, thanks to young Master Feng Xiang." They all went into the restaurant, and the guards following Yu Qing Xian followed along too. Long Chun sat next to Yu Qing Xian. Feng Shui'er sat on Yu Qing Xuan's other side, and Cross sat next to Feng Shui'er. Cross whispered into Feng Shui'er's ear while caressing her soft hands, making her giggle and slap his chest playfully. The young masters were burning with jealousy. Cross and Long Chun couldn't care less as they focused on the girls. Feng Shui'er said, "What happened, big brother?" Cross paused before sighing as his eyes turned red, and he said, "Everyone, they're all gone." Feng Shui'er said they disappeared. Elise came to me. She's still at Sister Qingxuan's house with Red. Cross said, "All of them." Feng Shui'er felt her heart twist in pain at Cross' extremely sad eyes. She held his cheek and said softly, "Cross, I'm sorry." Cross held her hand and kissed it before smiling softly and saying, "It's okay, enough about me. I finally saw you. How was it? You're in the Divine Lord realm. You're even stronger than me." Feng Shui'er could feel him covering his sadness up, and her heart hurt, but she played along and said with a smile, "Sister Qing Xian is the best. She taught me a bunch of stuff, and we even went out to hunt sky fires together." Cross smiled warmly and listened to her every word. Feng Shui'er was so excited to tell him her adventures her face flushed red. She looked even more beautiful. Feng Shui'er said, "Ugh, big brother, you should see Sister Qingxuan's alchemy. It's amazing. You taught me okay, but Sister Qingxian is a much better teacher than you." Cross felt it was funny and said, "Silly girl, what do I know about alchemy? I can tell you that there are different types of bushes and trees, but the rest, I'm clueless. Feng Shui laughed, and Cross smiled. The food and wine was served, and Cross fed Feng Shui, every movement filled with endless love and affection. Feng Shui was in heaven getting pampered like this. Cross had a sip of wine and put it down, not drinking it anymore. He had his own wine god's palace wine, and it was better than this. Long Chan was eating without any scruples, and a young master said to Cross, "Are you too good for wine god's palace wine? Why don't you drink?" Cross looked at him without emotion and said, "I'm enjoying a meal with my wife. You really want to try and steal my wife from me? I guarantee you tomorrow your entire clan will be dust in the wind, no matter who you are. Shut the fuck up and don't disturb me again. You're lucky I'm in a good mood today, or your head would already be in a box, sent to whatever trash can clan you're from." Before going back to Feng Shui with a 180 in his attitude, full of smiles and love. The kid was directly speechless, and the guards looked at Cross in surprise. They could feel that he really would do it if the young man disturbed him again. Thinking back to that frightening, killing intent, even they were shaken. A part of them hoped the young man would do it. They wanted to see Cross' reaction. Unfortunately, this young master was a cut above the rest. He didn't say anything anymore, but in his mind schemes were forming. Cross sighed and looked at the kid. His eyes turned, and he said, "Unfortunately, you don't know what's good for you." The young man directly had his soul ripped from his body and burned into nothingness. Cross snorted and said, "Scheming against my wife. You must be looking for death." Before going back to Schwer with a sweet smile as he said, "Nobody's giving you trouble, are they, Shue Shue?" Feng Shui shook her head with a cute smile, and Cross smiled as the dinner continued. The guards took care of the corpse and kept the storage ring, knowing that Cross would have taken it if he wanted it. They considered it a tip. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared and looked at Long Chun asking, "You said morning dew is better for the wine, but I've tried all types of water for this. I can never bring out the full flavor." "What?" Long Chun explained, but Cross tuned him out, instead whispering with Feng Shui. Schwena's face turned red and shy as she said, "Big brother, you're so bad." Cross grinned and got close to her ear, whispering something before biting her ear softly. Feng Shui's face turned red and she nodded gently. Cross scratched his neck and chuckled, grabbing Feng Shui and disappearing. The duo reappeared on the street, and Cross laughed as he ran around holding Feng Shui's small hand. She giggled, and they came to an inn. Cross smiled and said, "1 room, please." The boss looked at Cross and Feng Shui and smiled. Cross poured 100 immortal crystals on the desk and took the key before picking up Feng Shui, who giggled and going up the stairs with a happy hum. They got into the room, and Cross locked the door. Feng Shui jumped up and wrapped her legs around his waist, her arms around his neck, and sealed his lips with her own. Cross grabbed her plump cheeks and squeezed. Hearing her sweet moan, he brought her to the bed and stripped her naked before kissing every inch of her body. Feng Shui felt her heart covered in honey at his sweet and loving actions. She pulled him up and kissed him, throwing fire at his shorts and burning them to ashes as she spread her legs, revealing her dripping secret garden. Cross slid inside in one fluid motion and groaned as her inner walls squeezed his cock tight. Feng Shui curled her toes and moaned loudly as she said, "Ugh, you're so big. It's been so long, I'm gonna come." Cross thrusted and Feng Shui wrapped her legs around his waist, pulling him deeper inside, kissing her womb as she sprayed her juices all over his cock. Cross pulled her up and laid on his back as she pressed her hands on his chest and bounced up and down. He thrusted at the same time, slamming the tip of his cock on her womb with every thrust, making her tremble in pleasure. Cross pulled her down and kissed her lips as he pounded her, her constant moans only making him more excited. She pushed up and held his hands as she sat down and moved her hips in a circle. Cross' mind buzzed in comfort, and he blew his load, painting her pussy white. Shui moaned, saying, "So warm." Cross spun her around and held her wrist back as he pumped her from behind. Moans echoed from the room as time passed. A while later, Cross was snuggling with Schwer completely naked. He stroked her hair and got soft coos in response. He picked up Schwer and she curled up in his embrace. He kissed her and brought her to the bathroom before giving her the white liquid from the black soil. He cleaned her body and kissed her as he stroked her smooth skin in the tub. Some time later, Cross and Feng Shui'er were holding hands and walking around the city. They came to the gate and saw a commotion. Cross led Feng Shui'er and pushed to the front of the crowd and saw the four elders of Longting Company cursing at Long Chun. Cross chuckled and said, "If I tell you I stole everything from them in 27 cities on the way here, would you believe it?" Feng Shui'er laughed and said, "You? Honestly, I believe everything you tell me." Cross paused and looked at her. He opened his mouth before closing it and giving her a warm smile as he said, "I love you." Shui'er smiled like a little girl and leaned her head on his shoulder, saying, "I love you too." Cross and Feng Shui'er watched the action between Long Chun and the four elders when one of them saw Cross and shouted, "You, give us back our things." Cross pointed at himself, and the old man said, "Yes, you, the villain, stealing from our Longting Company and tarnishing our name. Let everyone hear this. 500 million fairy crystals and a realm weapon for whoever brings in either of their heads to the Longting Company." Countless people looked at Cross and Long Chun with greedy eyes. Cross smiled and said, "Very good. The Sky Fire Realm is opening soon, isn't it?" He looked around and said, "One of you morons, tell me how long." Someone said a month's time. Cross clicked his tongue and said, "Very well. After I tuck my wife in a bed and read her a story to sleep, I'll post up at the life and death arena. If you're ready to go see the King of Hell, come fight me." He chuckled and said, "Or, if you're too impatient, attack me in the city. I'll wash the city with blood, no problem. But," his tone turned ice cold as he added, "if you attack my wife, you better pray you have 3 legs to run with, because I will slaughter your entire clan. Not even a dog or chicken will escape." Everyone trembled at the last bit, and Cross took Feng Shui'er away with a happy smile, saying, "I have a gift for you." Feng Shui'er giggled, and they left. Long Chun sneered and left with Yu Qingxian. Cross met up with Long Chun and Yu Qingxian. He took out a realm-level gold furnace with a phoenix on it and gave it to Feng Shui'er, saying, "I stole this from some old guy." Feng Shui'er held the furnace in shock and said, "Hubby, you." Her eyes became red and she hugged the furnace, saying, "I love it," as the cauldron buzzed, recognizing the master. Cross smiled and kissed her. Long Chun coughed and said, all right. I've eaten enough dog food." Yu Qingxian giggled and said, "Sister Shui'er, let's go back." Feng Shui'er separated from Cross reluctantly, and he said, "Don't worry. Come to the arena tomorrow. I'll even go into the sky for a realm with you." He flexed and said, "Remind you of your husband's strength." Feng Shui'er giggled and left with Yu Qingxian. She disappeared, and Cross smile disappeared into his blank face. Long Chun laughed and said, "You change faster than a woman." Cross replied, "Says you, the thief." Long Chun choked and said angrily, "You stole more than me." Cross shook his head and said, "We stole the same. I checked." Long Chun almost spurted out blood before grumbling, "I'm locking up for the month." Cross nodded and said, "I'll be at the arena if you need me." He took out a ring and said, "The herbs. There's also the white liquid in a small gourd." Long Chun took it and muttered, "We need a better name." Cross said flatly, "Purity Dew." Long Chun snapped his finger and said, "Perfect. I'll see you later." Cross nodded, and they separated. Cross posted up at the arena and stood inside. He got a customer and said nothing. They signed the life and death agreement, and Cross immediately separated the man's head from his body in a single second, also stealing his storage ring in the process. The crowd was startled, and Cross sat back down, holding his scythe on his shoulder, waiting for the next fool to walk up. Someone didn't believe it and offered his life to prove it. The same thing happened, and Cross only blurred this time, not even getting up from his sitting position. The days passed. Cross didn't even change expression as the heads piled up like a hill. He said, "Break. Come back in an hour," as he walked off and lit a cigarette leaning on a building in the city. He watched the people pass by and saw Feng Xiang stumble and fall in front of him, beaten and bruised. Feng Xiang looked up and saw Cross. He squeaked out a "Please help me," before falling unconscious. Cross exhaled a mouthful of smoke, and a bunch of people appeared before attacking Feng Xiang, and by proximity, Cross. He frowned and waved his hand, The group had their heads roll to the ground. Cross took their storage rings and turned the corpses to dust. He looked at Feng Xiang on the ground and stayed silent. If he remembered correctly, this kid was the city lord's son and the self-proclaimed next city lord. He remembered hearing that he was disowned by the city lord and the Feng family entirely. Cross looked at the city lord's mansion and locked eyes with a man through a window. Seems like the city lord isn't ruthless as everyone thinks. Cross turned to Feng Xiang on the ground and held his neck with his scythe before looking back at the mansion. The man was stoic, but Cross saw him tremble. Cross returned the scythe to his wrist and dragged Feng Xiang away. This Feng Xiang was too pampered, which led to his arrogance and debauchery. A spoiled seed. Maybe he directly ignored his father, but that wasn't Cross' problem. Cross threw Feng Xiang into an alleyway and tapped on his abdomen. All the chi in his body vanished, and he was rendered to a mortal state. Cross tapped a golden light on the kid's forehead and drew a line to his abdomen, connecting the two together. He took his storage ring and reduced his clothes to a coarse sack, cut his hair poorly, and stripped him of shoes, food, and water before leaving him there and walking back to the arena. When Cross completely left, the city lord flashed over and checked Feng Xiang. He saw the golden thread connecting his mind to his star space. His eyes flashed an unreadable light, and he cracked a smile before disappearing. Feng Xiang woke up to find himself dirty and all his chi gone. He paled and checked his storage ring to see that it wasn't there anymore. He was in despair and sat there for an entire day before his stomach rumbled. His dead eyes flashed with a bit of desire. He was mortal, but he could come back. Cross made it so he could see his cultivation at all, which led him to believe he was immortal again. Feng Xiang stood up and disappeared into the alleyways. Finally, a month passed. Cross was standing next to Yu Qingxuan's chariot, flirting with Feng Shuer. Long Chun appeared, and several young masters shouted, "Die for me." Cross frowned and said, "Scram." His voice traveled, and everyone who just shouted bled from all 7 orifices and fell to the ground dead. Cross went back to flirting and teasing Feng Shuer, who had giggled and blushed. He really loved this woman. She was cute, smart, and would laugh at his bad jokes. The Sky Fire realm opened, and everybody rushed inside. Cross walked forward, talking to Feng Shuer, saying, "Stay with me. Look at all these walking sky fires. I'll get them all for you." Feng Shuer pouted and said, "I'm fierce, okay?" Cross took a step back and said, Okay. My little Shue is super fierce. Just let me spoil you, please." Feng Shuer trembled. He was almost begging her. Her heart ached, and she finally nodded gently. Cross brightened up and straightened out, acting like a peacock as he said, "Today, you'll see how handsome your husband really is." Familiar fire fluctuation. Feng Shuer giggled and held onto his arm. Cross smiled and said, "Don't die." Long Chun chuckled and said, "You're not dead. How can I die?" Cross chuckled, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes as he said, "That's true. Maybe I should take care of the dogs then." He jumped into the gate with Feng Shuer, leaving Yu Qingxian and Long Chun with the 2 guards outside. When Long Chun got inside, there were only corpses without storage rings. He chuckled and flew away. Cross and Feng Shuer flew around hand in hand, shooting towards the giant whirlpool far away from them. They came across a giant lizard and Cross killed it. It exploded into a ball of light. He grabbed it and said, "This is the spirit of sky fire." Feng Shuer came over and looked at it saying, "I don't know." Cross made a funny face and said, Shue, I don't know either." Feng Shuer giggled and looked at Cross. He pinched her nipple and she yelped. He quickly threw the flame ball into her mouth and it melted. Feng Shuer slapped his shoulder, saying, "Unnecessary." Cross snickered and said, "I like teasing you. You make the cutest expressions." Shuer blushed and said, "You're a big idiot." Cross hugged her and said, "I know." Feng Shuer laughed and said, "Ah, my cultivation rose." Cross snapped his fingers and said, "Your body is fire. So naturally when the fire gets stronger, you get stronger. Ha ha. Shue. Prepare to enter the immortal king realm." He went into his void battle body and picked Shuer up with 2 arms before speeding off at high speeds. Feng Shui was shocked and said, "What is this?" Cross replied, "Void battle body. Do you like it?" Feng Shui scrunched her nose and said, "So many arms?" Cross smiled and said, "It's better like this. I have more ways to kill." Feng Shui rested her chin on Cross' shoulder. Their cheeks touched as she said, "You're so strange." She sighed and added, "When will we be done with the killing?" Cross was silent and killed flame beasts, giving them to Feng Shui before sighing and saying, "Soon, baby. When everything is over, we'll live in peace and have a bunch of babies." Feng Shui smiled softly and asked, "Do you know where Amelia is?" Cross shook his head and said, "I don't." Feng Shui looked extremely sad. Her eyes even started to water. Cross said softly, "Shui, she'll be okay. She's a big girl. The next time you meet, she may surprise you." Feng Shui wiped her eyes and said tearfully, "I know, but she's my baby." Cross wiped her eyes and said, "It's going to be okay, Shui. Trust me, even if she dies, I'll go to hell and bring her back. I promise." Feng Shui stretched out her pinky, and Cross hooked his pinky with hers before kissing her delicate hands. Feng Shui smiled a bit, and Cross handed her a dozen flame balls. She ate them like candies as her cultivation rose. Cross continued to speed around, even in the thick air. Flame runes littered the sky, and Feng Shui was absorbing them, laying on Cross' back with a happy smile. She missed these times where he helped up the sky for her. She knew it wasn't good, and he carried a lot of stress and burdens, but she couldn't shake the feeling of his tall figure protecting her from the wind and rain. If she was being honest with herself, she would rather be a mortal girl and be protected by him for her entire life, even if she was to die from old age. She was a girl. She wanted to be protected. This was her deepest desire, but she knew it couldn't happen. He was strong, but to fight off the world, he still needed support. Her favorite was being protected, but her second favorite was protecting. Cross flew around and slaughtered flame beasts as time passed by. Cross and Feng Shui came to a giant volcano. Cross smirked and dived into it. They swam in the lava, completely fine as their bodies were basically fireproof. Well, this fireproof. Cross had a black hole on his back, connecting to Feng Shui as the fire runes and beasts were sucked into her body, as well as his. Cross dived deeper and deeper. The beasts and runes got stronger as they traveled. Soon they reached the bottom and touched the ground. Cross looked around and saw a cave. His eyes lit up, and he went inside with Feng Shui. They walked deeper into the cave, and he eventually came into a wide, open space with a gold crystal floating in the middle of it. Cross smirked, and Feng Shui gasped, saying, "Realm core." Cross nodded, saying, "Yes, ma'am." He grabbed the realm core, and the world trembled. Cross took Feng Shui out of the volcano and said, "Hold on to it very tightly. Don't let go. I have a plan for it." Feng Shui held the crystal tightly, and Cross teleported around the sky fire realm to the strongest beasts. Cross had Feng Shui point the crystal at the beast and pressure into death. Cross collected the flame orbs as they teleported around. Half the orbs went to Cross and half went to Shui, but half across half went to Shui as well from the necklace. Feng Shui's realm was rising at an incredible rate. She was already at Divine Lord 9th level late stage. A little more and she would be peak. Cross wanted her to get to the Immortal King state either inside or outside, but he had a gift for her. If he could do it, her strength would increase leaps and bounds. Cross appeared in the air in front of a group of people. He looked down and said, "3 sky fires." Feng Shui sang, "Someone's gonna have a bad day." Cross grinned and recognized the people were hostile to him before. He didn't say anything and attacked, sucking out their sky fires and then killing them before stealing their stuff. He threw the sky fire seeds into Feng Shui's mouth after cleaning them with his flames. Feng Shui giggled, and Cross said in his defense, "Hey, those animals could carry diseases. I'm not going to let my little fire fairy get a disease." Feng Shui ate up the sky fire seeds and licked her lips, saying, "I love you." Cross grinned and said, "You finally realized." Feng Shui burst out laughing, and Cross flew away, feeling the sky fires with the crystal. There were countless people inside, but not all of them were hostile towards Cross. Though he didn't really care, Schwer was with him. He would politely ask them for their sky fires and trade with them. He got quite a few low-rank sky fires like this, trading king weapons, and some realm weapons too. He even sold a boat for the 6,969 sky fire, the nice fire. Luckily for him, most of the arrogant morons who were hostile to him and Long Chun had strong sky fires in the triple and double digits. What a boon. Cross started keeping the seeds in a bowl made of black, flaming chi. Feng Schwer asked what he was going, and Cross said, "Experiment. Maybe we can make a new sky fire for you." Feng Schwer shook her head, saying, "Its birth formed the heaven and earth. You can't just make a new one." Cross snorted and said, "What heaven and earth bullshit? In this world, whatever this daddy says goes." Feng Schwer's sweet, cheery lips made an O shape before she said, "Can you give me another baby?" Cross laughed and said, "With pleasure. I'll pump you full of dash." Feng Schwer covered his mouth and said, Okay. Do you want everyone in the realm to hear you?" Cross licked her hand, and she took it back, giggling as she wiped it on his shoulder. Cross said softly, "I'll give you as many babies as you want, Schwer. Just wait, okay?" Feng Schwer hummed and looked at him lovingly. Cross smiled, and they flew away, coming across the young masters from the restaurant. Cross grinned maliciously and ruthlessly stole their sky fires before brutally killing them and stealing their rings. He got the devouring god flame and the sun flame. He added them to the bowl and continued to hunt for sky flames as Feng Schwer absorbed flame runes on his back. As Cross hunted all the sky fires, except for the people who were friendly and the people who didn't want to trade for weapons, Feng Schwer reached Divine Lord Peak. Cross felt all the sky fires were gone from the realm, and he looked at the bowl with countless sky fire seeds. He made a swirl of black flames on his palm and said, "Hope this works." Feng Schwer rolled her eyes, and Cross lowered her palm into the bowl, mixing the seeds together. A terrifyingly hot aura rushed out of the bowl, and Cross focused hard, sweat pouring from his head as the heat was getting to him. Feng Schwer said, "Cross, maybe dash." He cut her off with a shush as he focused on the bowl with a serious face. Suddenly, the sky bloomed with countless fire beasts, phoenixes, fire flowers, dragons, suns, etc. Cross held the singular seed in his hand and got excited as he said, "It worked. It fucking worked." Feng Schwer was stunned, but then said to herself in her mind, "Of course it did. My husband is omnipotent." Cross burst into mad laughter as he held the seed in his hand. The bowl dissipated already. He handed it to Feng Schwer and sealed it as he said, "Keep it in your ring. Don't take it right now, okay?" Feng Schwer nodded and Cross smiled, before looking in a certain direction as he said, "Looks like food came straight to my mouth." As he sped away towards A, Cross appeared in the chaotic battlefield. He blended with the void as he whispered, "Tasty," and licked him lips. Long Chun was fighting against a man with blood-red features, who was attacking Yu Qingxian from a rainbow flame. The man shouted, "You dash!" He was cut off because Cross appeared behind him. Forearms grabbed the man, and Cross grinned as he took a big bit into the man's neck. Yu Qingxian gasped and covered her mouth in shock. Long Chun sneered and said, "Idiot, Yin Su. You think Yu Qingxian is food? I know someone who treats void flames as food as well." Cross grinned and clung to Yin Su. He ripped his arm off and ate it in 3 bites. Yin Su let out a blood-curdling screech of pain, and Cross ignored him, continuing to devour Yin Su like a wild animal. Yin Su shouted, Get off me. Stop." Cross took a big bite and said, "Food doesn't talk." A black hole appeared in his mouth, and his teeth were covered in black flames as Cross bit his arm off, swallowing it. Yin Su couldn't escape. Are you kidding? Cross was the MC. His plot armor was invincible. Yin Su pleaded, "Let me go. Please. I'll leave. I want to live." Cross ignored him and ripped his head off, crushing it into a ball and swallowing it before devouring the rest of his body. Yin Su died and disappeared as Cross swallowed before licking his lips. Feng Schwer spat. "So gross." Cross chuckled and said, "He's a living flame, not a real person." Schwer said, "Still." Cross pursed his lips and his expression became playful. He flashed and appeared in front of Yu Qingxian, saying, "Give me your rainbow flame," as he cackled and wiggled his fingers menacingly. Yu Qingxian paled in fear, and Long Chun gave him a tight slap, shattering his head. Cross head reformed, and he pouted, "I was just playing around." Yu Qingxian was stunned. Long Chun said, "You scared my Qingxian." Feng Shueter giggled and Cross pouted. Yu Qingxian said, "Ah, you were playing around." Feng Shueter jumped over to Yu Qingxian and said, "Sister Qingxian, he's like this. I'm sorry if you were scared." Yu Qingxian calmed down and put her hands on her hips, puffed her cheeks, and said to Cross, "Scaring people isn't very nice, you know." Long Chun felt itchy as he looked at her cute expression. He really wanted to just pinch her cheeks and kiss her. Cross huffed, so sensitive. He trembled and backed off a few steps as a pillar of black flames shot into the sky. Cross cultivation rose to the 6th level of Divine Lord Realm. Long Chun clicked his tongue and said, "I wish it was so easy for me, too." Yu Qingxian comforted him with a smile, which made Long Chun over the moon and giddy. Cross said, "Long Chun, leave with Yu Qingxian. Shue stay with me." He looked at Long Chun and said, "I got a big surprise for the people outside. Hee, tell whoever you want alive to leave the area." Long Chun grinned and took Yu Qingxian before flying away. Cross sat Feng Shuer down and held the realm core as he said, "All right, Shue, you ready? Most likely, you'll go through your immortal king tribulation." Shuer nodded and said, "I'm ready, hubby." Cross nodded and took the realm core before pressing it in between both his hands. Everyone other than them were teleported outside. Cross said, "A little help." The castle buzzed and the realm core shined brightly. Cross pressed it into Feng Shuer's abdomen before putting the new sky fire pill in her mouth and saying, "Focus. I will take care of the sky fire realm. You just focus on the myriad god fire flame seed." Feng Shuer nodded and closed her eyes. Cross spat out a drop of green, crystalline liquid and a drop of his blood before drawing a rune circle on her abdomen. The green liquid and the blood spun together and sank in her body at the middle of the rune circle. The rune circle lit up and exploded into little runes before sinking into Shuer's skin. The seed and world had been completed at the same time. Cross patted her smooth belly and said, "Return to origin." The world started trembling before getting sucking into Feng Shuer abdomen. The world started shrinking around her as Cross said, "I'll be right outside. Okay?" Shuer nodded and smiled sweetly. Cross kissed her cherry lips before disappearing. He reappeared next to Long Chun and said, "Ready?" Long Chun chuckled and said, "Always." Cross looked around at the countless people looking at them with hate. He chuckled and Feng Shuer appeared in the air. He flashed and appeared in front of her with his scythe out. Long Chun appeared next to her as well. Then Yu Qingxian appeared in the open slot. The three formed a triangle around Feng Shuer, who let her aura explode. Large thunder clouds rolled in and Cross eyes turned, locking space around him, not letting anyone escape. A pillar of lightning fell on Feng Shuer, and she took it normally. The pressure came down, and some of the people couldn't handle it, directly exploding into blood mists. Cross chuckled, and Long Chun grabbed Yu Qingxian, bringing her out of the tribulation range. Cross threw a lotus pod into the crowd of enemies, and it blew up, killing people and scattering them everywhere. He was hiding from the clouds with Aurora, but the others didn't have that luxury. As a result, the moment they moved, the thunder cloud turned them to ashes with thunder pillars. Extremely angry someone was interfering. Cross said to Feng Shuer, "Shue, you'll probably have some cause and effect for me, so there's 4 out of 10 chances thunder ghost spirits will come. You have to be brave. I know you can do this." Feng Shuer nodded with a smile, and Cross smiled before punching a hole in the clouds and running through the group, slashing his scythe everywhere, crazily. Every one of the enemies finally gave up and attacked him, but Cross was too slippery. The result was they attacked themselves and then got into infighting. The thunder clouds smashed pillars of lightning at them, forgetting about Cross, who was now outside the tribulation area, next to Long Chun, clenching and unclenching his fists in anxiety. Yu Qingxian said, "It's all right. She's strong. She'll be okay." Long Chun just smiled and said nothing. Cross watched as Feng Shui'er chirped in defiance, transforming into her golden phoenix form. A giant, beautiful golden phoenix appeared in the air and took the lightning head-on. Countless red swords fell from the sky. Long Chun grabbed Cross, who looked about ready to rush inside. As he said, "Don't. It'll only get stronger." Cross struggled, but sat down. His knuckles were white. Feng Shui'er crushed the flame's swords with her wings and talons, but there were just too many. Many of them stabbed into her body, splattering blood. Feng Shui'er absorbed the sword in her body and felt her phoenix blood getting thicker. A while later, Feng Shui'er turned into a blood phoenix and looked up. A lightning-bone phoenix appeared in the clouds. Feng Shui'er's eyes widened. The phoenix chirped and dived towards Feng Shui'er. Cross watched as Feng Shui'er didn't resist and started biting his nails. The phoenix collided with Feng Shui'er and exploded into golden phoenix symbols. Feng Shui'er sucked in all the symbols, and her breath changed to the immortal king realm as the thunderclouds disappeared. Cross rushed over and looked at Feng Shui'er's blood-stained feathers. His heart was in pain as he carefully washed her golden feathers with warm water. Feng Shui'er woke up and saw Cross wash her feathers softly with a painful expression. Her heart melted and she transformed back to her normal self before hugging Cross tightly. Cross hugged her and kissed her head, saying, "I'm glad you're okay." Feng Shui'er choked on sobs as she said, "I love you." Wah! Cross smiled and kissed her lips, saying, "I love you too, Shueshua." Cross hooked a finger, and the rings of all the dead people flew to him before disappearing. Countless people who didn't participate had their eyes turn green at the massive amount of wealth Cross just accumulated. Cross closed his eyes, and a ring appeared. He stuffed it into Feng Shui'er's hands. He brought her to Yu Qingxian. Suddenly the void was ripped open and a loud shout was heard. "You dare to kill my 9th brother!" "You!" Cross looked up and grinned as he said, "Come down here. I'll show you how I killed him." He shot into the air and slashed the mouth to pieces before ripping out a man and biting his head right off. Cross devoured the man and sneered, "Delivering yourself to get eaten," as his cultivation rose to 9th level divine lord realm. The abyss runes made up of other runes started multiplying at an incredible rate. It was endless. Cross was constantly getting stronger at all times. He went to Feng Shui'er and the other two as he said, "Heavenly Immortal King." Feng Shui'er nodded and Cross cheered. Long Chun smiled, and Yu Qingxian was jumping up and down, holding Feng Shui'er's hands, as if it was her who became a heavenly immortal king. Suddenly, an old man appeared and coughed. Cross looked at the old man, and a gloomy smile appeared on his mouth as Feng Shui'er and Yu Qingxian said, "Master." The old man nodded and said, "Thanks to little friends for helping my disciples." Cross didn't say anything, and Long Chun smiled, saying, "It was nothing." The old man nodded and said, "Let's go back. It was my mistake to not see Yin Su attacking you. When you go back, activate your rainbow vision." Yu Qingxian nodded. Cross and Feng Shui'er looked at each other. Cross caressed her kiss and kissed her softly before turning away. Feng Shui'er cried silently as she left with Yu Qingxian and the old man. Long Chun watched them disappear. He already gave Yu Qingxian the purity due. Finally he sighed and turned to Cross, who went back to his expressionless state. Long Chun sighed and said, "Let's go." Cross followed him, and they walked into the city. A few days later, the duo left the city and flew away, going back to robbing Longting businesses as they traveled. They got on a boat, and Cross sat in a corner as Long Chun talked to the man who runs the boat. Cross didn't care where they were going. His cultivation was soaring, just following Long Chun along. He saw no reason to go on his own, so he took a nap. They crossed the sea on a boat and landed. Long Chun changed destinations, and they robbed Longting companies everywhere they went. Days later, Cross and Long Chun came to a space portal. The people were anxious outside, but many young people stepped up to go save the people inside. Long Chun laughed and said, "So many hot-blooded guys. What a refreshing sight." Everyone smiled kindly at him, and the duo entered the space portal. It shook and exploded open. A torrent of flesh and blood flowed out of the portal, and Long Chun and Cross disappeared. The blood and flesh was all from beasts. The duo sped through the world, killing beasts that got in their way. Long Chun was fast, but Cross had no problems keeping up with him. He was stepping and teleporting forward with every step. Actually, if Long Chun was faster, he could still keep up. Cross wasn't sure, but he saw Long Chun had envision behind his back as well. Long Chun told him it was from his art and gave him a power boost. Cross was gloomy. He was super strong, but more power was more fun. He wanted a vision too. He noticed that Long Chun was getting more cards, while he basically had the Void Battle body. The problem was, Cross couldn't fully use all his power because he simply couldn't borrow the power of the heavens. He felt like it was limiting him the best it could, and it was making him angry. What did he do for the heavens to target him? It was bullshit. If anything, he would want to rip the power from the heavens and forcefully use it for his own purposes. Alas, he didn't have that capability. Maybe one day, needless to say, he wanted a vision and the power of the heavens as well. They continued to fly when a ton of warships flew over their heads. Long Chun and Cross were confused as to why the black warships surrounded the other ones with the beasts. They both heard, "You damn traitors. Our big brother Goran will clean you up." Long Chun jumped and said, "Goran." He charged into the battlefield and started killing. Cross followed him and swept his scythe at the beasts, chipping them all in half, and then they disappeared into the inner world, sinking into the black soil. Cross looked at the black warship with shining eyes. Long Chun said later, before grabbing a guy and flashing into the city. Cross' eyes dimmed, and he slaughtered a man in black armor before taking the corpse with him as he left with slow steps, hoping for someone to attack him. Unfortunately, nothing of the sort happened, and he was disappointed. Cross looked at the armor of the man he just killed. He stole his ring and threw the corpse to the side, looking over every piece of armor in his hands. He walked over to Long Chun, and the group said, "You're Long Chun?" Cross looked up at the people before back to the armor, studying the runes on the armors. He suddenly floated the armor in the air and threw in a wisp of void flame. He imprinted the liquid with the rune for Devour before allowing Aurora to eat it. She flashed, and there are little runes on the necklace now. Cross patted the beads, and everybody looked at him like they were looking at a monster. The guy Long Chun saved was named Tu Hu, and he said this, "Are you a forging god?" Cross shook his head, and Tu Hu gulped, saying, "I've never seen something like this." Long Chun chuckled and said, "This guy, he's pretty special." Tu Hu said, "Master, what's your name?" Cross spat Cross. The group's eyes widened, and they shouted, "You're Cross?" before backing off slightly. Cross was confused, and Long Chun said, "You know him?" Tu Hu gulped nervously and said, "Are you kidding? The little overlord at Tianjiao College calls him her father." Cross' eyes burst into flames, and he said, "What's her name?" Tu Hu said, "Lily, though her sister Artemis is very kind." He was going to say Lily is a hooligan, stealing money from people and making absurd inventions, but he held his tongue in case Cross got angry. Cross burst out laughing and said, "Let's go, we're going to Tianjiao College, right away." Long Chun chuckled, and Tu Hu said, "But we're surrounded." Cross laughed and sneered. "Who dares to stop this, daddy? I'll take you all slaughtering today." He mumbled quietly, "Then I could get my hands on that warship." His eyes sparkled with a greedy light. Tu Hu and the others shivered. No wonder Lily was like this. Her father was the exact same. Long Chun laughed and said, "Let's go." Cross chuckled and walked out of the city with Long Chun. Cross said, "Wait, I have an idea." Long Chun looked at him, and Cross said, "Get on my back." Long Chun's face turned black, and Cross said, "Just do it." Long Chun got on, and Cross laughed as his eyes turned. A massive figure with 4 arms appeared, and Cross said, "Okay, run the God Ring and the Star Power." Long Chun got a bit excited and ran it. The figure floated in the air and doubled in size. A gigantic multicolored ring appeared behind the figure, and its eyes turned into shining stars, while scales appeared on the armor, and thunder wings burst out of its back. The ring turned, and suddenly a black hole appeared in the middle of the ring and spun in the opposite direction. An ultimate supreme breath burst through the clouds. The pressure was terrifying. It was hard to even breathe. Cross and Long Chun felt their energy draining rapidly, and Cross made a move. The thunder spear thrusted forward and killed everything, beast, demon, humans. All the enemies were obliterated in a single thrust. The people inside the warships weren't even safe. Every living being in front of them died, without exception. Good thing the allies were behind them. The figure collapsed, and Cross and Long Chun fell to the ground, both throwing up mouthfuls of blood. Cross was on the ground and grabbed the air before pulling. All the rings, armors, weapons, and warships flew over to him. The warships shrank and became handheld versions before disappearing along with the rest. Cross spat out another mouthful of blood and turned his head to see Long Chun looking at him in shock at what just happened. They communicated silently before a loud voice sounded in their heads. Don't even think about it. You are forbidden from trying that again. Do you hear me? You will die the next time. I saved both of you this once, but I won't do it again. Long Chun and Cross were both stunned. This dragon comes and goes as he pleases. Tu Hu and the rest ran over with a fanatical look in their eyes as they said excitedly, "Thatwas the coolest fucking thing I've ever seen in me life." Long Chun and Cross both chuckled weakly as they slowly got up, looking pale. All the corpses disappeared. Half went into Long Chun's black soil, while the rest went into Cross. There were countless corpses. If you counted them, it would take you years to finish counting them. Anyway, they were all thrown into the black soil, all the same. All the crystals from the beast were piled up into a massive mountain in the city, and Cross and Long Chun left with Tu Hu's group to Tianjiao College. A while later, they entered an array. Cross and Long Chun were excited to see their family and friends, but they were surrounded by armored people right away, shouting, "You brought back a spy?" Cross smacked a man in a blood mist, and Long Chun smashed some other people. A loud voice shouted, "Who dares to come to Yach?" Long Chun smiled. "Is there anywhere I don't dare go?" The man in armor threw his armor off and hugged Long Chun's thigh before crying. Cross looked over and saw a giant suit of armor charge at him. He opened his arms and laughed. The armor opened and Lily shot out, hugging Cross and crying. Artemis flew over and hugged Cross too, silently shedding tears. Everybody was stunned, seeing their idols crying bitterly. Long Chun was hugged by a woman who said, "Idiot, you came too late, and now I'm married." Long Chun was stunned, and the woman pulled a man and said, "This is my husband. This is Long Chun. He saved my life. If he came earlier, I would have married him instead." The man smiled and said, "Thank you for saving Qianqian's life." Not bothered at all by her comments. Apparently he was used to it now. A man walked over and said, "Guoran, you're colluding with spies. Don't resist." Guoran exploded this time. "Lung Hui, you fucking snake. This daddy's boss is here today. Before I don't even bother to waste my breath on you, but now the boss is here, I can finally leave this ghost place. You fucking wasted all my time. Let's see who stops this daddy today." Tu Hu and the others were stunned. Where was the usual Guoran? Unknown to them, this is the usual Guoran, but he's been suppressing himself for a year. Now that Long Chun was here, he had no more scruples. Lung Hui said, "Good. You along with these two bitches will be AR dash." Cross smashed his fist and obliterated Lung Hui's entire existence as he shouted, "You call my daughters bitches? You must have a death wish. I'll tear down this school. Do you believe it?" Before looting the treasures on the ground like a hoodlum. Lily searched with him, and they both grinned. Guoran slapped his forehead and said, "No way. That's why." Cross looked at him and said, "Oi, oi, you want some too, skinny boy?" Guoran shouted, "Come. See if I'm afraid of you," as he hid behind Long Chun and sneered. A group of old people appeared and said, "Bold." "Yo dash." Long Chun slapped the old man flying, and Guoran applauded, cheering, "So satisfying. I missed the smell and taste of the boss' divine slap." "Ha ha ha." Cross grabbed his collar and grinned. Guoran said immediately, "Big brother. Ha ha. Did you do something with your hair? So handsome." Cross laughed and copied Guoran's arts, before putting him down and saying, "You, the little baster, better not seduce my daughter." Guoran turned white and said, "Big bro, are you trying to kill me?" Lily waved a fist and said angrily, "What? I'm not good enough." Guoran almost died of grief as he said quickly, "Ancestor, are you joking? You're the most beautiful woman in the sky. Lily looked satisfied and Artemis giggled, signing to Cross, I think Lily has a crush. Cross signed back, I'll crush her if she does. Artemis burst out laughing. Long Chun was about to start killing when another old man appeared. Goran said, it's the dean. Long Chun looked at the dean, who invited him inside for a chat. Long Chun reluctantly agreed, not liking this place at all. Cross threw Lily over his shoulder and grabbed Goran like a pig under his arm as he walked into the academy, Artemis following him from behind. Cross threw Goran to Long Chun and separated from the group, saying, You, the funny woman who pretends to not like her husband, bring me to your library. Xie Chanqian pointed at herself, and her husband laughed. Cross said, If not you, who else? Let's go. Tell me about how much trouble my daughter had caused around here. Xie Chanqian said quickly this, Do you have days to listen? Cross opened his mouth wide and said, Days. He spanked Lily and said, What are you doing when I'm gone? Lily said in grief, I only took 90% like you taught me. Cross said, Good. Let's go. Xie Chanqian was stunned, like daughter, like father it seemed. Cross looked at Long Chun, who nodded, and they left in separate ways. Cross put Lily down and said coldly, Tell me about this Goran. Lily spat, Why should I? Cross felt his eyes twitch and said, Maybe I have to lock you up in the inner world forever. You think you're ever getting married? Huh, you're funny. Lily blushed and stomped her foot, saying, I can do what I want. Cross shook his head and said, Not while I'm alive. Lily threw her hands up in the air in rage, and Artemis giggled. They reached the library, and Xie Chanqian told Cross all about Lily's hooligan behavior, making Cross nod in satisfaction. Cross looked around the library, coping everything into the inner world before coming across a black book. He looked at the book and touched it. The book exploded into black light and sank into Cross' forehead. Xie Chanqian was stunned and said, You. Oh no. An alarm sounded and countless strong people appeared shouting, Who stole the sacred records? Cross was in a daze. It turns out the void forging he got was just a small piece of a huge puzzle. But it was also the most important piece. Without it, the black book was just useless. Now he had the entire void forging scripture. Cross was like a blind man who could suddenly see. Everything made sense now. He slapped his forehead and laughed. Cross sneered and said, Scram out of my sight before I kill you all, fucking wastes. The old men were angry and Cross slapped one of them, grabbing his ankle before he could slam into a bookshelf as he said, Don't ruin a library. They almost spat out blood. He was the one who slapped him in the first place. Cross dragged the old man out of the library before beating him up and stealing his ring. Lily ran over and picked his clothes clean, leaving him with just underwear. Cross took everything inside the ring and threw the ring back. He turned to Lily and said seriously, Always leave a ring if you're just beating people up. That way they can fill it up again. If you kill them, then you can take their rings. Lily nodded seriously, as if he was teaching her something very important. Xie Chanqian was speechless. Artemis hugged Cross' arm and signed, Daddy, are you going to bring up a way? Cross patted her head and signed back, If this place isn't suitable, I will bring you somewhere else. Artemis smiled like a blooming flower and Lily said, Daddy, there's more people to steal from Dash. Cross knocked on her head, and she corrected, There's more people to taking protection fees from. Cross smiled and said, So, let's go. They left, and that was the worst day for the entirety of the Tianjiao College. Everybody was robbed, some people even twice. What a tragedy. By the time Goran and Long Chun came out, Lily was punching a kid in the face and saying, See, if you don't pay protection fees, this could happen at any moment. Long Chen's face turned black and Goran jumped, Nima, she's too fierce. Long Chen looked at Goran with a smirk. Though Goran said that, he was looking at Lily without blinking. Cross felt a disturbance in the force and looked at Goran before getting angry. Lily looked over and Flash Gua ran a small smile. Goran was dazed but suddenly felt a chill go down his spine. He saw Cross glaring at him. He hid behind Long Chun and said loudly, Fuck you. Lily laughed and Cross tried to grab at Goran, who hid behind Long Chun, saying, Shitty white face, my boss is better than you. You think this daddy is afraid of you? Huh, this Gua Ran isn't afraid of heaven and earth. What's one more white face? Long Chun started to sweat and Cross phased through Long Chun, startling Gua Ran, who immediately ran away shouting, "A fucking ghost." Cross shouted, "I'll show you a ghost, you bastard," as he chased after him across the college. Long Chun walked over to Lily and said, "Having fun?" Lily dropped the guy before stealing his things and throwing the ring back as she said, "Not too bad. With Dad here, it's a lot faster." Long Chun laughed and shook his head. A while later, Cross, Long Chun, Lily, Artemis, and Gua Ran were sitting in Gua Ran's residence. Gua Ran had a bunch of bumps on his head and 2 black eyes. Long Chun gave him a pill and Gua Ran ate it. His face went back to normal and Cross felt his fist twitching, ready to beat him up again. Long Chun shook his head and the group, and Xie Qianqian came and said, "I heard Gua Ran is fighting life and death in 3 days against Wong whatever." Long Chun nodded and threw a pill in Gua Ran's mouth. Gua Ran fell to the ground and started squirming in pain, shouting, "Boss, you're trying to kill me? What happened to our bonds?" Long Chun kicked him and said, "Idiot, you haven't circulated your dragon blood for an entire year. No wonder why you're so weak." Gua Ran had been found out. This lazy fellow, even if there's a little bit of pain, he won't do it. Long Chun forced out 3 drops of golden dragon blood essence and injected 1 into Gua Ran's body. Gua Ran's clothes exploded and he screamed in pain. Who said, "Big brother Long Chun, we want to share the pain with Boss Gua." Long Chun threw them 4 fruits each and said, "Go eat. Careful in which order. You might die if you choose wrong." They took the fruits and started eating. Cross looked at Lily, who was looking at Gua Ran. He grinded his teeth and spread his hand over Gua Ran. White lightning crackled all over his body like a web, putting Gua Ran in more pain than before. Long Chun watched carefully before injecting the second drop. Cross turned up the lightning to black lightning. Then after a bit, Long Chun put in the final drop. The lightning turned red and Gua Ran had scales all over his body as he screamed in unimaginable pain. Cross wanted to continue, but he took his hand back and clicked his tongue. Long Chun grinned and Lily looked worried. Cross saw her expression and got angry. He poured purity dew into Gua Ran's mouth before sneering and splashing his torn flesh body with wine, making Gua Ran's wounds sting. Long Chun laughed and said, "What a petty fellow." Cross grumbled, "This little bastard seduced my daughter," as he drank from the wine gourd. It was the old wine. He still didn't try the new wine made with purity dew yet. The wine from the wine god guy was pretty good anyway. When it was finished or on special occasions, he would finally drink the other one. Regardless, these 2 gourds had so much wine in them. If he didn't share, they would last for years. Cross looked at Lily and felt her worried expression was annoying. He grunted and tapped on her forehead. Lily went into a daze, and he tapped on Artemis' head as well, sending her into the same dazed state. He sat at the table and grumbled. Long Chun chuckled and said, "I don't see the problem." Cross threw his hands up in the air and said angrily, "You don't have kids. You don't understand. You know, I watched that girl grow up to where she is now. How could I bear to have her leave me?" Long Chun drank some wine as well as he retorted, "At least, she's not with some arrogant young master type. I can safely say that Gua Ran is a good person." Cross spat gloomily from your mouth. "I don't believe it." Long Chun sneered and said, "Whether you're lying or not, I think you know in your heart." Cross scoffed and drank from his gourd angrily. Long Chun grinned and Cross said, "Now, I know how that old bastard by Zhantong feels." Long Chun burst out laughing while far away at the 7th branch. Bai Zhantong sneezed and got angry. Bai Shaola's mother said, "What happened?" Bai Zhantong said gloomily, "Those 2 brats are probably talking bad about me." 3 days later, Gua Ran got up from the ground and was completely naked. Lily looked away, her neck and ears turning red. Cross slapped Gua Ran into the bathroom before wiping his hand on Gua Ran's bed. Long Chun chuckled, and the others came out saying, "So strong." A while later, Gua Ran came out wearing new clothes, and Long Chun said, "All right, let's go." The group left to the life and death arena. When they arrived, whose group immediately started beating people up, releasing the years of frustrations on the people who suppressed them. Gua Ran stood behind, and Long Chun said, "Whoa, chill. Cross looked at Goran and said, if you don't kill that Wong guy in a single move. He didn't finish and just chuckled eerily, sending shivers down Goran's spine. The dean appeared and sat down. Goran rushed to the arena and shouted, Wang Zishu, get the fuck up here for this, daddy. Wang Zishu appeared on the stage, and the barrier formed. Goran donned himself in black scaled armor with a large black saber. An old man in the 12 Council Members Association shouted, Goran, you're supposed to submit the divine black dragon magic crystal to the college. You betray dash, Cross shouted, shut up. The old man's head exploded, and everybody looked at Cross in fear. He said angrily, I've had enough of your disgusting voices. Dean this, Dean that, Goran this, blah, blah, blah. Are you very bored? You think this is fun? You're all fucking morons. Cross really exploded this time. Whether he was angry at the situation or venting his frustrations about his daughter's recent love life was unknown, but he continued, You fucking old men are so pathetic. You lived your entire lives in vain. You don't even know you're about to be slaughtered. You walk into the slaughterhouse like pigs and think it's a nice place. I can't believe you're still alive after so many years. It's really a disgrace. He pointed at the dean and said, This old guy likes to take things slow, me? Not so much. Wash your wrinkled necks. I will clean up this college myself. The black walls will be dyed red. I promise you this. All you little families? They're finished. He crushed a stone in his hand, and a white barrier formed around the entire school as he said, There's nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Regardless of the outcome on the stage, everyone who I feel doesn't look pleasant will become a corpse. I'm tired of this cat and mouse bullshit. A pair of giant red eyes appeared in the sky and locked down the space everywhere. Cross' expression was extremely fierce and angry as he said, Go. Kill him. Then we'll go robbing together. Goran burst out laughing, and all the runes on his armor lit up as he held the saber over his head. Cross and Long Chen's eyes widened and Goran slashed down. Wang Zishu didn't even get a chance before he was cut in half. The formation collapsed, and Cross flashed to the arena, standing in front of Goran, blocking an old man. Cross was completely covered in his own armor. From head to toe, his helmet and everything was on. The void battle body integrated the armor with his flesh, and that's why it looked different, but when he was just using the armor normally, it looked the same. The old man was shocked. Goran was also shocked as he looked at the armor-clad figure in front of him. The eye holes in the helmet glowed a violent red light as he said in a cold voice, Looks like you couldn't wait for death. Cross swung his right hand, and his scythe spun out, cutting the old man's head right off before circling back. Cross caught in the air and looked at the rest with a tyrannical aura. He hooked his finger in the armor on the old man and inside the old man, as well as his storage ring, flew over to him before disappearing. The same with Wang Zishu. Cross rested the scythe on his shoulder and said, I don't want to waste time watching Goran kill people one by one. This is boring and not fast. He looked at the Goran and said, You choose who lives. Goran was stunned and pointed at himself. Cross was getting angry, and Goran felt it before blurting out names and pointing with his fingers. Every time he pointed, that person exploded. Goran was flying high in the sky, feeling like King Yama. He started getting unscrupulous and pointing with a sneer. The dean suddenly spoke, All of you who are spies for the Luo family, stand up. You Qing Xian, as well as everybody who is related to you, get up. This is your only chance. I think there's someone who doesn't mind burning down the forest to catch the thief. Cross stopped and looked at the scared woman, who was standing with Wang Zishu. He punched her out of existence and stole all her things. The others were scared and stood up one after the other. Hundreds of people were spies. This was crazy. Cross looked at them all and waved his hand. They all flew to him, and he spread his hands open, a black lotus imprinted on all their foreheads. Their eyes went dull, and Cross said, Hundreds of bombs. Just tell them to self-detonate on the battlefield of the beasts outside. They don't deserve to have military achievements. These wastes are better as tools. The dean smiled and said, As for the rest of you who didn't step forward, sorry. Goodbye, as he formed a rune with his hands. Dozens of people's armors crushed them to death. Cross hooked, and all the rings and armor from all the human bombs and the killed spies flew over and disappeared. The dean stood up and said from now on, Guoran is the president of Tianjiao Xinjia. Also, Tianjiao Xinjia is in a state of war. Anyone who disobeys President Guoran will be charged with treason and killed, before patting his ass and leaving. Guoran was stunned, as was everybody else.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.